Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Spirit and Ki Control. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Thank you for everything, Themstar Pabara, Izuku Midoriya said, as he put on his glasses, before putting 2 fingers on his forehead, thanking the blue alien who had taught him so much over the years. Flashback. Izuku was 6 when his mother died, leaving a letter for him to open once he was 15 or 16. He wanted to cry as he was bullied for being quirkless until he met Pabara, the alien emissary who would teach him a lot, making Izuku powerful as he traveled through planets, living and training under different cultures and circumstances. Izuku meditated on Namek, learning the benefits of weighted clothing, and trained with King Kai, a god, on his planet, discovering how much better gravity training combined with weighted clothing was. His training paid off, and he received gifts from the turtle hermit himself. And a flashback. Izuku teleported to Earth, near a powerful energy signature, keeping himself hidden. He flew to the small building where Kame Sennin told him his island would be. After landing and looking around, he found a small safe filled with money, likely earned through the martial arts tournament from when Rashi was still alive. Man, I sure learned a lot over the 9 years I was gone. Why was forced spirit fission the hardest ability to learn? Izuku questioned aloud as he walked out and yelled, "Kinti!" A yellow cloud appeared, and he hopped on it, patting the cloud before pointing in a specific direction. I met so many people and learned so much, though these Metamorans sure are weird. But fusion. Izuku thought, unsure if he knew anyone he could merge with. He turned the house into a capsule, taking it with him on Kintoan, then used his abilities to change outfits. Remembering the letter, he opened a small portal to another dimension, pulling the letter out before closing it. He looked it over, shocked to discover he was suddenly engaged to Momo Yaoyorozu, the daughter of the rich Yaoyorozu family. He put the letter back into the other dimension as he reached his destination. Izuku stood in front of a tower. Instead of flying up with Kintoan, he climbed it, reaching the top in 5 minutes, where he met Corinne, who knew Izuku would appear. Corinne explained the training and that he only had 1 month left until the UA exams, so he trained Izuku by making him hunt him with water and such. After 1 week, Izuku managed to catch Corinne, who congratulated him and let him drink the water, telling him it was just water. But Corinne offered Izuku the ultra-divine water, warning him about it. "No worries, Corinne, I will survive," Izuku said confidently. Corinne gave him the water, which looked like poison. Izuku drank it, falling face-first onto the ground, yelling in pain, agony overwhelming him. Suddenly, he stopped moving and was quiet. "Oh no!" Corinne yelled, rushing over to Izuku. Hearing him breathe relieved Corinne, so he put a blanket over Izuku before going to bed himself as it grew dark. Meanwhile, "Momo, princess, please, at least get to know him before you just say no," Mr. Yaoyorozu said, as his daughter looked angry. "No, father, I don't even know him. I'm not going to marry someone I don't know or love. Also, I like Shoto Todoroki, so why should I marry this other guy?" Momo asked, clearly upset. "Momo, sweetie, please just try to. If you don't like him by the end of the year, you can do whatever you want. It was your dying mother's last wish. She was friends with the mother of this kid. I was also a friend of hers," Mr. Yaoyorozu pleaded, and Momo finally gave in. "Fine, but my opinion won't change, so you lose anyways," she said, leaving the room. Izuku Midoriya, HMPF, as if I would fall for someone I never met. But why does his name sound so familiar? Momo questioned, recalling a small flashback of herself playing with a green-haired kid. As the sun began to shine, Corinne looked over at Izuku sleeping peacefully, realizing it would take some time for him to wake up. He made sure to give him a senzu bean, preparing a big jug and a small brown pouch, filling them with senzu too before closing the lid on the jug and tying up the pouch. A few days passed, making it 2 weeks, and now only 1 week remained until the exams. Izuku woke up, looked around, and felt hungry. Corinne gave him a senzu, explaining it as Izuku ate it, feeling better and stronger than ever. "Thank you, Corinne," Izuku said, as the Katamseer gave him the 2 items, explaining their use. Izuku smiled and thanked him again before opening a portal to put the jug inside, then closing it and tightening the pouch around his belt. He used another ability to change his outfit once more, then summoned Kintoon again. Korin then gave Izuku the power pole, and Izuku smiled again. I really can't thank you all enough, all of my emistis, Izuku said, grabbing the sheath and putting the power pole inside it before tying it onto his back like anyone else would. He made sure he left nothing behind before jumping on Kintoon, which still had the capsule. Izuku flew over to Mustafu, searching for a safe place where he could use his capsule and live. Momo Yaoyorozu, I can barely remember her, Izuku said, recalling dreams of the black-haired girl he met once. He prepared himself mentally for the exams, ensuring he studied however he could. End of Chapter 1. Izuku had set up his living area around the beach since it was already cleaned up. He took some of the money and went to the police to ask for help about staying there legally. He was allowed to live there, but he needed to train a bit since the UA exams were starting in only 3 days. Time skip. Hey, today is the day. Watch me, senseis. I will not fail you all and your teachings, Izuku said as he put on his underwear, light blue training breathes, and a green t-shirt weighted to be 2 tons. He put on the light blue training jacket with King Kai's kanji on the back, weighted wristbands, weighted socks, and light blue shoes, tying them up and making sure nothing seemed off. He then put on his glasses, ate something, and walked towards his destination. When Izuku reached his destination, he remembered everything he had been taught before he heard a voice. That hair, Deku? Katsuki Bakugo asked as Izuku turned back to him. Kachin? Izuku asked, as Katsuki pushed him with his elbow while walking by. F off, quirkless nobody, Katsuki said, and Izuku simply pouted, puffing up his cheeks. Still a bully, I see, Izuku said, sensing someone falling. He instantly saved the girl, who looked at him. Oh thanks. I didn't see where I was falling. I'm Ochako Uraraka, the girl said, looking at her savior, who smiled at her. I'm going to be late. Izuku yelled, rushing inside, where Present Mike explained the 4 bots without interruption before explaining the rules and sending them all off to the written exam part, which Izuku managed to complete easily. Everyone was inside a bus, and Izuku still had to go to the bathroom, but he put 2 fingers on his forehead and teleported to where Tenya Ida was, unnoticed by anyone else as he seemingly came out last from the bus. With Momo. Momo was currently remembering something her father told her. Izuku Midoriya is his name, and I heard that not only is he back, but he's also going to attend UA, so you better keep an eye out, okay? Mr. Yaoyorozu said, and Momo simply rolled her eyes. I bet he's just an ugly pervert, only interested in my body anyways. Ugh, I wish Todoroki would notice me. He seems so cold, Momo thought, looking over at Shoto Todoroki, who simply didn't care, not even acknowledging her presence. Back with Izuku. As soon as the gates opened, Izuku ran in, destroying robots left and right, earning points while helping others. This went on for a few minutes until the ground shook. With Momo. Momo was with the teachers and heroes of UA, watching the screens as they talked about the students and what was needed to be a hero. She spotted the name Izuku Midoriya, sighing before looking at the screen, seeing Izuku as she gained a small blush. She watched as he put 2 fingers on his forehead, teleporting around the city to help others. Wow, he is so kind. No, he might still be a pervert hiding that part of himself. He just wants to seem and appear kind, Momo thought, watching Izuku destroy a few bots, a confident look on his face making her blush a bit more. That was until Nizu pushed a big red button, making the 0 pointer appear. Momo now watched Izuku carefully, knowing this would show his true colors. With Izuku, he looked shocked at the size of the 0 pointer and didn't want to mess with it until he saw Ochako stuck under rubble, screaming for help as others ran away. Izuku put 2 fingers on his forehead, using instant transmission to teleport to her, then used the technique again to teleport them both to safety. Izuku ran at the giant mechanical beast, climbing up its arm before punching the robot, destroying it. With Momo. She was shocked at his power, realizing it might even be greater than Todoroki's, but she had other thoughts. Sure, he might be strong, but Todoroki is stronger and better, she thought, walking out of the room to find him and tell him what she thought. With Izuku. Izuku landed on the ground as the timer ran out, and Mike yelled. Those who needed it got healed, and Izuku walked out until he was stopped by a black-haired girl. Momo Yaoyorozu. I think you know who I am, right? Momo said, looking slightly angry as Izuku was confused. After seeing her, he realized, so she is the one Mom wants me to marry, he thought, confused about why she was angry. Yeah, Izuku answered, and Momo sighed. Okay, look, I'm going to say it straight. I don't want to marry you. I already love someone else, and I know you are faking your kindness, but for the sake of my late mother, I will try getting along with you, she said, and Izuku looked at her with a sympathetic look. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you lost your mother too, he apologized, looking at the ground as Momo looked back at him. Why are you sorry? You didn't do anything, she said, and Izuku blushed in embarrassment. Oh yeah, but I feel bad that you also lost your mother. But hey, you at least still have your dad, right? I never even knew mine, Izuku said, making Momo's heart skip a beat as she saw his face. If you don't want to, then you can tell your father, right? I wouldn't mind, Izuku said, wearing a sad smile. Sorry, Mom, I guess your wish won't happen, Izuku muttered, and Momo felt bad. She then got his attention. Like I said, I have a crush on someone else, but I will try to get along with you for our mothers, Momo said before leaving Izuku shocked. I finally have a friend, he said, closing his eyes as tears streamed down his face, having meant a human friend on Earth. Momo heard that, unsure how to react, so she simply ignored it, even if she thought it was sad, before getting in the limo and driving home. End of Chapter 2. Weeks later, Izuku was now at his dream school, walking in as he searched for his class. When he opened the door, he saw a few students already sitting there, even seeing Momo, who ignored him. He simply smiled and waved at her. Did I do something wrong? Izuku asked himself, unsure, so he sat somewhere close to her but still away, so she wouldn't get annoyed. He didn't make one comment, not even last time, not one about my body. Does he think I'm ugly, or does he not care about my body? Maybe he is different, Momo thought as Izuku closed his eyes, laying his head on his arms when a few others appeared. Deku? Katsuki asked, looking at Izuku, who was relaxing. Everything went as the timeline should so far. Aizawa came in, introduced himself, and urged them all to put on the UA training outfit, showing them what it looked like. Izuku used his abilities to change instantly, doing the same for Momo, who looked at him weirdly. Oh, sorry. I thought you wanted to be done faster since? Izuku said, pointing towards Mineta, who was failing to hide his small bnur, having picked a size smaller than what he normally wore to seem big and muscular. Momo looked in disgust before all the girls came over to Izuku. Thank you, Momo said, and Izuku simply smiled at her before helping all the girls. Time skip. Katsuki was baffled but couldn't do anything as Izuku had already left after Aizawa told them that no one would get expelled. Izuku helped by transforming everyone back into their school outfits, and everyone thanked him. Momo walked over to Izuku wanting to know, so you know about perverts, yet you seem to not be a pervert. Why is that? Izuku looked at her, smiling as she gained a small blush. You see, one of my emistars who trained and taught me was a pervert, so I learned a bit about that too, but it wasn't really what I would want to learn, well, except for the more normal stuff, Izuku said, smiling at the sky. Okay, I have decided that I want you to show me where you live, Momo said, surprising Izuku. Izuku summoned Kintoan, getting on the small cloud, and Momo was shocked. No worries, if you are pure of heart, you can ride Kintoan too, Izuku said as Momo got on the cloud, surprised at everything as they flew at a moderate speed. Once they were at the beach, Izuku invited her inside, and she was surprised by how small it was. You live here in this small house? Why not live somewhere bigger? Momo asked, finding the safe and opening it to see all the money. You see, while I was training, I never really lived inside a building. I mostly survived out in the wild, so a small house is okay for me. I have food, water, and even a small TV if I ever get bored, Izuku said, chuckling a bit. What's so funny? Momo asked, and Izuku found it amusing that weeks earlier, she wouldn't have wanted to do anything with him, but here she was in his small house. Okay, so do you think I should bring you home? I can teleport us there instantly, he said, but she shook her head no. I want to take my time. We are to spend it together so I can get a full opinion on you, she said as both went outside after Izuku nodded his head, getting on Kintoan while Momo patted the cloud. After a while, they arrived at the mansion, where some of the maids and butlers came out to greet them before Izuku was invited inside. Ah, Izuku my boy, it's been so long, Mr. Yaoyorozu said, and Izuku looked confused. Ah, of course you two wouldn't remember. You were so young back then, but I was a close friend of your mother, especially my wife. They were really close, and I always viewed Inko like a little sister, he said, as Momo and Izuku slowly remembered bits of their childhood, playing around in the mansion and recalling a promise they had made, though they had no idea what it was. Anyways, you two, I think it's getting late, so how about Izuku stays the night? You can even sleep in the same room as Momo, he said, making Momo blush and protest. Thanks, but I don't think that would be clever, so I'm just going to go home for now, Izuku said, quickly leaving and jumping on Kintoan to fly off. Father, don't do that. Just because we are friends doesn't mean I like him like that yet. I still love Todoroki, she said, leaving the room as her father looked at her. Oh, sweetie, this Todoroki is no good for you, but you will see, he said as she had already left the room. Izuku, on the other hand, was blushing and didn't know how to feel about this. He liked Momo a lot, but she didn't like him like that at all. What to do? Kintoan, why don't you tell me what I should do? He asked, and Kintoan made a few noises, making Izuku chuckle. End of chapter 3. Izuku and Katsuki were currently fighting, going all out and bloody, while some heroes and classmates watched from a distance. Izuku, Momo said, worried as she watched him using the no-ego zone or selflessness state, but his aura was weirdly red. Everyone knew he was using the Kaioken, while Katsuki had a purple aura, veins sticking out, black lines around his eyes, an M on his forehead, and red lightning aura surrounding him. The two then stopped, grabbing each other's fists and head-butting each other, not letting go either way. They clashed their heads one last time before letting go and jumping back. Izuku rushed at Katsuki, who shot a ki blast with an explosion boost, but Katsuki realized Izuku had teleported behind him. Katsuki used his explosions to blind Izuku for a moment before grabbing him. Izuku jumped to dodge the attack by the legs, throwing him to the ground. Katsuki kicked down, but Izuku barely dodged, ducking under another kick from Katsuki that cut off a few strands of hair. At the same time, Izuku slapped Katsuki out of balance, and the two smiled at each other. Izuku and Katsuki rushed at each other again, preparing for a double face punch. The two then jumped back and landed, standing ready to attack, as Izuku started talking. Wow, Kachin, over the last few months, you really have grown in power. You are a genius, after all, Izuku said, as Katsuki retorted, no, you are the genius Deku. I have pushed myself to the edge and far beyond, but you have been born with natural talent far beyond my own. No amount of training could have closed the gap. No matter how much I struggled, you were always a step ahead of me. But when we saw those two villains being more powerful than ever before, no one but our class realized why. So to catch up to you in power and control, I had to make up my mind, in secret of course. Katsuki smiled. What? No, don't tell me you fool, you let yourself fall purposely under Babidi's spell? Izuku asked in surprise, as everyone else heard that too. Yes, we both saw the power increase of the villains, so I had to do this. I always accepted that I was evil. I knew if I let myself fall under his control, that the difference in between our power would disappear. And I must say, I'm quite pleased with the results, Katsuki said, smiling. I wanted Babidi to reawaken the evil in my heart. I wanted him to turn me back to the way I was before, Katsuki suddenly yelled, as his power burst everywhere. The others watching barely held on. I was the perfect warrior, cold and ruthless. I lived by my strength alone, uninhibited by foolish emotions, Katsuki yelled, as everyone looked in worry, except for Izuku, who simply looked at Katsuki. But slowly over time I became soft. I became one of you. Can you believe, I actually thought that UA was nice and called it my home? My quest to become number one, slowly fading away, being settled in this life of mediocrity. I awoke one day to notice I had made friends. I had even grown fond of them, Katsuki said, as he was looking up and now started to look down and at Izuku, as the others, his group and friends smiled. You see, Deku, that's why I needed Babidi to reawaken the evil in my heart, to set me free. He has freed me of these petty attachments and I must say, it feels pretty good, Katsuki said, smiling again, as he went into his battle stance, alongside Izuku. Do you really believe what you were saying? Izuku asked, as Katsuki simply powered up, with Izuku doing so too. Izuku had woken up a few minutes ago. Currently he was preparing breakfast, as he was in the kitchen/living room. Izuku had finished his food quickly, before changing his outfit. He kind of knew what was going to happen today. After all, he had learned from a Kanasian, thus he could get random visions of the future whenever he really wanted to see a vision. He controlled these visions to some degree. He even learned where vital points are, so he can hit those if needed. He also recalled how to do the sealing word needed, if he seals away opponents, since he was lazy to make talismans for the Mafuba. Izuku rushed outside now, as he realized he woke up earlier than usual, but still late. He thus summoned Kintoan and jumped on it, rushing over to UA. Once Izuku landed, he jumped off, running to class as he saw only Momo and Todoroki. Ignoring her as both saw him, Izuku greeted as Momo greeted back. Where are the others? Izuku asked, as Momo decided to speak. We still have 20 minutes until class starts, Midoriya, she said, as Izuku fell face first to the ground, before getting up. Guess my clock was wrong, he said, getting up and going to his seat, sitting down and then laying his head on his arms on the table, taking a nap. Momo then woke Izuku up, after everyone else was there, then Izuku sensed a huge power coming through the door, as it surprised everyone. It was All Might, all of the students yelled in surprise. He then proceeded to explain their activity of the day, making sure they all got their new hero costumes, all except for Izuku. Izuku simply took off his glasses. Izuku then used his abilities to change into his hero outfit. The boys were surprised by this, but they liked it, so they all started changing until Mineta claimed something, but before he could say or look, Izuku repaired the wall with his magic, then punching Mineta into the wall. Momo on the other side smiled to this, as she at least knew he was no perv, to 100%. Once they were in the same room as All Might, Izuku looked over as everyone complimented everyone, with Izuku seeing Momo, before looking away, blushing. Wow, you look unique, Midoriya, Momo complimented as Izuku smiled at the compliment. You too, even if I think it's a bit too revealing, Izuku said, as Momo blushed a bit at this remark. Well, it's because of my quirk, creation, she said as she explained her quirk to him, as Izuku nodded understanding. Okay, I understand, then how about this, Izuku said, concentrating on her, and only her, key signature, before extending his hand to her as she looked in surprise. Clothes beam, Izuku said, as her outfit changed in a bright light. What happened, my costume? Momo said as she was shocked at this, looking around herself, seeing her new costume. I'd say this is much better, plus I made it, so your quirk doesn't destroy your clothes, Izuku explained, as Momo blushed and thanked him. Izuku and Uraraka ran inside the building, as Bakugo appeared, but Izuku pushed Uraraka out of the way in time. Izuku then told her to continue, as he stood back, both ex-friends of the childhood days, looking at each other, as Izuku then rushed to the side, as Katsuki followed, but lost him, as Izuku was way faster than expected. Izuku then teleported right in front of Katsuki, kicking him against the wall, who then got up and aimed his gauntlet at Izuku, before firing as he ignored the warnings, but Izuku had put up a key shield. Katsuki then tried attacking Izuku, but he dodged everything. This kind of battle ability, Momo wanted to learn it. You little quirkless piece of shit, you were supposed to die back then too. Bakugo yelled in anger, as Izuku was shocked by what he heard, so he used a spirit explosion and pushed Katsuki against the wall. Kachin? What do you mean? Izuku asked, quite angry already. I killed your mom, Bakugo said, as he looked at Izuku's angry face. Kaioken, Izuku said as he gained the familiar red aura and his power rose high. Izuku then rushed at Katsuki, one punching him into the wall. Kamehameha. Izuku then chanted fast and fired the energy beam, shocking everyone in the observation room. Katsuki lived, but barely, and Izuku wasn't going to help him either through healing or senzu, but he then powered back down to base and put 2 fingers on his forehead, as Bakugo, somehow, got up and attacked Izuku from behind, but Izuku had vanished, and Katsuki fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Izuku then appeared behind Ida, knocking him out, as the hero team won, with Izuku and Ochako appearing back with the others. Most didn't want to talk to him, but Momo approached him, as he summoned his glasses and put them on, as tears started to appear in his eyes, with Momo quickly hugging him, on instinct. Shoo, it's okay, Momo said as she did her best comforting Izuku, as others just watched Bakugo being brought to Recovery Girl. Izuku and his classmates were currently sitting inside a bus, heading to the USJ, with their class president, Izuku, and their vice president, Momo. The students could barely wait for their training, with Izuku the only real calm one, as the others were either excited or nervous. So Midoriya, Karo. I usually say what's on my mind, Karo, Azui said, as everyone was now looking over. Okay Azui, Izuku said as he smiled, meanwhile someone was looking at him. Call me Tsu, Karo, she said, as Izuku simply had a sweat drop on his head. Why are they acting so friendly towards each other? Wait, why am I jealous? It's not like we are together, Momo thought as she tried to ignore this feeling in her chest. So, we have seen you do crazy stuff. Explain please, what is your quirk? Karo, Azui said, as Izuku simply looked baffled. I don't have a quirk, I actually use ki, which everyone has. I trained to be able to use mine, Izuku explained, as the others thought he wanted to keep it a secret. He is correct, I used my quirk to erase his power and it didn't work, meaning he has no quirk. Also, get ready, we are here, Aizawa said as everyone was surprised, a quirkless kid but really powerful. They all then got out as Izuku looked worried. He sensed something off about this, with only Momo noticing. He looks worried, wait, why do I even care? Why am I so fixated on him? Momo thought as she shook her head a few times, after he smiled at her, trying to get rid of her growing blush. Then the lights flickered as 13 introduced itself, before they all then noticed a portal opening in the center of the US. Oh, has the training begun already? Kirishima asked as some looked over, until they were pulled back by 13 and Aizawa jumped towards the villains that came out of the portal, with Izuku teleporting next to him. You will need help, sensei, Izuku said, before Aizawa could say anything else. Both started fighting the villains. Somehow to Aizawa's surprise, the two were in complete sync. Izuku then sensed how all of his classmates were spread across the USJ, so he told Aizawa, who sent him out to help them. Izuku put 2 fingers on his forehead and instant transmissioned over to Tsu and Mineta, then to the front gates, where 13 and a few others were, then Ida over to Denki, Kyoka, and Momo, as he blocked a punch from a villain aimed at Momo. Midoriya, she asked as Izuku smiled back at her. How's it hanging, Miss Class President? He asked, then she looked slightly annoyed. No, you either call me Momo or Yaoyorozu, not some title, she said, as Izuku blushed a bit. Well, okay then. Momo, you have to call me Izuku, he said, looking at the villain to regain his composure. He then instantly finished them all off as he looked at the 3 classmates, seeing Momo blush and cover her face slightly, using one hand to cover her mouth and nose. Okay, Izuku, how did you, never mind, can you get us back with the others? She asked as Izuku smiled, putting 2 fingers on his forehead and sensing, before inviting them to grab his shoulders. He then teleported all over the place and rescued his friends. In the end, he saw Aizawa getting attacked by the Noma creature, so he jumped in via T and saved Aizawa, before he used the Kienzan ability and threw 3 of them at the Nomu, cutting off both arms and head. Tisk, no time to waste, eche. Izuku yelled, as he blasted a giant beam at the Nomu, which tried to regenerate, only to be destroyed fully, just as the villains escaped. Izuku, however, was done for the day, just wanting to go home. Momo was currently crying, sitting alone on the ground, leaning on the wall. He didn't even taste my cookies, Does Todoroki hate me that much? Momo questioned, holding cookies she made herself in a small plastic bag, having just lost to Tokoyami in the sports festival too. You just lost a match, TSK, and I can see that the cookies are burnt. Just stay away from me, you useless hero wannabe. They taste like CRP too, and I didn't even have to taste them to know that. Shoto Todoroki said, as he slapped her cookies out of her hand. He then inched closer to her ear, whispering, "You should have been stronger. Now though, just go hang yourself," he said as she lost all shine in her eyes, something inside her just breaking. "Ah, there you are, Yarozu," Izuku said as he appeared from a corner, walking up to her. He saw her trying to wipe away her tears, but new ones kept leaking out. "Emi Midoriya, what are why you doing here?" "I lost, I should just quit," she said, as her face slowly lost all emotions. "No, don't quit because of one loss. If you quit, then whoever told you to do so will be in the right, but if you continue, you can grow from this. Use this as a learning experience. Please don't quit, especially not your life," Izuku said, as Momo looked shocked and surprised at him. How did you?" she asked, as Izuku simply touched her forehead with his, and she blushed hard. "Sorry, but I kinda read your mind, I hope that's okay?" Izuku asked as he grabbed the cookies. "It's fine, wait, don't touch those, I'll get you better ones," she said, trying to grab the cookies back, but Izuku had already eaten one, then two, then three, and so on until they were all gone, much to Momo's surprise. "Thanks for the treat, they were delicious," Izuku said, as he gave Momo his signature smile, making her eyes shine again, as she gained new tears, smiling herself. "I should thank you." "Izuku," she said as she hugged the boy, who simply smiled and hugged back. "Go win this tournament, Zuzu," she said, as Izuku stood up and nodded at her, teleporting himself and her to the others, as he then jumped off, vanishing, then reappearing in the ring, waiting for his opponent to appear. "I will beat him up good, for Momo," Izuku thought, as his ki flared up, his aura bursting for a short moment, then vanishing again. "There you are, All Might Jr., Todoroki said, much to Izuku's confusion and slight anger, as all he saw was a rude a-hole hurting his precious Momo. "Use your flames, you BSTRD. I will show you what it means to PSS me off by hurting someone I love dearly," Izuku said, as Shoto simply started using his ice, while Izuku shot a small ki blast, before he made a keyblade and cut through the other glaciers that Shoto was creating to beat him. But Izuku came closer, and Todoroki grew weaker. "I don't care about you or your father, but if you think that you can only beat me with half of your power, then you are sadly mistaken," Izuku said, as he created another keyblade using his two hands, even creating one for short moments on his elbows and feet. Everyone was surprised at how much superior Izuku was compared to Todoroki. "You are pathetic. Use your full quirk or lose," Izuku said, as Todoroki simply glared at him. "Okay then, this is for Momo," Izuku said, as he cupped his hands together and started to teleport around, no one being able to keep up with him. "Times 10 Kamehameha," Izuku chanted and then appeared in front of Todoroki, a red 10x Kamehameha between his palms, as he fired it at point blank at Todoroki, throwing him out of the ring and nearly killing him, as Endeavor jumped down the stadium and attacked Izuku. "How dare you, you should be weaker than my perfect creation," he said, as Izuku simply vanished behind him and then kicked him across the face, just as Endeavor turned around, earning the kick and losing consciousness. Izuku was standing in front of Bakugo looking sorry, while Izuku looked shocked. "What did you say?" he asked the Pomeranian-looking chihuahua. "Uncle Hisashi wanted me to do it and forced me to do it," Katsuki said, as Izuku sensed that he was saying the truth. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I should have never bullied you. I'm really sorry for listening to Hisashi. I know I'm evil, but please let me help you find him," Katsuki said, as Izuku nodded at him. "Remember this, Bakugo, I will not forget the past just because of this, but for now, I shall forgive you. Don't waste this chance," he said, before walking out, as Katsuki had given up and was second, with Izuku winning the sports festival. From the shadows, a figure watched him, smiling. "Soon, very soon," said, vanishing. Izuku was currently paralyzed, as the hero killer, Stain was currently above him with his katana out, ready to finish them. Izuku then felt he could move again, so he did and made a shield and then made a keyblade around his hand, stabbing Stain in the foot, who jumped back in pain, as Izuku undid the keyblade and let the shield fall to the ground. Izuku then threw away his glasses as he powered up, realizing what Itarashi said, as he calmed himself down, reaching the selfless state, or no ego zone. Now let's see you hurting my classmates, Izuku said, rushing at Stain, punching, kicking, and blasting at him from all sides. Izuku was beating him, making him tired. As Stain dropped his blades at one point, Izuku noticed this. So he used this opportunity and teleported in front of Stain, doing a bigger key blast and firing it at him. That should have done it. Hopefully he is knocked out, Izuku said, dropping back to base as he looked at the knocked out Ida. Then he will be said, no matter, Izuku said, looking over to where he saw Stain falling face first on the ground, being knocked out. Damn it, I have barely any energy left, Izuku said, creating a long key rope, tying up Stain. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a certain doctor was making 2 special nomis under the order of AFO. AFO, the 2 nomis are almost done, he said as AFO was clapping his hands and chuckling, sinisterly chuckling. Back with Izuku, he was carrying with what little strength he had, Ida and Stain, as Native was now able to move again, but was too hurt to carry either one of the 2 knocked out people. Just then, as he saw police officers and some of the other heroes, Izuku was captured by a flying Nomu, only to be instantly saved by Stain. You're all fakes. Only All Might is worthy enough of killing me. This boy is another worthy hero, remember that, he yelled, releasing so much of his bloodlust aura that only Izuku was able to move, but still barely, only for Stain to pass out and Izuku to faint. After some time, Izuku was laying in a hospital bed, as Momo rushed inside, with Ida looking at his friend in worry. He'll be okay, he is strong, he got less injured than me, Ida said as she grabbed Izuku's hand. Mr. Pibara? Izuku questioned as he opened his eyes, looking around in the subconscious of his mind, everywhere water, warm and peaceful. Izuku, finally. How have you been? Pibara asked, standing there, as Izuku shed a few happy tears. Now I'm feeling much better, Izuku said, going in to hug the giant Yardrat. I missed you too, he said, as Izuku then told him all he did in the last few months, getting a chuckle or 2 and other reactions from his emsir. Good to hear that you are doing better, Pibara said, as Izuku just sat there with Pibara, both looking into the distance. Well, I think it's time. You should be waking up soon, Pibara said. I understand. I have a question, Izuku said, as Pibara smiled at him. Ask away, my apprentice, he said as Izuku looked back at him now. I always wondered, but why didn't you ever try to change my mind about this whole hero thing? Izuku asked, as he looked down onto his own reflection. Well, Izuku, like a parent, I am only to guide you and keep you on your path, a path that is for you alone. I am only there to nurture you, showing your true nature, the kind boy you are. You can always change your interest. I only want to help you reach your dream, Pibara explained, as Izuku smiled. Thank you, Mr. I wish I could see you again and the others. I miss Planet Yardrat, Izuku said as Pibara reminded him, Izuku, you can visit whenever you want. You know where we live, you can detect our signatures and come by whenever you want. He said, as Izuku nodded and thanked his emsir one last time. Keep up your training, you should be able to MSTR Forced Spirit Fission soon. Remember, you have to keep your emotions under check. Izuku nodded to every last word, as Pibara slowly vanished. Everything turned black and Izuku woke up, feeling his head. Izuku looked to his side, Momo laying there and sleeping, her head on Izuku's side, as Izuku looked out the window, nighttime. My emotions under control, same as Mr. Rashi taught me. Moving well. Vsf, I am so close. I need to train more, Izuku thought, as he started to move slowly, only to wake Momo up. Izuku, she said while being slightly groggy, due to having woken up, only to see Izuku look at her surprised. Izuku, she yelled as she hugged him, waking up Ida in the process. What's going on? He questioned, only to see Momo kissing Izuku, much to his surprise as she was having a few tears of her own. She then stopped and put a hand on his cheek. "You're finally back," she said, very happy and in relief, while Izuku noticed something on his face, just as the doctors came in. "Wait, is that a beard? How long was I out for?" Izuku questioned. "For 4 days, some doctor thought it would be funny to put it on you," Momo said, taking his fake beard off. "Momo, you just..." Izuku was interrupted. "I know," she said, kissing him again as the doctors looked at Izuku, who returned the kiss, slowly examining him, only to see no injury left, no leftover damage, no scar, no nothing. "Well, seems like you, young man, can already leave, but we are sorry to inform that your hero outfit was sent back to UA," the doctor said. "No worries," Izuku said, concentrating as he glowed for a moment, wearing something casual, getting up slowly, as he just got used to standing and sitting again. He slowly walked over to Ida. "Hey," he said as Ida smiled at him. "I'm so glad you are back and safe, but also I'm sorry for my dumb decisions," Ida said, as he apologized to Izuku for having him mixed in his stupidity. "Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" "I already did, so shall I heal you?" Izuku asked as Ida teared up and nodded. "Midoriya, can I ask something from you?" "Please heal my brother," Ida said after standing up and bowing down. "No need to bow, my friend. I will heal him. Just bring me over to his location and I will do it," Izuku said as he opened the window and called for something. "Kintu," he yelled as the familiar golden cloud appeared, seeming like it somehow cried, as it was darker and let rain pour down. "Hey buddy, I'm back, no worries," Izuku said, stroking the cloud, making sure it relaxes as Kintoon was sad it might have lost his best friend. Ida then patted the cloud too, along with Momo as she remembered the power pole, so she went to his little bedside table, taking it out, as Izuku put it on his back. "Thanks, Momo," he said as she hugged him. Izuku then got on the cloud as Momo did too, sitting behind him, as Ida told them to follow him and started running off. Izuku and Katsuki were currently getting ready to face the #1 hero, All Might, himself. "Are you ready to put your training to good use?" Izuku asked, as Katsuki looked at his palms. "Yeah," he said, looking at the gates unlocking themselves. "Well, here we go against All Might," Katsuki said as the two went in, walking towards the exit on the other side. "I hope Izuku's training will help me," Katsuki thought, as he was raising his ki, just as he and Izuku prepared for All Might strike, as a lot of air pressure was being sent their way. Just then, the #1 hero stood before them, with his iconic smile, but wearing weights to hold him back. He then rushed over to Izuku and Katsuki, grabbing them and throwing them into a building as the two tried to stop themselves from flying further. Izuku then looked in shock, as All Might's power was far greater than he imagined. "Wow, I guess we need to go serious here," Izuku said, as Katsuki looked at him. "So I can finally take these off?" he asked as Izuku nodded. Katsuki then took off his gauntlets and boots, revealing weights underneath. Under his boots, imagine the same as Rock Lee, and under his gauntlets, the same as Goku, before proceeding to take off the blue shirt he wore, then putting the boots and gauntlets back on. "I feel so much lighter now, wow. I never thought wearing a full ton would be so exhausting," Katsuki said, as he stretched his limbs. "Did he just say a full ton, like 1 full ton of weights?" Kirishima asked in shock, as everyone was surprised he managed to move with that amount. Izuku then used the clothes beam on himself to make his hero costume lighter too, as he too was now rid of a full ton, both their powers now having risen enough to be equal to All Might himself. Izuku then concentrated, closing his eyes and opening them again, as his eyes were now a red color. The two then rushed at All Might as they started by attacking him from both sides, as All Might barely blocked the two, trying to grab them, only to be kicked by Katsuki in the chest, before being elbowed on the head by Izuku. The two then did a coordinated team attack, as most couldn't believe their eyes. Suddenly, Katsuki released a ki-enhanced explosion, as AM blocked. "Do you want to use Plan A or should we move on to Plan B?" Izuku asked, as Katsuki pulled a pin and fired his gauntlet's charged explosion at AM. Katsuki then nodded at Izuku, just as he was punched by AM, being sent flying into a building, as Izuku put 2 fingers on his forehead, teleporting to Katsuki, right before he was getting hit by AM. Plan B it is, Izuku said as he grabbed Bakugo, blasting a ki blast towards the exit, just as AM rushed in. Izuku and Katsuki teleported to the blast, as AM noticed, rushing after them, just to hear Kaoken ×4 and seeing a red aura around Izuku and then being kicked to the opposite side of the arena, as he also heard how Hero Team, Izuku and Katsuki, win. After some time, Momo had visited Izuku, along with others, after finding out about their camping trip. They wanted to meet up there, only to see him training. Wow, Mina said as this alarmed Izuku. He quickly got up and turned around, looking surprised. Hey guys, what are y'all doing here? He asked as he noticed the bags. Oh, that was today? Right, next week we go to camp, Izuku continued, looking at the rest, nodding, getting a confirmation. Alright then, I'll be ready in a second, Izuku said, going inside to take a quick shower, before bursting his aura to dry faster, then using his abilities to wear something casual, coming back out and smiling as the wind blew through his hair. Izuku then started smiling. So is everyone ready? Izuku asked as they all agreed, going to the main big city store in the center of the city. Everyone was in two people groups, going to places and buying stuff, while Izuku and Momo looked around more so for Momo than Izuku. Izuku, she asked as he looked. What is it? He asked as she looked at him seriously. Can you train me too? She asked as Izuku smiled, then looked at her seriously as the wind picked up again. Are you sure? I won't be going easy on you, Izuku said, as her black eyes looked at his green eyes with determination. Alright then, Izuku said, as he felt an evil ki appear and then suddenly disappear again, leaving him confused as he looked seriously. After some time, everyone. Not quite. Look at how quickly you came up with an idea on how to survive the fall and your reflexes. Plus, you took almost 3 days last time to climb. Now you are here in under 5 minutes. You have definitely grown a lot more powerful in just 2 days. Go on, drink the water. It may not be special, but it will still your thirst, Corinne said as Momo drank, having noticed how much she needed this drink, having nothing to drink for 2 days. Wait, where is Izuku? Momo asked as she noticed he wasn't here. You see, we sensed a weak ki powerful potential, but it was dying, so Izuku went over to see what was going on, Corinne said. Momo was surprised. She had much to learn, as she saw even Katsuki was somewhat able to use the same power as Izuku, so she could too. Meanwhile, Izuku was standing in shock. This much potential. She easily surpasses even the Namekians if they would fuse, Izuku stated, as Eri slowly woke up, no energy. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked, as Eri panicked and tried to get up, but her body failed her. So much energy, I'm sorry, Izuku said as he lightly tapped her forehead. Her horn shrank, and she seemed much more relaxed. Izuku then gave her a senzu, as she ate it out of fear he would hurt her, but then she felt better than she ever did. For the first time, she felt full and full of energy, looking up at Izuku, who smiled, yet his smile was gentle and warm. Thank you, Onion, Eri said, as Izuku looked surprised and she hugged him. Well now, I'm sure you can call me by my name if you want, but not Oniai-chan. That is embarrassing, Izuku said, as he lifted her up. Then you're my papa, Eri said as Izuku went pale. I'm not that old, okay? You can call me Oniai-chan, but stop it with Papa, he said as she started crying. And oh, Papa is Papa, she yelled. As Izuku teleported back to Momo and Corinne, right as spikes came up and almost hit them, making some a-hole very angry. Izuku, who is this kid? Momo asked, but before he could answer, Eri asked, Papa, who is that lady? Is she a friend of yours? Momo looked in disbelief. No, you haven't told me your name yet, Izuku said as Eri teared up. I'm sorry, please don't leave me behind. I'm Eri, please, Papa, stay with me, Eri said, as her tears made Momo worry and Izuku both worry and angry for some reason. Eri, okay Eri, this is my girlfriend and future wife, so if I'm your papa, then she is your? Izuku said as he waited, with Eri drying her tears and then widening her eyes. Mama, she yelled as Momo felt her heart skip a beat. That never happened before, must protect her, she thought, as Momo took Eri from Izuku's arms and hugged her, as Izuku put a hand on Eri's head. I see, he said after having read her mind, before he made sure to hug both girls. Corinne was slightly scared, as he felt Izuku's rage, having seen both his and Eri's mind. He was angry too, but Izuku's pure and raw rage scared him, swearing he saw a bit of red in Izuku's eyes compared to his usual green. Ahem, okay, so how about you three go up? There is a special place known as the Heavenly Realm, where you can ask the Guardian if you can enter a special room. The Room of Spirit and Time? It basically distorts time so that one day out here is 1 year inside there. Thanks to the newest update it had, the user doesn't age physically any more than they would for the full day out here, Corinne said, as he brought out something that Izuku didn't expect. Once you are ready, you can drink from the divine water, he said, bringing it out. Izuku, make sure that both are trained, Corinne said, as Izuku nodded, the two girls hanging on him, as he flew slightly above to the peak of the tower, pulling out the power pole and using it. Power pole extend, he said as it did, sending them higher up. Izuku looked at the ladder, the power pole doing the opposite of extending, as he put it back on his back, both girls hanging tight on him. After a while, they reached the top, only for Eri to breathe heavily and fall on her knees, with Izuku and Momo instructing and teaching her quickly how to breathe correctly, but it didn't work, so Izuku transferred the knowledge and experience he had over to her mind by putting his hand on her head, as she breathed normally and was fine, standing up, as all three took a senzu. Before laying there, Izuku extended his hand in the sky and opened his palm up, as somewhere in the distance, above Mustafu, a giant yellow energy ball dispersed and went over to trees that were dying, putting them back to their youth, as everyone was surprised but barely cared. I see, so you brought her to him, Katsuki said as he kept his eyes closed, meditating. Izuku was currently training with Momo, while Eri wanted to know how they did the stuff they do. Izuku noticed her stars in her eyes, so he decided to train her. Eri, come over here, Izuku said as the little girl did. Izuku then motioned to follow him, as the two did, leading them to a special door, opening it. As all three entered, they were suddenly in a room fully equipped with 2 beds and other necessities for living. Welcome you two, welcome to the Room of Spirit and Time, Izuku said as the two looked it over, noticing the exit outside. I wouldn't step out there yet if I were you. Out there is a limitless void of white, changing temperatures instantly in a moment. Also, the gravity is 10x that of Earth, while time flows differently here than out there, Izuku said, closing the door. So basically, our aging will only go the same as outside, being we will only age 1 day, while we can spend 1 year inside here. 1 day outside is 1 year in here, understand? Izuku asked, as Momo was shocked while Eri was enjoying her time, barely listening. Okay, for us to be able to go out there, you two need to unlock your inner chi, Izuku said, as the two nodded and agreed, Eri being happy but still not smiling. Time skip. After a day had passed, Izuku and the 2 females slowly exited the Room of Spirit and Time, as somewhere Katsuki widened his eyes. They disappeared yesterday, but now they not just come back, but are also so much more powerful? Then, what did you do, Izuku? Katsuki questioned, as he rushed towards where he felt the presence of the new Midoriya family. Why am I feeling 5 chi signatures? Katsuki questioned as he was at Corinne Tower, as the 3 and 2 little extras were talking to the cat. Well, more or less, as Momo was on her knees, Izuku laying his head on her lap, playing with 2 children, while Eri was watching, keeping her distance. What? Katsuki asked, as Izuku and Momo looked over at him. Oh hey, Katsuki, Izuku said as the 2 babies looked, examining the new person, while Corinne got something to eat and drink for everyone. You know, the room above is very complex, so while we aged only 1 day, these 2 are already newborns and have hair, Izuku said, as just then Katsuki got a call from his girlfriend. Hey babe. Yeah, I'm currently out. Alright babe, see you tomorrow, Katsuki said, hanging up the phone, as he explained the situation and who it was, surprising Izuku and Momo. While Eri tried to ask some questions, she noticed how the 2 babies wanted to play with her, so she tried to distance herself. It's okay, Eri. You won't hurt them, Momo said, as Izuku, Katsuki, and Corinne spoke seriously, while Momo made sure the 3 children wouldn't fall off the tower, while Eri teared up once the babies smiled at her while playing with them. Suddenly she smiled too, surprising Izuku and Momo. "Wait, who are these three?" Katsuki asked, as Izuku explained, making Katsuki's jaw drop on all the new info. "So Mizuku the girl and Kiryu the boy?" Katsuki asked, as both parents nodded. "Heh, guess I'm an uncle and a father," Katsuki said as he told the two the news, as Izuku congratulated him. "Yeah, thanks, Izuku. Anyway, this room you spoke about, can I go in there?" Katsuki asked, as Izuku answered. "Sure, but going in alone will only drive you insane," so Bakugo thought about it. Just then, a portal opened, as Izuku and Katsuki were on guard, as a chi signature that seemed familiar yet different appeared, with spiky green and ash blonde hair. "Dad," she said as she fell on Katsuki, passing out on the shoulder of Bakugo. "I'm gonna assume this is your child but from the future," Izuku said, using his big brain. "I guess so. But why is she back here?" Katsuki asked, as the portal closed and everyone was left confused. "So you're telling me, that in a few months from now 2 special Nomus will be killing most of Earth's heroes in a war between heroes and villains? All Might will retire? I die due to a virus in my heart? Bullshit. What about your father?" Izuku asked as he looked in disbelief, while Eri and Momo held his arms, in worry of losing him. "Well, Dad gets one shot by the girl and the boy," but before she could continue, Bakugo raged out at that, and Izuku laughed. "But in all seriousness, see basket," Izuku said as he looked at his hands. "I really wanted to fight with these Nomus," Izuku said as the girl from the future handed Momo a vial. "That is medicine from my time. After 3 years of your death, Aunt May finally made a cure, as more people had contracted it, including these two and Aunt Momo," she said, pointing to the 2 babies and Momo. "But they only got it because they were close to you, so once signs of heart problems appear, please take the medicine," she said as Izuku looked at the medicine in Momo's hand. "Okay, I might, but what flavor is it?" "Looks like grape," Izuku said. "Yes," she said as Izuku continued. "Because I hate grape flavor," he finished as she closed her eyes. "Then it's bacon flavored," she said in a hurry, as Izuku grabbed it and looked at it with a smile, whispering, "Ooh, as Momo took it back, putting it away as everyone looked at the 7-year-old girl. "Hey, so what did we name you?" Katsuki asked as she looked at her pat father. "Oh, my name is Hitomi," she answered, as Katsuki shrugged. He said. "What?" Hitomi asked, as Katsuki lightly hit her. "Hitomi not hit me," she yelled as Corinne just brought food for everyone. "Oh, my bad," Katsuki apologized. "Oh, by the way, Izuku, UA is doing dorms now apparently, everyone agreed by now," Katsuki said, as he grabbed Hitomi's hand, giving her a piggyback ride, as he flies down the tower and back to his home. "I have to explain this to Setsuna. Oh, Kami, why do I feel like my arm is in danger? Also, brat, don't do anything I wouldn't do," he said as she agreed, but was more so distracted with the view she had, sitting on her young father's back while he flies back with Izuku and his family. "Mr. Corinne, is it okay if you train Eri?" Izuku asked, as Corinne agreed. He would train her for the next few days and hope she learns quickly or is able to catch him even faster than her parents did. Izuku then told Eri what they were gonna do, as she agreed. "Thanks, Mr. Corinne," Momo said as she gave the old cat a small kiss on his forehead, as the old Esther was steaming, as Izuku and Momo chuckled. "And you, mister, will get a haircut," Momo said to Izuku as he looked confused, before having a more serious expression. "Why?" he suddenly asked, rubbing the back of his head while smiling. "Honey, you need it," she said as Izuku gave up and accepted his hair's fate. The two and their offspring left the tower. "Also, don't think I will forget about that water that you offered," she said, as Izuku chuckled sheepishly, recalling the water. After a much-needed haircut, Izuku, Momo, and their 2 children were on their way to the mansion, but not before making sure to get a double-seated baby cart, seating the 2 next to each other, as the 2 curiously watched everything and did usual baby stuff. "Don't you look handsome again now?" Momo said as Izuku blushed at this comment. "Well, let's get going, my dad will need an explanation for all of this," she said as Izuku agreed. While that was happening, Katsuki met up with Tokage Setsuna, his girlfriend from the rival class 1B. "So that is it all," he said, as she looked quite surprised at the fact that she was seeing her future version of their yet unborn child. That night with Izumomo, people walking in front of the mansion could swear they saw hearts come out of the mansion. Meanwhile, with Katsuna, the two found out that their own parents never expected either of them to get with someone, much less a future version of a granddaughter they will be having soon. The last day of the week, Izuku helped both Setsuna and Katsuki to the time chamber, as Katsuki and Izuku trained lightly, because of Setsuna needing to learn and give BRH, as the three, now 4 people left the chamber. "Ayaka," Katsuki said, as Hitomi looked in surprise. "So we have 2 daughters," Setsuna said, as this girl had the hair of her mother but the color of her father. Meanwhile, Hitomi had a mix of both styles and colors, as her hair was long and curly, yet also spiky, while being green but with ash-blonde peaks. After the newborn met her grandparents on both sides, everything went on as life did, everyone being ready for their training camp, as on the way, Izuku and Katsuki explained all that had happened, while also explaining the threat of the Nomus, as everyone, including Aizawa, figured, "Let's train," as Aizawa made sure to notify Nizu, who simply gave it further. "Problem child, why don't you just locate them with your sensing ability and stop them now?" Aizawa asked, as everyone, including Hitomi, looked at Izuku, except for Momo and Katsuki. "Well, because I wanna fight these Nomus," he said, as most fell anime style. "Plus, they haven't done anything that bad yet, so it wouldn't be nice to just beat them up," Izuku continued, as Mizuku and Kiryu were giggling. "Well, just make sure that everyone here, including us teachers and heroes, get the needed training for this upcoming war and the Nomus," Aizawa said, as Izuku accepted. Izuku used his abilities to give everyone their hero outfits, but waited as a car appeared. After they stopped on a cliff, putting on his glasses, he said, "Weighted clothing will only be taken off when it's sleeping time," as everyone groaned, except for Aizawa. Just then Eri and Hitomi appeared, flying at top speed towards their fathers. Dad, listen. I heard there will be an old-school martial arts tournament," Hitomi said, as everyone heard that, including Ojiro and Izuku. "So what?" Katsuki asked, as Izuku and Eri walked closer. "You mean a Tenkaichi Budokai? I will enter. You should too, Eri," he said as he patted her head. "Are you sure, Papa?" "I won't win anyways," she said, looking down. "If the tournament is in a few months, then you have time to improve, and I believe you can win if you really believe in yourself," Izuku said, as Momo went in and told her something similar. "It will be in a month from now," Hitomi said, as Izuku nodded. "Izuku, if you enter, then I will enter too," Katsuki said, as he smiled at Izuku, who smiled back at him. "You will enter too, right, Hitomi?" "Of course, you will, otherwise, I will cut your allowance," Katsuki said, as Hitomi was shocked that he could cut her allowance, something she wasn't even getting yet. "But for now, let's train," Izuku said, as Momo and Eri nodded, while their offspring simply watched, while being watched by Koda, who didn't like watching some heroes, but he was surprised by what Izuku, who was deemed quirkless, can do. Just then, before anyone could react, Momo and Eri were attacking Izuku, as he blocked the 2 girls' attacks with only 1 arm per person, eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, they were red in color. "Time to show me all you 2 have," Izuku said, as Katsuki and all current chi users could feel that Izuku's chi rose up dramatically. The 2 girls then nodded, cupping their hands together and firing a mother-daughter Kamehameha at Izuku. Izuku, however, simply raised 1 arm and stopped the blast. "That technique doesn't work on me," Izuku said, while Katsuki was training with Setsuna and Hitomi. Everyone was doing their training, as some meditated to achieve and unlock their own chi. Just then, Mei Hatsum appeared, giving a capsule-like item to Izuku, as she told him to put it on the ground after pressing the button. So he did, suddenly a field of white being on the ground, along with a small device on the end. "Your gravity field is ready and finished. This is simply a prototype, but I will eventually get to make the room," she said, as she rushed back into the car and drove off. "Okay, so everyone who can use chi, stay in. Everyone else, if you don't want to become a pancake, Leave, Izuku said, as he activated the machine, saying Tenji. Thus they all pushed each other further, as everyone else was trying to achieve chi, by thinking about what Izuku told them about it. It had been a few days, as everyone was currently training with weighted clothing underneath their hero outfits, getting more used to their costumes and the weights, while being at 30G. Meanwhile, Eri and Hitomi were training with each other, as the parents and siblings were watching. Eri/Goku, Hitomi/Krillin. Go Eri, Izuku said as most stopped their fighting and training, going over to watch the two children having a spar. Eri was now holding back less, as she was sure that Hitomi could handle it, so she powered up, unleashing her aura, as did Hitomi, both going at each other, as Izuku loudly said the rules of their fight, the two agreeing and going with more force at each other. Izuku then raised his hand, removing the weight on their clothing, before turning off the gravity, as both children's power rose even further. The two, however, barely noticed, only noticing the increase in power and being lighter, not knowing that their weights and the gravity were gone. The two then were in a stalemate, as both continuously headbutt each other. Then the two jumped back from each other and right back into a clash, as Hitomi dodged a punch from Eri, grabbing onto the ground, trying to kick Eri, Hudiodi. Strength and speed, you are simply an inferior version of me, he said, pushing Izuku away. Izuku closed his eyes, and as he opened them, he gained a new aura, his eyes still red. I will end this, Izuku said, putting his hand in front of himself, his palm pointing at Muscular, suddenly paralyzing him. Kami ie me, Izuku chanted, doing the familiar pose. Hoya! He yelled, firing the blast with enough power to beat Muscular. After the smoke cleared, Izuku looked at the knocked-out villain, knowing how many he had killed. He made a chi blade around his hand, but then he undid the blade. No, you should rot in prison, then rot in hell, he said, quickly teleporting to Momo, who managed to bring Koda to where the building was. Koda apologized, but Izuku patted his head. You are safe now, he said as Eri rushed over, hugging him. Just then, Izuku and Momo noticed how Katsuki's chi vanished, as did the villains. Izuku-han, Momo stopped her sentence as she saw Izuku's red eyes looking at the ground with rage. Eri, go and tell everyone to come back here. If needed, help them in their fights, Izuku said, and she nodded. Izuku grabbed onto Momo, their twin children, Hitomi and her younger self, now sister, before teleporting over to Momo's dad, then coming back alone, waiting as everyone was out. Eri, meanwhile, with Lola, ran over to where the others were, feeling an evil chi getting closer to her. There you are, Eri, a familiar voice said, and she looked into the distance in shock and fear. Time to go home, the voice said, revealing to be Overhaul. Eri turned around and met his evil gaze, getting into her fighting pose as Overhaul looked disappointed. You never learn, do you? He asked, readying his gloves. Eri looked scared but tried to keep herself as calm as possible. Eri was waiting for Overhaul to make a move so she could react accordingly. Just as Overhaul raised his arm, Eri rushed at him, delivering a heavy hit to his face. This sent him flying off into the distance. Eri looked at her fist, gaining determination, and smiled at her hand. I can do this, she said, dodging spikes that attacked her. Flying upwards, Overhaul lifted himself higher by changing the ground thanks to his quirk. But as he looked up, Eri came down and beat him up. How could this be? He questioned, seeing no fear in her face, only determination as Lola attacked. This stupid toy, he said, slapping Lola away. Eri got enraged, her power rising. Stop. Don't hurt Lola, she said as Overhaul picked Lola up, who looked in shock. Just as Lola was destroyed, Eri felt something snap. Her eyes became a more aggressive red, and she released all her power with a powerful yell, smacking Overhaul into a mountain. I will never forgive you for what you've done, she said, her eyes not those of a child, but those of a warrior. The face. Stop looking at me with those eyes. Overhaul yelled, trying to fight Eri, but she simply destroyed everything that held her from her revenge. She vanished, appearing behind Overhaul and kicking him so hard that she could feel and hear his bones. As Overhaul tried moving, he was paralyzed, unable to move anything but his head, and even then only barely. Just then, a portal opened, and Eri grabbed the pieces of Lola quickly, hiding behind a tree, listening in on the conversation. So she too has that power? Good, we can finally finish the Dear Doctor's super high-end Nomu, made from the cells and DNA of the top 10 most powerful pro-heroes, top 10 for each country, having some of the villains' DNA and even some of the students. That brat, Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugu, Shoto Todoroki, and some of the others, maybe he will even have their quirks, along with the ones Sensei will give him, Shigaraki said before decaying Overhaul's arms. Your quirk will be taken and used, he said, as Dabi knocked the paralyzed man out and took him through the portal. Gigantomachia is being transformed into that Nomu. We will crush the heroes now, he said as they left. Eri reverted back to base and quickly gathered everyone as the villains slowly left. Izuku, now being held onto, teleported to Yue, before grabbing Setsuna and teleporting to the Yaoyorozu estate. Mom, Hitomi said, running over and hugging her mother. Izuku then called Denki and Kirishima in a group chat, as everyone was listening. I have a plan, but the senseis need to allow us to do our stuff, Izuku said, as most looked to Ida, who weirdly enough, agreed with Izuku. I heard everything. You kids shouldn't be doing anything, but I guess this time it can't be helped, Aizawa said, as Nizu entered the room and agreed. But for now, they would have to rest at least an hour, then they would do their thing. Some had agreed that only a small group should go, consisting of Izuku Midoriya, Eijiro Kirishima, Ida Tenya, Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Setsuna Tokichi. As the six decided on planning first, everyone else was sleeping. Izuku recalled that Koda gave him a letter, and he decided to read it while everyone went to sleep, on the side creating weighted clothing for everyone, while suching the clothes of the six helpers, who then too got some rest. Eri, Izuku said, smiling as he woke up. You have lots of potential, Eri. Your fight earlier proved it, he said as he slowly woke up Momo, and everyone else also woke up, getting ready. So we simply follow this road and... They were teleported, Izuku said as everyone else sensed it too, grabbing onto Izuku as he used instant transmission to teleport away. There he is, beating their buttes, Kirishima said, as everyone saw how Katsuki was dodging, punching, kicking and sidestepping their attacks. He gets better and better every day, Izuku said, smiling. Todoroki, make a ramp of ice. Ida, make sure to give that speed boost. Momo, make a launcher. Setsuna and Kirishima, hold on to everyone else, as they do to me, because you two are the ones he trusts the most, Izuku said, explaining the rest of the plan. Meanwhile, All Might was pushing his limits against the head of evil, All for One. FO managed to save Shigaraki and the League of Villains after Izuku and the others saved Katsuki, teleporting out of there. Tamura, unleash your wrath and the Nomus, FO said, as Shigaraki nodded, vanishing. The fight then commenced, with All Might barely winning after pulling his final smash, the United States of Smash. Meanwhile, Izuku noticed that there was something wrong, feeling many chi signatures at once, but as soon as it appeared, it vanished just as quickly. Only for everyone that learned how to sense to feel two beings wake up, shaking them to their very cores. Meanwhile, with the two Nomus being released, the female Nomu stared at Toga, as it was mostly her DNA used for her, with other quirks than hers. The male one was staring at Twice and Dabi. The two then stared at a bigger Nomu, who looked even more human than the other Nomus. While they at least looked purely human, the bigger one looked human but big and muscular. The male one smiled as the female one opened the capsule while everyone protested. Just then, the male Nomu killed the doctor by kicking his head off, as the League of Villains was shocked, escaping via portal, as the three Nomus now went out to do their mission, kill All Might and Izuku Midoriya. Meanwhile, back with the heroes, Izuku was healing All Might, as he never gave OFA further. He could simply not use it unless healed. Okay, that should do it, Izuku said as he opened a portal, got a senzu, and closed it again, giving the senzu to All Might, who thanked him and ate it, restoring himself back to how he was before the scar 5 years ago. 7 months is all they get, the male Nomu said as he closed his eyes and hibernated, along with the female Nomu. The bigger Nomu, numbered 16, watched as the two smaller Nomus, numbered 17 and 18, went to hibernate. He didn't need that. He simply watched as some animals came in and he smiled. Meanwhile, Katsuki, Izuku, Aizawa, and the others started to train with each other, as most picked a rival to train with so they could grow faster in power, every now and then fighting with Izuku, Eri, and Hitomi using their beastly powers. 5 months later, Katsuki had left off into the wild, telling everyone that he would be the strongest. 2 months left, then they will attack, starting with Tokyo, then Mustafu, Hitomi said, as Izuku and Mr. Yaoyorozu were talking as he visited them. Most told their parents about this, and some pros started to evacuate the city, giving the info further, with some pros thinking that they could handle the two nomes. Mr. Yaoyorozu and Setsuna's parents, along with the Bakugas, took their grandchildren, the baby ones, driving out of the city, as only 1 month was left. The city was like a ghost town, except for pros and students that learned how to utilize chi, along with some third years. Papa, do you believe we can win and prevent the horrible future? Eri asked, as Izuku patted her head. Where is my dad? Hitomi asked, as Izuku and Setsuna smiled at her. He'll be here, Izuku said as he went upstairs in UA, with Momo and Eri soon following him to their family dorm room. But as Izuku closed the door behind himself, he felt something and grabbed his chest, and then the pain went away again. And it's probably nothing, Izuku said, looking down before going to bed. Momo and Eri then entered, seeing Izuku already asleep, as both snuggled in, having their little family sleep, as everyone else went to sleep too. Eri woke up, as it was the day the Nomes were gonna attack, getting dressed up in a similar outfit to the demon clan. She then went outside as she saw everyone ready, well at least 20% of everyone, the rest went on ahead. Just then, like a month ago, Izuku's chest hurt for a moment as he grabbed on and looked down. And again? Still nothing, he said as he was the last to fly off. So do you guys believe that these Nomes are as powerful as Hitomi said? Eri asked, as Izuku was distracted by the fact that his chest had hurt several times, but only for a short moment. This was the 4th time. We'll win, Aizawa said, as he flew next to them. They then landed near the city on a mountainside, as Izuku was already breathing heavily. Guys, does anyone have any bacon? Because I sort of ate all of my pocket bacon on the way here, he said, grabbing his chest as Momo and Eri wondered what was going on, so did everyone else. Izuku then clenched his teeth, falling on one knee as most reacted, trying to catch him if he fell, as Izuku slowly lost consciousness. The virus! Eri yelled as Hitomi looked at Izuku. Uncle Izuku, I told you to take it if you got signs of the virus, she said as she looked back, since now an explosion happened in the city. Darn it, she said, as Eri and Momo grabbed onto the unconscious Izuku and flew off towards you. Meanwhile, the others flew over to the city. What happened? Aizawa asked, as he and the others looked around to see many heroes having fallen, as a chubby Nomu appeared. Aizawa tried attacking only to be hit by it. It's faster than expected for its proportions, Todoroki said, before half the people there were knocked out. Damn, Todoroki said as he tried to fight, but every hit of his was dodged. He finally attempted to use fire, after his ice proved useless, but the fire was absorbed. Absorbed it? Todoroki asked, as some tried to fight, but all but Todoroki, Setsuna, Hitomi, and Kirishima were knocked out. Damn it, take this, Todoroki said, as he charged fire in his left hand and chi in his right hand, firing both. But the Nomu simply took a stance and absorbed the attacks. What? Impossible, Todoroki said, before being knocked down into the ground. Then the Nomu sat on top of the knockdown Todoroki, starting to choke him with one hand, as the other was holding Todoroki's right arm, while the Nomu's right leg was on Todoroki's left arm, slowly sking out his energy and absorbing it. Oh my... Izuku Midoriya, the Nomu barely said, much to the surprise of those who were still conscious and could move. Tell me. What? Kill, it said, as it started to choke even harder, Todoroki not being able to breathe, as his throat was getting crushed. Mine. Bakugo appeared yelling as he kicked the Nomu off of Todoroki. Mine, he said as he looked at the Nomu. Bakugo, you're back, Setsuna said as everyone was surprised. Let me ask you a question. Are you capable of feeling fear? He asked as he started to power up. Everyone noticed the power burst as Katsuki's eyes seemed more aggressive yet emotionless, as the red was different. His power was humongous. Katsuki then vanished, appearing behind the Nomu, kicking it into the sky, as the Nomu rushed at him, punching him, but only managing to get a little blood from the smiling Bakugo. Huh, too bad, seems like you activated your self-destruct sequence. Here, let me give you a countdown, Bakugo said as he walked closer. 5, he yelled, kicking the Nomu so hard in the gut that his foot was visible from its back, sending it flying into the sky. 4, he said, appearing above, doing a sledgehammer and sending it to the ground, creating a crater. 3, he said, appearing near it as it grabbed his hands. I see, absorb as much as you want of my power. In exchange, I will take your hands. Bakugo yelled, as he kicked the Nomu so hard in the face that its arms ripped off. 2, so you feeling fear yet? Bakugo asked as it started running away in fear. All I needed, he said, flying above into the sky and bursting his aura. Now I show you, Super Katsuki's Big Bang attack, he said, having his hand extended to the Nomu, firing a big chi blast. As the blast connected, it completely destroyed the Nomu, his aura vanishing, as his eyes were their normal red again. He simply turned to Hitomi. I thought it was too powerful. No, miss, he said as she looked at him. Wow. But he wasn't one of them, she said, as Katsuki seemed annoyed. Ah, I see, so there are powerful fighters after all, a male voice said as everyone turned to see, with Hitomi in fear. Katsuki had gotten a senzu since they took the bag, needing it, as Katsuki utilized his beastly power again, being the last one to see the 3 nomus. So that's 3 nomus? Do I hear 4? Katsuki asked, smiling at this opportunity. Just then, the 3 flew away, as Katsuki seemed shocked and set off. Did they just ignore me? He questioned as he levitated towards them, as Hitomi rushed in front of him. Really? He asked, annoyed clearly. We have to wait for Izuku, she said. And why would I ever need help from him? He asked as he seemed really annoyed. Because you're not as strong as... She was interrupted as Katsuki had his fist in her stomach, before rushing after the nomus. You pushed the Izuku button, you shouldn't have done that, Setsuna said, as Hitomi looked at her, before being given a senzu, as those that were awake would get 1 each, the rest recovering normally. The 3 nomus then landed on a street, those side cliff streets, as the 3 waited for a car, Katsuki landing in front of them. Well, here they came as predicted, 18 said, as Katsuki looked at her. I'm gonna destroy you 3, so who wants to start? You beach, you no D-dash, or you fatty? Katsuki asked as he smiled. I'm gonna break his arm, 18 said, as she stepped forward, the 2 getting ready to fight. So the beach it is, but don't think I'll hold back just because you're a woman, he said, as both got into their fighting stances. Izuku was yelling in pain, as Eri was looking for the medicine, while Momo was looking somewhere else. Finally finding the little bottle, Momo rushed over to Izuku, giving it to him as she put the rest of the bottle on a nearby table. Izuku, however, kept screaming and slowly, but surely was calming down as the medicine was taking effect. Eri, watch your dad, I will be downstairs, Momo said as Eri nodded. After a short while, Eri, however, was interested in what Momo was doing, only to see her pray. Oh Kami, please let my hubby survive this. I don't want to lose him, not this time. I already lost him back when we were kids, back when we promised to marry each other. I'm not going through that again. No matter what, please let him survive, she prayed as Eri noticed the tears. Just then, she wiped the tears away and got ready to make some food, as Eri went back up and looked at her father, peacefully sleeping currently. She took some of the medicine herself, before rushing downstairs to Momo. Mom, you should take a bit too, she said, as Momo took just a tiny bit of the medicine, before Eri went back up as she watched Izuku again, who seemed to start moving again, looking in pain, as he started to scream again, so Eri gave him the rest of the medicine. After a few minutes of non-stop screaming, Izuku finally relaxed again, as Eri was surprised about his lungs. Momo then entered the room with a plate of soup, chicken soup, feeding Izuku and wiping his sweat away. "Oh Izuku, please get better," she said, holding his hand. "Mom, I think we should relocate Dad," Eri said as Momo looked at her, just as Nizu came in. "How is he?" Nizu asked as just then some of the girls appeared. "The Nomus are too strong. We need to relocate Izuku. We'll come here first," they said before passing out as Nizu ordered a plane, with Momo rushing off to the beach, capsuling Izuku's house and taking it with her. As the plane arrived, the girls helped Eri to put everything needed into the aircraft. Meanwhile, Izuku had a nightmare as he woke up in his bed after a door opened, seeing the two Nomus as they slowly approached him, only for Eri to jump in the way. Eri then got punched so hard in the face that her head did a full 360 and she died, as 17 did that, with Momo rushing at him only to be choked by 18 and then her neck being snapped backward, much to Izuku's shock. Then of course, in the doorway stood Hitomi, holding a sword, only to be stopped by 18 and her sword, by 17 being pushed back into her chest, killing her. Izuku tried fighting them, only to phase through them as they walked closer to his bed, as he saw himself laying there. "Stop!" he yelled as they rammed their hands straight into his heart. In reality, however, Izuku was yelling from the nightmare, as Eri tried to calm him down. Meanwhile, Momo and the girls were talking about the tea. "So tell us, how did your children happen?" Mina asked as Momo blushed. She then explained how much of a beast he was in bed, how long it was, and how he made her come more times in one night than she did the past 14 months together. And then the next night, while Eri was asleep in the bed next to us, he took his clothes off and rammed his hard-on in my throat. "I never came that hard in my entire life," Momo said, blushing a storm. They then moved to an island, a very big and empty island, landing the plane, as Momo activated and threw the capsule, as it created a cloud of smoke, before revealing a small house with came written in front of it. "Okay Eri, I need you to go catch fish for dinner," Momo said as she summoned Kinzoan, with Eri not being able to fly without being detected. This was the only way, so Eri took off. Katsuki and Nomu number 18 were looking at each other, ready to beat the other to a pulp. "Ladies first, but I should warn you, I'm not afraid of hitting a woman," Katsuki said. "That's fine, neither am I," 18 said. 18 got the battle started quick by charging at Katsuki and unleashing a flurry of blows, but Katsuki managed to block them all. "He's not bad of a fighter," 17 said, as the giant Nomu looked at birds. One of Nomu 18's punches narrowly missed Bakugu, and he grabbed her arm and threw her into a nearby rock wall. Bakugu charged after her and attacked, missing with a punch. 18 then blocked a knee from Katsuki, but he connected with a punch to the face, which sent her flying backward. "He's much stronger than the data we have of him from the LAV," 17 said, as he was genuinely surprised. "Demon, I can't tell if they get injured or not. No matter, I'll just blow them to bits, explosive big bang," Katsuki said, after both landed on the street below, as he raised his hand and fired a big bang attack, infused with his quirk's explosive power, missing as she jumped out of the way and destroying a bit of the road, as 18 landed behind Katsuki. "You're very quick for a Nomu," he said, smiling at her with his usual cocky grin. "You didn't use your full power," she said, as she got ready again. "Well, if I did, then the entire Earth would be gone," he replied, as she replied to him. "I haven't used my full power either," she said, as Katsuki told her, "Well, you shouldn't hold back if you want to win against me," as he got ready again too. 18 agreed not to, then charged at Katsuki, head-butting him in the face. Katsuki stumbled backward, then charged at 18 and punched her in the stomach. However, she was unaffected and kneed Bakugu in the chest before knocking him into the nearby rock wall. "Dad, are you in there?" Hitomi asks, as she, Mineta with the Senzu, Kirishima, and Todoroki landed nearby. "Did anyone get the number of that beach?" Katsuki asked. 18, she said. "Thank you," Katsuki said, as it could be heard that he was moving. "You okay in there, Katsuki?" Mineta asked as he looked worried. "EDD-, Katsuki said as Mineta looked normal. Again. "He's fine," he said to the others. Katsuki climbed out of the hole created by his impact. "Do you think any of you stand a chance?" Katsuki asked, as his aura burst and flared up again. Well, looks like 18 might have problems. I will step in if any of you join in, 17 said, as the others looked surprised. What about you, 16? He then asked. No, he answered. You bum, what were you created for anyway? 17 asks. To kill Izuku Midoriya and All Might, he answered as he looked back to the birds. Dad, please, we have to leave. What good is your pride if you're dead? Hitomi asks, as Katsuki got ready to fight again, while 17 got closer. I'm about to finish her off. I'd rather die than join forces with you idiots, Katsuki answered as 17 clapped his hands, while the others were surprised about the attitude of Bakugo. You really are a #1 hero, 17 said, as Katsuki spit on the ground. I don't need the praise of a puppet, he retorted. Okay then, you 4 respect the code of a warrior and don't interfere, or I will deal with you, 17 said, as everyone got anxious and irritated. The fight resumed with 18 charging towards Bakugo and punching him in the face, sending him flying. 18 pursued, but Bakugo kicked off a nearby rock wall and hit 18, sending her flying backward into another one. Katsuki then fires a big bang attack, and as 18 begins to emerge from the rubble, she can't dodge it. Bakugo begins to fly towards the explosion, and when the smoke clears, 18 is still standing. She is damaged and her clothes are torn. Katsuki then lands in front of her. This is making me mad, he said as she looked slightly ticked off too, only to start smiling and taking off her jacket. I'm surprised any organic being can fight like you. Tell me, are Izuku Midoriya and All Might stronger? She asked, as Katsuki looked angry, but had a small smile. Once they were, but currently I'm the strongest, he answered in anger. Oh well then. None of you 3 will be a problem, she said, which set off Katsuki even further, who attacks 18 with a kick. She blocks it, and Katsuki attacks her with a lot of hits, and the Noma backs off slowly. Yeah, good going. He can beat her, Kirishima yelled, cheering for Katsuki, as the others watched silently and impressed. Wow, Dad is so powerful. He holds his own against 18, Hitomi said, as Todoroki looked less optimistic. Bakugo will die, he said, surprising Hitomi and Mineta. Bakugo is losing stamina rapidly, while she is barely losing any power, he said. Just then, 18 manages to sweep Katsuki's legs and punches him in the face as he attempts to get up. She follows this up with a kick which hits Katsuki's left arm, breaking it. Just a broken arm, no problem. Still win, Katsuki said, barely, as he took a few steps before falling on his knees and taking a deep breath. F-U-E, he yelled, as Hitomi gained the same beastly eyes, as she bursted her power and aura, rushing at the battlefield. Father, she said as she did, only for 17 to rush after her, as Todoroki and Kirishima rushed after 18 noticed her, blocking her chi blade and then pushing her a bit, as 17 knocks her in the back of her head, knocking her out cold on the ground. 17 notices Todoroki and quickly knocks him out with a gut punch, as his fist was visible from the back, before putting Kirishima in a headlock, choking him. Mineta, meanwhile, couldn't move out of fear, as Hitomi and Katsuki, 2 with the same beastly power as Izuku and above all might, just lost. As both Todoroki and Hitomi stand back up, Katsuki did too, both him and Todoroki rushing to help Kirishima, only for Katsuki to be grabbed by the leg and being used to hit Hitomi with enough force to knock her out again, while throwing him afterward, hard into the ground. Kirishima was knocked out, so 17 let him go and dealt with Todoroki, by kicking him very hard in the head, knocking him out cold again too. Katsuki manages to get up and fly into the air and fires a chi blast at 18 with his good arm. However, 18 dodges the blast and flies over to Katsuki. She punches him in the face, sending him to the ground again. Bakugo then tries to get back up, only to be kicked by 18 in the stomach. He falls to the ground. So hey, who has 2 broken arms and is a beach? 18 asked. You stupid beach, you only broke one of my... As Katsuki stopped, as soon as 18 stepped and broke his other arm, as he lost his transformation, dropping back to base, his aura vanishing. This guy, she said as 17 landed behind her. Mineta said as both instantly looked at him ready to beat his butt. Why do I do stuff? He questioned himself. Please don't do this, Mineta said, as 18 flew close to him, giving him a kiss on his cheek. You should give your friends a senzu, or they might die, 17 said, as all 3 Nomus left. They're gonna be so jealous when I tell them, Mineta said. After a while, everyone was fine and up. I can't believe you, Hitomi said. I won't believe you, Kirishima said. And I don't care, Todoroki said. What about you, Katsuki? Mineta asked, only for Katsuki to fly off angrily, yelling. See, he believes me and he's jealous, Mineta said, with a smug smirk on his face. Oh Dad, Hitomi said, as she watched him fly off, as the 4 of them then flew back towards UA, only to find out that Izuku and the others have moved for safety measures. Meanwhile, Hitomi met and talked with All Might, as the 2 had a big conversation, with the quirkless daughter of Bakugo from the future, gaining a powerful quirk, to help her in this quest. Don't worry, Uncle Might, I will save everyone, she said as she walked off, with All Might smiling after her, but having worry in the back of his head. A 14-year-old Eri was training with a 6-year-old Hitomi, as she was smiling, while Hitomi was using her absolute max. You're growing stronger every day, Hitomi. Not much longer and you'll surpass me too, Eri said, as she blocked a punch from Hitomi. Okay, that's enough for today, Eri said, as she was blocking a flurry of attacks from Hitomi. How is he? Them asked as Momo woke up, rubbing her eyes. Mr. Yagi? What are you doing here? Momo asked as she made a brush and brushed her hair. Miss Midoriya, I'm sorry for rudely interrupting like this, but I needed to check in on the future number 1. He said, as Nizu took the wet towel and refreshed it, putting it back on Izuku's head. Well, he is doing much better than he did days ago, she said as she looked at Izuku's smile, smiling herself. Well, I should go prepare some breakfast, since there are many people living here, including the fact that thanks to Nizu someone made the dorms from UA our neighbor, she said, looking at the smiling principal. Okay then, I don't want to bother, so I should leave then, M said as Momo stopped him. You can help. I can teach you all I can about chi if you go catch some fish for us, Momo said as M thanked her and used a special watch, buffing himself up and via watch changing into some diving gear, rushing out and going to catch some fish. Mama, I'm hungry, Eri said, coming in the room as Momo was done changing. I'm coming, sweetie, she said as Eri went over to Izuku and gave his cheek a peck. Get better, Papa, I love you, she said, as Izuku's smile grew a bit bigger, as he was sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, off on some mountain, it was raining and Katsuki stood up there, eyes closed as he was facing into the sky, slowly opening his eyes. He then bursted into his beast state, as his eyes were again in a more aggressive red state, his aura active, and he then bursted his power, as the clouds split away and the sun was shining on him. Meanwhile, a creature, another Nomu, was walking within a town, grabbing people by their face, stealing their quirks, before crushing their heads. More power, it said as most ran away, or tried to. Help, it's Gigantomachia, someone yelled, only to be killed in a gruesome way, as only half of the face was left on the ground, the rest having been evaporated. Just then, Denki appeared. After having read a special book, he felt much better at chi usage. What are you? Another Nomu? Denki asked, as he watched it use a quirk and drain the last survivor of the city, being shriveled up and dying. You monster, Denki said, as the Nomu took on a pose of powering up. Those chi signatures, how? Denki asked before going into pose himself, his power rising as the ground was shaking slightly, with everything flying off, thanks to Denki, who removed his weighted jacket. What? But it's impossible. You're supposed to be the idiot in the class. How could you achieve this level of power? The Nomu asked. I have been studying, Denki said as he powered up further. Godspeed, Denki said, as he was suddenly covered by his electricity and aura at the same time. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Katsuki was in base and shocked, looking into the direction of where the chi signatures came from. Okay, what the hell am I sensing? Is that the dunce face? Is that me? Is that me stronger than me? I'll kill me. Bakugo yelled, rushing over there. I see, Well, too bad you will die here, Denki said, starting the fight by charging a chi blast in his palm, enhanced with his electricity quirk. As he fired it, the Nomu blocked but was still sent flying. Lucky shot, huh? Where is he? The Nomu asked, looking left and right only to be kicked in the back by Denki. Damn it, he's fast and powerful, the Nomu said, before being kicked in the face, trying to use its quirks but not able to. My quirks, what did you do? It asked Denki, who smiled. I used my electricity and stunned your quirk factors for a while, he said as the Nomu was in shock, before being kicked uppercut style, stopping itself in the air and pointing 2 fingers to its forehead. What is it doing? Denki asked. Mekanka Sappo, it said, firing the charged beam. But that's Aizawa-sensei's new secret technique that he only told me and Aoyama about, Denki realized in shock, blocking it by swatting it away, redirecting it so to speak. Just then, the Nomu rushed at Denki, but he dodged out of the way and spun behind him, kicking him. Trying to catch me off guard, huh? Nice try, but that won't work on me, Denki said, as just then Mineta, Hitomi, Aizawa, Kirishima, and Shiro appeared, as the Nomu looked at them all, jumping on a broken building. Taking them all on now is suicide, it thought as it put 2 hands to its face. Solar flare, it yelled, blinding everyone before escaping, masking its chi. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Denki yelled, his aura flaring up as he was back in base state. Wow, Kaminari is pulling a your dad, Kirishima said to Hitomi. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Katsuki yelled as he appeared. See? Kirishima asked, as Hitomi nodded. You, dunce face, too strong, explain now, Katsuki said as Denki explained what he had to do and that he read a special book. And now there is this new Supernomu, as they are called, Denki said. What? No way. How? And other responses came from the group. Do I hear 5? Katsuki yelled, as Hitomi just looked away in embarrassment. Well then, all I have to do is beat that thing, Katsuki said, as Denki and the others tried to tell him how much more powerful this new Nomu was. All I have to do is surpass the wall of this beastly power, Katsuki said, flying off as Hitomi followed him. The others then made their way back to the island. Meanwhile, 16, 17, and 18 were destroying stuff inside you, looking for Izuku and All Might. Welp, off to the next location then, 17 said, as the 3 flew away. Momo was in the kitchen along with Nizu and Eri, meanwhile in the extra dorms made on the small island for the others. As it had been a while since Denki and the others came back, everyone was waiting. It had been 9 days since Izuku was out cold. All for one is a Nomu and with the body of Gigantomachia? This is bad, All Might said, as he was trying to keep focus on a chi ball he made. Just then everything shook as Eri, Nizu, and Momo entered the building. The Nomus, did they already get here? Momo asked in shock and fear for Izuku, as all of them rushed to the small house and a few went upstairs, only to find Izuku's bed empty. Eri questioned, being surprised about it, only for another earthquake. As everyone outside looked over, those inside looked out the windows to see water splitting in half. Either Moses is bringing in the Jews or Izuku is awake, Nizu said, as Momo jumped out, with Eri following, everyone having tears in their eyes seeing Izuku standing there, readying another Kamehameha and blasting it off, splitting the water again. Izuku! Momo said, running towards him, as he turned around, smiling at her, as Momo and Eri rushed and jumped in his arms. Izuku, are you finally cured? Momo asked, as Eri stood there with tears and a smile. Yeah, Izuku answered, spinning Momo. Oh Izuku, how I missed you, she said as Izuku stopped and the two hugged each other. Papa, Eri said as Momo stopped hugging him, with Izuku kneeling down and hugging his daughter. All is good and well Midoriya, but we have some news, Denki said, as Izuku stopped hugging his daughter. No need, I heard everything while I was out, he said. I will have to surpass the beast wall, Katsuki seems to have noticed too, Izuku said, as Denki was currently the strongest, but Izuku congratulated him for being the currently strongest. Momo, I want to take you and Eri, also a few others to the lookout, so we can train, Izuku said as she agreed, a few like Kaminari, Todoroki, Aizawa, Kirishima, Eri, and Momo, same as Setsuna, holding on to Izuku, as he simply mentally asked Mei for some armor, giving her mentally the design, as she prepares some, instantly rushing to her workshop. Izuku and those that grabbed on then teleported to where Hitomi and Katsuki are, as she was sitting there and watching him, while he was just standing there on a cliff. "Notice me," she yelled. "No," he yelled back. "Hey Hitomi," Izuku greeted, as did the others. "Oh hey Uncle Izuku, you're cured?" she asked as Izuku nodded. "So how's the training?" he asked as she looked down, then towards Katsuki. "I don't know, let me check." "Hey Dad, you wanna train with me?" she yelled. "FOFF," he yelled back. "About that far," she told Izuku. "Oh, only 2 words. Okay, let me talk to him," he said, flying towards Katsuki, landing behind him, staring at him as the wind blew through his hair. "What do you want, nerd?" Katsuki asked, as Izuku smiled. "Oh, just wanted to let you know that if you want to break through the wall of beast mode, you might have to use the room of spirit and time," he said, as Katsuki looked back at him. "You mean that one room?" he asked, as Izuku nodded. "You and Hitomi can go in first if you want," Izuku said, as he flew back to where the others were, as Katsuki flew towards them, all grabbing onto Izuku, teleporting to the lookout. Izuku then remembered, as most waited, he teleported back to the dorms on the island, taking the almost empty bag of senzu, opening his dimensions portal, filling the bag, and closing the portal after putting the power pole inside, handing the senzu to Mineta, who saluted, as Izuku teleported back to the lookout. Setsuna, Hitomi, and Katsuki followed Izuku, as he walked to the room, opening the door and telling them that they have 1 year, no more no less. After they enter, Izuku closes the door and sits down, as Eri and Momo walk to him, sitting next to him. Denki and the others meanwhile were trying to memorize where the lookout is, before flying down and meeting Corinne. Denki, however, flew back to the island as he waited there for some news, as the others appeared too. It had been 15 hours since the Bakuga family entered the room of spirit and time. Mineta had meanwhile saved a woman and her child from AFO, before almost being killed, but luckily, FO ran away after sensing Denki and Kirishima appear. Back at the dorms, a few were questioning Denki about this beast state that Izuku and Katsuki had. "Okay, so let me tell you, there were 3 beast users way back before quirks existed. In terms of power, not even me at my current strongest would be 1/100 of their base power," Denki said, shocking everyone including All Might. "You see, those 3 were known as Power, Pride, and Potential," Denki said as he explained. "The weakest of the 3 was Power, but fun fact, he is the ancestor of Todoroki, who is currently the latest descendant of that beast," Denki said. "The second strongest, Pride, is my ancestor, meaning I too could access the beast state if I experienced the trigger needed for it, but not just me, Bakugu too, meaning me and Katsuki are related to each other," Denki explained as he looked at his book. "The strongest, who would overpower the other 2 easily, was Potential, an ancestor of Izuku. Only those having blood relations with those 3 can access the beast state," Denki explained. "Wait, then what about Eri?" Kirishima asked as Denki smiled, the others questioning that too. "Well, you see, Eri is also related to Izuku. They are distant, but still the same DNA runs through both of them. Potential's descendants are Eri Midoriya and Izuku Midoriya," Denki said, as most were shocked. "That would explain why he is so natural in taking care of her like a daughter," Uraraka said, as Denki confirmed this, recalling also a small moment where Katsuki acted like an older brother to him when someone made fun of him for overusing his quirk. Meanwhile, Izuku and Eri were playing tag, as they were waiting. 2 hours later, the dorms were shaking, as Denki looked out the window, serious again. "Everyone, stay back, I will deal with them," Denki said as everyone knew what he talked about. Nomus number 16, 17, and 18 were there. "I will take care of you 3, follow me," Denki said, taking off his weighted clothing, flying off, as the others were in shock, having taken off their weighted clothing too, but sensing that only Denki might have a chance. So the 4 flew off to an isolated island, no civilians, no holding back. "So who wants to fight first?" Denki asked, as 17 stepped up. "I'm more than enough," 17 said, as Denki smiled, starting to power up. Godspeed, he said, raising his power further and as high as possible. Meanwhile, on the island far away, they could hear the yelling and those that learned felt the rise in chi. The lungs on him, Mineta said. He's been going at this for 5 hours, 17 said, as Denki gained his electric aura. It's been 20 seconds, 16 retorted. It's called sarcasm, big guy, 17 said as 16 noticed something. Dodge, he said as 17 looked at him, before being punched in the face, then kicked in the back. You know, yelling dodge is more distracting than helping, 17 said. He has become a kami, 16 said as 17 looked at him. The hell is a, he started, only to be elbowed on the head, kicked in the face, punched in the gut, and then kneed in the back of his head. Seriously, the F is a kami? 17 asked, looking more annoyed than hurt. It means God, now bow, Denki said, pointing his hand towards 17 and blasting him with a powerful chi blast infused with electricity. 17 then came out of the rubble, rushing into the sky, as Denki blasted electricity-infused chi blasts at 17, who dodged. Man, your aim, he said, slowing down and stopping altogether. Hey, I stopped moving. Are you even trying to hit me? He asked as Denki kept going. And oh, he yelled as 17 looked dumbfounded. What do you mean no? Ugh, he said, finally realizing while looking around. Hellzone grenade, Denki said, putting his arms together, as the blasts rushed into, oh, it even got a cool name, 17 thought, as the blasts hit and exploded with electricity. That should do it, Denki said, as he then looked in shock, seeing 17 stand there with a barrier. As he came down, the two were ready to rush at each other, countering and parrying each other and fighting for the next 5 hours, with only Denki getting visibly tired, until Denki looked at the little mountain. Standing there was AFO, as Denki was in shock, after AFO came down and started to power up. You monster, how many innocent people have you killed and stolen their quirks and energy for this level of power? Denki asked, clearly angry but also afraid. Just then, a similar aura to Denki appeared on AFO, as he was done powering up. Time to become perfect, AFO said, rushing towards he then hit 17 so hard in the face that 17 was out cold. Ha, FO laughed, only to be stopped by a hand on his shoulder. How about you fight me instead, dirtbag? 16 said as AFO looked at him, being punched in the face. 18, get 17 and get out of here, he said as she tried, only to be kicked by AFO, as 16 rushed at him, the two starting to throw a flurry of punches against each other. Just then AFO dodged a punch that left 16 open for him to attack, so he used this opportunity and beat down 16, as Denki got all his courage together, rushing at AFO, only to be swatted away like a fly, grabbed by the collar, and then being blasted through, before finally being thrown into the water. Meanwhile, Aoyama, after having a talk with Aizawa, was found out to be the traitor, but he wanted to help, so to prove it, he rushed to the island where AFO used Aoyama's technique, blinding everyone and then grabbing the knocked-out cold 17, opening his jaw, like that one guy from One Piece where Chopper lived, eating 17 in one bite, starting to transform, as everyone, aka 16 and 18, could finally see again, only to be shocked about AFO transforming. Ah, finally, at last I'm semi-perfect, AFO said, now looking more like how he originally did with his original body, rather than a shrunken gigantomachia. Izuku, Eri, and Momo on the lookout were horrified at the power level of AFO. Meanwhile, All Might and the others on the island were terrified, as they felt the power even without sensing it, due to how heavy AFO's aura was. May, however, managed to build a remote that should destroy the Nomus, number 17 and number 18, when close enough. Mineta was given the remote, while Aizawa took care of the Senzu, taking one to heal his eyes before going to sleep, or at least trying and hoping everything turns out fine. May took an airplane she made by herself and took off to where Izuku and the others were, as Izuku had mentally told her where and how high they were. Meanwhile, AFO was in his semi-perfect state, finally looking at himself in the water, smiling. So I look like my original self, he said as he looked at his own face, doing the normal male routine on a mirror. Just as 16 grabbed onto 18 and started running, only to be one-shot to the ground, laughing like a maniac. "Hey dirtbag, how about me?" Aoyama said as AFO looked up at him. "Oh ho ho, hey look, it's Mr. Sparkling, what? Was anyone else too busy?" AFO laughed as Aoyama got into a stance. "Really, with your power level? You're no Nomu, you're no beast, and certainly no superhuman. You're simply a quirkless kid with one of my quirks," AFO said as Aoyama aimed at him. "You know what? Forget power levels. Forget superhumans. And forget you," he yelled as everything changed in color. "Shin Kikaho," he yelled, firing a blast at AFO. "Ah, that's adorable, sheet," he yelled as he was hit and sent into the ground. "You, leave or die, I don't care which," Aoyama said to 18 and 16 as they made their way off the island. "Upstart French Boy Beach," AFO yelled as he was blasted into the ground again and again, only for it to stop after 2 minutes. "Are you done? 'Cause I'm coming out and I swear if you do that again, I'll be so freaking metal," AFO started. "Kikaho," Aoyama said, blasting him into the ground again, breaking the ground. "G beach," AFO yelled again as he was blasted down again. "Oh no," Izuku said as Momo felt what was going on. "Come on Katsuki, hurry up," Izuku said, standing up, as Eri and Momo could feel his anger. "Demon it, all for one's power has gone through the roof," he said. "One more hour," Momo said as just then Izuku put 2 fingers to his forehead, relaxing and teleporting towards where AFO was. Just as Aoyama landed on the ground, face first, close to death, AFO came back out and looked at him, pointing his palm at him. "You know, if you want my personal opinion, Kikaho is a pretty sad choice of last words," AFO said, being serious. "But to be fair, it's far from the worst decision you made today," he continued, ready to blast Aoyama. "Kiko. F yourself," Aoyama said, losing consciousness. "Ah see, there's the spirit," he said, smiling as suddenly Izuku popped into existence. "Oh hey, Denki is alive too," Izuku said, as he grabbed Aoyama and teleported over to Denki, who was holding on, having not drowned. "I blasted a hole through him. How durable is he? How durable am I?" "Questions for later," AFO said as he looked back down to Izuku, who looked at him one last time. "Oh, and all for one. You will die. I will fight you after tomorrow," Izuku said, vanishing again, reappearing by the dorms as Aizawa had just woken up, panicking after sensing AFO and then seeing his 3 students. Aizawa rushed to re-find the senzu, having put them away before sleeping. After a few solid minutes, Denki and Aoyama both got a senzu each, putting them back to full strength and health. Denki then grabbed onto Izuku as he teleported back to the lookout. "Dad, it's about time," Eri said as Momo nodded. Just then the door opened, just as Mei appeared too. Out came a taller and more well-built Hitomi, now 8, with Katsuki, who had longer hair, and Setsuna, who also had very long hair. "So you have overcome the wall," Izuku said as Katsuki smiled, Hitomi having her hair tied up. "Dad did it in 2 months, but wasn't satisfied with his power," Hitomi said. "Quiet brat," Katsuki yelled, not wanting her to say any more. "Good luck," she said, as Katsuki was ready to go, only to stop once Mei stopped everyone, seeing how their UA training outfits were damaged. As Mei gave more durable outfits, with Katsuki, Hitomi, and Denki wearing the same type. Meanwhile Izuku, Eri, and Momo changed into another type of the same armor, having their necks/throats free. Momo couldn't help but bleed out of her nose slightly, seeing how tight it was on Izuku, showcasing all his muscles. "All right then, Family Midoriya goes inside to train," Izuku said, as Momo and Eri nodded, walking and entering the room, while Izuku looked at Katsuki. "I'll be finished with him before you are even done, so you're just wasting your time. I want my rematch after this is over," Katsuki said, bursting off along with Hitomi, after having been given 2 senzu, as Izuku grabbed 2 before leaving. "I'll be in the way, so I'd rather go and see my friends," Setsuna said, flying down the lookout and towards the dorms, after Izuku used his power to give her a new UA outfit. "Thanks, Denki, for allowing us first," Izuku said, as Denki nodded. "From what I can tell, Todoroki is on his way here, so I will have a partner to train with anyways," Denki said, as Izuku walked and entered the room, closing the door. Now like last time, but for now we will have to concentrate. You and Momo need to raise your power levels a bit first, then we can surpass the wall, Izuku said, as Momo and Eri nodded and went out to the white void and started to spar with each other, as Izuku sat down, meditating and thinking of how he could surpass the wall. Katsuki was rushing towards where he sensed the chi of AFO, as he used his beast state, his eyes being more aggressive red. Meanwhile, FO blasted at islands, destroying them as he looked at the final island. Either she's there, or destroyed, never mind, he said, pointing at it, only to stop in shock as Katsuki stopped in front of him. Katsuki, right? AFO asked in confusion. Hello, ugly, you must be all for one, pretty ugly, land down there, he said, pointing to the island below, as both descended down and landed. Ugh, and now we're doing this, AFO said as he landed. So can I help you? Because if you're looking for another broken arm, you can always help me find 18, AFO said, smiling. Nope, I just heard how ugly you are and I just had to see it for myself, Katsuki said, as Hitomi landed behind him. Also I'm here, she said. And that explains the bravado, you brought Junior, AFO said. Nope, she's just here because she'd cry otherwise, because she's a child, also you're ugly, Katsuki said, never losing his grin. Riveting. Katsuki, I'm in the middle of something more important than what this is, AFO said. So if you want to run along and bring back someone substantial, I dunno, say All Might or Izuku Midoriya, that'd be great, AFO said, as Katsuki lost his smile, inhaling through the nose, very aggressively, then starting to yell and power up. What's wrong, hero? Did I touch a nerve? AFO asked sarcastically, as Katsuki's muscles expanded. You pressed the Izuku button, Hitomi said, as Katsuki's hair got spikier. Excuse me, the what? AFO questioned, as he just then felt Katsuki's fist deep in his guts. You shouldn't have did that, Katsuki said, smiling in his powered-up state, Beast Grade 2, also known as Super Katsuki, while AFO was groaning in pain. While he kept groaning, Katsuki pulled his fist slightly, only to push it in further. Stop Efizimi, AFO said in pain. Okay, Katsuki retorted, pulling his fist out, only to make AFO stumble backwards. Not all at once, he yelled in pain. Just, can I have a minute? AFO said, trying to catch his breath. Sure you can, Katsuki said, smiling. Thank you, that is very genera. AFO started, before being uppercut by Katsuki, before being kneed in the back, punched in the face. CCC combo, he yelled, grabbing AFO by the leg and throwing him back down into the ground, face first into the dirt. You know, if you actually trained, instead of stealing the energy and quirks of these extras, your punches might hit a little closer to home, Katsuki said, dodging every punch of AFO easily. Katsuki then uppercut AFO again, but this time using both hands to do a sledgehammer and sending AFO flying into the dirt again. I shouldn't be losing like this, he's just a kid and I'm all for one, the symbol of fear, AFO said, as Katsuki landed behind him. Well, isn't that arrogant of you? Katsuki said. Well, to be fair, Katsuki, you are part of my DNA, AFO retorted. Ooh, that is the closest thing you've done to damage since I've gotten here, Katsuki said, smiling as AFO faced him again. Allow me to fix that, AFO said, stretching a bit and then powering up, maxing out his chi and using every power-up quirk he had. Is that all for one or Katsuki? And I can bet that the Nomus are there. Stealth mode, don't fail me now, Mineta said, finally having reached the island as AFO finished powering up. There we are now, do you understand, Katsuki? AFO asked, as Katsuki never stopped smiling. What I understand is that I'm going to pound you so hard that the girl's mother is gonna be jealous, Katsuki said. Oh, can we not? Hitomi said, slightly annoyed. But if it makes you feel any better, I'll give you a free shot, Katsuki said, lowering his guard. But I warn you if you waste it, Katsuki said, as AFO burst his aura and punched Katsuki in the face as hard as he could, drawing a bit of blood. You're gonna regret it, Katsuki finished, wiping the blood with his glove, as AFO was in shock. How did you get this strong? AFO asked, in pure shock and anger. I trained all day yesterday, Katsuki said, looking to the side. Oh, you think you're being cute? AFO stated aggressively, as Katsuki faced to the side but looked at AFO. Beach, I'm adorable, he said, as AFO gained some distance. Fine. Then how about this? AFO said, putting his hands together and charging a familiar blast to Katsuki. The nerd's move, he thought, still smiling. Kamehame. AFO chanted. Oh ho ho, and that's just precious, he retorted as AFO fired the beam. Hoya! Yelling as the blast connected with Katsuki. As the dust settled and a bit of the now destroyed little mountain was shaken off of him, AFO looked and started smiling. Look at me, I'm Katsuki. I'm the future #1 hero and I both am and wear a unitard, but his thoughts were interrupted by Katsuki. You call that a Kamehameha? Dear God, get it together, Katsuki said, standing there, aura active and no scratch on him, much to AFO's shock. I will end you, AFO yelled, bursting his aura and rushing at Katsuki. You'll die trying, he retorted before dodging a swing kick of AFO by jumping behind him and kicking him in the face from the back, before rushing in front of him and kicking him in the air, then vanishing and reappearing above him and with both feet, kicking him down into the water. Mineta, meanwhile, found the two other Nomus and landed nearby. Okay, Mineta, mission. Start, he thought, after a big gulp, sneaking closer to them and hiding. I know I kicked him into the water here somewhere, Katsuki said, landing on a piece of rock and looking over the ocean. Demand it, he's hiding his energy, Katsuki said, as AFO jumped up from behind, trying to hit him, only for Katsuki to dodge, but then get grabbed by the foot. Looky what I caught, a walking talking Napoleon complex, AFO said, creating a tail and trying to stab Katsuki from behind, who simply dodged and grabbed it with his arm and armpit. And looky what I caught, Katsuki said as AFO seemed angry. So what do you do with this thing? Katsuki asked. I stab people, AFO answered. Were you trying to stab me? Katsuki asked. And no, AFO said, as his new tail spike was moving frantically. Yes, he admitted, his tail slowing down as he got elbowed in the guts. You feel that, that's what honesty feels like, Katsuki said, stopping AFO from falling face down into the water again. Just then, Katsuki kicked AFO back on the main little island, as AFO started groaning. No, this is all wrong. You can't be this strong. Nothing about this makes sense, AFO said out loud. Well, if that's wrecking your brain, try drinking this in, Katsuki said, landing on the high ground, pointing to his daughter, as AFO looks at him then her. It may pain me to say this, but the girl over there is actually almost as strong as I am, Katsuki said, as AFO was in shock and fear, as Hitomi, an 8-year-old, was stronger than he, AFO, an over 100-year-old evil. Well then again, unlike you, she is half me. Because the other half is her mother, I mean look at that hair, Katsuki said, as Hitomi pleaded. Please Dad, don't, she pleaded. Fine, he agreed, looking back at AFO. Damn it, AFO yelled, his power shaking the ground and quaking the island. I wanna be perfect. I wanna, AFO yelled, having a temper tantrum, before being kneed in the back of his head and going face first into the dirt, his tail vanishing. I wanna, he whined, but was slightly muffled, due to being face down in the dirt. Excellent, I've broken both your body and your spirit. Time to die, Katsuki said, getting ready to finish AFO. If only you had showed up just a minute later, I would have had 18, then nobody could have stopped me, he said, as Katsuki seemed intrigued. Oh really? Katsuki asked, as Hitomi looked shocked. No, she said. Katsuki. I would have destroyed you without a second thought, AFO said, clenching his fist. No. Hitomi continued. Go on, Katsuki said, still smiling. No. Hitomi started yelling. Eri was currently training in her beast state, as she was punching and kicking the air, while Momo was cooking and Izuku was meditating. Dad is just sitting there, surpassing this beast state must be harder than I thought, she said, looking at Izuku. Eri, Izuku, food is ready. Momo yelled as Eri reverted back to base, her eyes having no aggression and her red color being natural again. As the two then sat in front of the food, "Aren't you gonna eat, Momo?" Izuku asked as she simply giggled. "I already ate my portions, so I made extra much for you too, my two beasts," she said, as Izuku and Eri thanked her and started to eat. "Wow, this is the best food I ever ate, Mom," Eri said, gobbling up a lot, as Momo wasn't much surprised by this. The three of them then heard a wolf's howl outside of the small building they were in. Having almost finished, they went outside after cleaning their faces and hands, just to see a appealing wolf-like being. It looked ready to attack, but then Eri took some of the meat and threw it in front of the wolf, who was genuinely surprised by this, smelling the meat first and then eating it, as it liked the food. Eri got more and brought it in front of the wolf. "Here you go," she said as she then patted the wolf, as it liked her face, finishing the meat. "Dad, can we please keep him?" she pleaded with puppy eyes as Izuku didn't see a problem. "Well, your father doesn't much care, but I will tell you a pet is a whole lot of responsibility," Momo said as she agreed. "Terry," Eri said as the wolf, now named Terry, listened to her, as the two started playing a bit together. "Nah, see, I'm definitely going with my Netta. Call it a safe bet, but I think his history speaks for itself," Denki said as Shoto looked at him. "Look, I might not know him as much as you do, but I can tell, while a total beach, he is reliable and he always stepped up to help," Shoto said. Katsuki, on the other hand, Shoto started as some of the dorms that have been taken down, Izuku's house capsulate, and all moved to the lookout. "Hey, what are you two talking about?" Toru asked, now visible as some listened in. We're just making a bet to see who screws this up," Denki said, as everyone looked at each other. "See, he's betting on my Netta, but I'm betting on Katsuki," Todoroki said, as most wanted in on this. "Oh, I'll get in on that action," Toru said, as most agreed. "Okay, Katsuki or my Netta?" Denki asked, being the only one who wears weighted clothing, mostly now just a cape and his jacket, while most said either of them. "Both," Mei Hatsum said, much to the shock of everyone. "Wow," Denki said. "DMN," Shoto said, both being taken back by this. "Although if I had to bet on who screws up first," she said, looking at the sky. "Okay, my Netta, pull yourself together, she's right over there, standing there like an angel, and all I have to do is push this button and watch her explode," my Netta thought, looking at the button, while Hitomi's yelling was still going. "Everywhere, little bit of blonde hair here, her blue eyes there, and then it's done. I mean, she probably won't even feel it," he thought, looking at her. "Or even know it happened, just her life ended in an instant by me with no way. He's letting all for one absorb 18, Denki said. "Well, looks like nobody wins," Shoto said, as most looked down. "Well, I technically do. You guys owe me money," Mei sang lightly, smiling as everyone else was looking at her dead in the face. "All for one is going to kill you us all," Denki yelled, as most made sure to be at peace with themselves. "Make it snappy. The brat's gotta be in bed by 7 or she gets cranky," Katsuki said, as AFO was slowly flying away, only to be stopped by Hitomi in her beast state, as she wasn't allowing him to fly off. "Yeah, so I'm gonna be the only voice of reason here and say absolutely not," she said as AFO looked angry. "Don't you get it? He's just been feeding you everything you want to hear. He's playing you," Hitomi told her father. "To be fair, I haven't lied since I got here," AFO said. "You're not involved in this anymore," she retorted. "I feel pretty involved," AFO said. "Brat, don't make me come up there and be a parent," Katsuki said. "First time for everything," she retorted. "Oh," Katsuki said. "Wow, Katsuki, are you just gonna stand there and take Thurea et?" FO started to drool in surprise. "Why is he doing?" Hitomi thought as she looked in the direction that AFO was looking. Oh no," she thought, noticing the two Nomus and Mineta. "Wait, but there's Mineta, does he have the—" "No, but why?" she thought, noticing the broken remote. "Go." But the Gnome, Mineta, crush, remote, but could turn. Perfect. Crush. Why? Mine? But she kept thinking while AFO was making some noises. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Hitomi yelled. "Oh hey, it's Hitomi," Mineta said, just then all three noticing that AFO sees them, only for AFO to rush at them, with Hitomi bursting herself into grade 2, her hair looking spikier, her muscles having expanded and grown, rushing next to the villain. I said absolutely not, she said, kicking him away. Katsuki was right. She is almost as strong as... His thoughts were interrupted by Hitomi punching him multiple times in the face and then with both hands together sending him flying into the ground. Look, if this is about getting your own turn in, just wait until I'm done with him, Katsuki said, watching on. Just ignore him, Hitomi said, looking at the crater she made. Mineta, get the Nomus out of here now, she said. Don't need to tell me twice. Or at all, actually. Let's go, he answered and told the two. Right, 16, let's move, 18 said, looking at the giant. But I just got comfortable, he said. 16, 18 said. More importantly, all for one is only after you. I will slow you down now go, he said. Jine, but I'm coming back for you, she said, starting to run. You're doing a brave thing, Mineta told the big Nomu. As are you, he said back as Mineta followed. You're way out of your league, tiny duck, 16 said. So hey, I know this isn't the best time, but, are you seeing anyone right now? Mineta asked, as the ground exploded and AFO came out. She is, he answered. There you are, Hitomi said, rushing over. Katsuki-ai. Hitomi is picking on me, FO said, as Hitomi barely noticed the kick coming. Learn to share, brat, Katsuki said, kicking her away. That's better, AFO said, looking back at 18 and Mineta. Mostly now I'm not sure I like you hanging out with other men, he said, looking at Mineta. Or in this case, half of one, he continued. I know the short joke, yes you're fine, Mineta said as 16 appeared. How about you leave the girl alone? 16 said, as he was heavily damaged. Come on 16, don't be jealous. This is meant to be and she knows it. Just look at what she's wearing. She's practically asking to be absorbed, FO said, as Mineta got angry. Okay, that line has been crossed. You wanna go, big guy? Let's go. Mineta yelled, jumping at AFO only to be slapped away, as 16 attacked, but his punches doing nothing. Oh, you precious little cinnamon bun. Never change, AFO said, elbowing 16 in the back and onto the ground, as 18 attacked AFO, only to be dodged, blasting her into the wall/mountain. Just then Hitomi burst out of the rubble, bursting her aura, as she looked at Katsuki, who looked back at her smirking, arms crossed and back turned to her. That is it. I am stopping this now, she said. Oh, what are you doing? Katsuki asked. What am I doing? Hitomi asked, confused sounding. Thwarting my plans? Katsuki asked, his smile not present anymore. Thwarting your plans? Hitomi asked as both looked each other dead in the eyes. Are you? He asked. You know what? Yes, she yelled, blasting at him with a chi blast, hitting him and sending him flying. Meanwhile, FO inched closer and closer to 18, starting to laugh like the evil villain he is. Future kick, Hitomi said, kicking him away and looking at blow yourself up or leave. I don't care which, she said, rushing after AFO, as 18 seemed shocked. Yeah, okay, she said, rushing to I hope you know this means wa, AFO said, only to be continuously punched and pummeled by Hitomi. Where's Katsuki? FO asked, only to be kicked in the face by Hitomi. Come on 16, move it, 18 said, helping him up. But, are you still here? 16 asked. It's like 17 said, remember? The three amigos? Or in this case, dos compadres, she said, as Mineta helped lift. Here, allow me. I might not be good for much but I can lift, he said as 18 looked at him. If we make it out of this, I'm gonna rock his 3-foot world, she thought, as meanwhile Katsuki was in the appealing ocean and laying there in the water, wiping his nose and mouth with his left hand. This is a new feeling. Pride in someone else, he said, looking at the tiny amount of blood on his glove. Unfortunately, it's overshadowed by all this unyielding rage, he yelled, bursting his aura and rushing back to where he came from. Meanwhile, AFO was getting beaten by Hitomi. Okay, this obviously isn't working, he thought, while being punched away and watching 18 leave slowly. Wait, Aoyama got me into this, FO thought, looking at the sun. And now he's going to get me out, he thought, smiling. Hey, Hitomi said as she followed FO, who was at first flying towards the Nomus and Mineta, but then changed direction, going to be in front of the sun. I've been so close for so long, and I can't take it anymore, FO said as he got ready. 18, I'm coming, he said, as all looked at him, even Katsuki making it back, growling as he put his hands to his face. Solar flare, he yelled, blinding everyone. Ah, my rage has blinded me, Katsuki thought, as everyone was covering their damaged eyes. Now, for the Silmix, FO said, landing by the Nomus and Mineta. I won't let him touch you, just stay behind me, Mineta started, only to be chi-blasted out of the way. 16, take care of the little guy for me, 18 said. Confirmed, he said as 18 rushed over, only to be eaten/swallowed by AFO, as she yelled, with Hitomi landing, finally able to see as everyone else could too, now seeing AFO transform. No, 16, Hitomi, and Mineta said. This. Katsuki was excited as AFO finished transforming, green lightning crackling around him. Okay guys, I can't feel power levels, but I can sense that. Does that mean anything? Mei asked as Denki and Shoto, plus all that could sense it, were scared. We're effed, Denki said, now standing there like an evil all might, with black hair and eyebrows and red glowing eyes. P is for priceless. The look upon your faces, FO started to sing, as everyone was in shock and fear, all but Katsuki, who was smiling. E is for extinction, all your puny races, he continued, as Hitomi looked confused, but also slightly scared. R for revolution, which will be televised, 16 looked in shock. F is for how F you are, now allow me to reprise, Mineta looked broken and scared. E is for eccentric, just listen to my song, he sang, looking at the sky. C is for completion, that I've waited for so long, he continued as Katsuki looked as smug as ever. T is for the terror, upon you I bestow, he finally finished, chuckling. My name is Perfect All for One. And I'd like to say, hello. Okay Eri, now you have played enough, we need to go back to training, Izuku said, as he sat back down outside, as Eri went back out and went into her beast state and started training again. Momo, meanwhile, did her own training as she had at least reached the power level of 78,570, which is close to the max of regular Earthlings, 85. Meanwhile, Izuku found out about the grade 2 and grade 3 states, but wanted to meditate a bit more before trying to utilize the forms himself. Just then Eri landed back down, reverting back to base, being exhausted, as she went to sleep on Izuku's back, once he carried her back to bed, as she was sweating. Izuku then looked at Terry, sleeping next to the bed. Izuku, can you come and taste this? Momo asked, as Izuku walked over, looking at what she made, tasting it. It's very good, he said, liking his fingers and giving her a kiss, as Momo didn't expect this and melted into the kiss quickly. I missed you, he said as both parted for some air. Those 9 to 10 days were hell, Izuku said as he kissed her cheeks, lips, and went downwards, as Izuku took off his armor and clothing, as Momo did the same, only hesitating for a small moment. What about Eri and Terry? She asked, as Izuku started FNDG her. They are asleep and we have some time for us, he said as both were now in the washing area, as the two were in the tub, filled with clean water, as the two enjoyed themselves a bit too much as 4 hours were gone, both going to bed afterwards. Okay now you two, go on, we've been here a few months now, you two still need to surpass the wall, Momo said as she only did training to keep herself at her current max power, to not get weaker. Okay mom, Eri said, as Terry helped Momo train her fighting instincts. Eri then trained back in beast mode, getting the hang of it, as it was very easy for her to access the level now, as Izuku kept meditating. Meanwhile, we cut to AFO throwing a few punches and kicks in the air, getting accustomed to his new body, while Hitomi looked on without being able to believe it, while Katsuki smiled in approval and Mineta was angrily holding back his tears. So who's first? FO asked, standing there, menacingly. Give her back. Mineta yelled, throwing a chi blast, only for it to do nothing on contact. A volunteer, AFO said, as right in that moment as he looked back at Mineta, he was already by him, kicking him in the face and breaking his neck, as Mineta was in front of death's door, laying there, as Hitomi looked shocked. Mineta! God damn it! Hitomi said, bursting her aura and rushing over to the almost dead Mineta. So you broke the midget one's neck. Bravio! I hope you're not too proud of yourself, Katsuki said, landing next to AFO and crossing his arms. Oh hero, I am proud. Not of that, no, but of you, AFO said, cracking his joints, getting that relaxing feeling. It takes a big man, not necessarily a tall one, to do what you did, he said, as Katsuki cracked his neck and shoulders. Sticking to your guns and just throwing everyone's lives away. And for that I tip my hat. If I had one, AFO said, as Katsuki smiled. Meanwhile Mineta got one of the two senzu from Hitomi, slowly waking up, taking a deep breath, as his neck was healed, Hitomi looking relieved, yet had still an aggressive look on her face, due to Beast. Thanks. Also, Katsuki is gonna die, Mineta said, casually. What? How do you? Hitomi asked, as Mineta looked completely terrified. Hitomi, do you have any idea how many times I've been hit by someone stronger than me since I became a hero in training? Mineta asked as she looked confused. Every time. Including your mother and Momo, literally. Time, he said, slowly standing up. And, she asked as both looked over to Katsuki and AFO. And I know when someone's holding back. Hitomi, Mineta said as he looked at her as she looked at him. Okay, I can explain, she said. I don't think you can, he retorted. All right, perfect all for one, Katsuki said. Love the ring to that, he said, smiling at Katsuki. I'm going to enjoy wearing down the knuckles on these gloves, Katsuki said, uncrossing his arms and getting into an attacking pose. Okay, I know that wasn't supposed to sound as XL, but AFO said with a small chuckle. Now if you don't mind, it's time to turn your little coming out party into a funeral, Katsuki said, bursting his aura. And time's up, AFO said, as Katsuki stopped smiling, looking slightly surprised. Katsuki, however, attacked before AFO could say anything else, blocking all of Katsuki's strikes and kicks easily and even kneeing him back to his previous spot. You're holding back, Katsuki said. Well, this is a little warm-up, AFO said, standing normal again. Hero, while there's absolutely nothing I'd rather do than stand here and listen to you bluster at me till the heat death of the universe, I literally have a million better things to do. So here's the deal. I want you to hit me as hard as you can, AFO said, smiling still, as Katsuki seemed annoyed. Oh, is that right? Katsuki started, but was interrupted. Now hold on, you might have misheard me. Not half as hard, not some arbitrary percentage, I want you to hit me as hard as you can, AFO said as Katsuki growled. Oh, and if I don't play along? Katsuki asked, bursting his aura, as AFO smiled. Well, then I guess your mother was right about you, he said, as Katsuki kicked him in the neck with a lot of power, only to be shocked that it did nothing. Consider that nerve touched, AFO said, as the sun was shining down on them. Was? How? Katsuki asked, in disbelief. Because hero like it. Soon-to-be broken man once said, you're either perfect or you're not me, AFO said, mocking Katsuki, and instantly being in his face, kicking him through multiple small mountains as Katsuki barely stopped himself in the air, bursting his aura, as it slowly vanished. I'm okay, Ima. Fu, he said barely as he fell down into the water with a loud splash. You've been holding back this entire time, Mineta said, being angry with Hitomi. Okay, you're right. When I was training in the time chamber, I found a way to surpass my father. But he doesn't know, and if he found out, Hitomi said, looking like she is ready to attack AFO. Then he'd be mad at you? Listen, I like the guy but his default emotion is angry, Mineta said, as Hitomi looked at the ground. It's more than anger, it's pride. It would shatter him, Hitomi said, sweating. And because of that 18 had to die? Mineta asked, being angry. What does it matter? That was your plan the entire. Hitomi started, looking back at Mineta, looking angry but with tears. Oh, crap baskets, Hitomi said, turning back around. Wait, Where is my father? She asked as Katsuki just barely climbed out of the water and rose to his feet, gasping and breathing. See, hero, that's what you get for not listening, but since I know you have trouble following directions, I'm gonna give you one last chance. Hard as you can. Are we clear? FO asked as he crossed his arms, with Katsuki looking extra sad. He's gonna blow up the planet, Hitomi said, like it was natural for her to be wrong. But I live here, Mineta yelled as both looked on in shock. As the clouds moved faster than normal, FO started to smile, with Katsuki putting his hands in front of himself, cupping them together, as energy concentrated there, in between his palms, passing out thick electricity everywhere. As his aura expanded, his muscles grew a bit more. Oh, that's much better. I can actually feel that, AFO said. In mere moments, all you'll be feeling is oblivion. You're just a coward, no true warrior and definitely not perfect enough to take this head on. Katsuki yelled, as AFO got into a stance to tank it. Oblivion, that or disappointment. Go ahead. Flip that coin, AFO said, as Katsuki laughed a bit, smiling, knowing that AFO wouldn't dodge. Father, your pride isn't worth destroying the planet. Come on. Hitomi yelled out, as she couldn't believe Katsuki would sacrifice the planet for his pride. Way past the bargaining stage here, Mineta said, as he looked to run away. Hitomi, come on, move, Mineta said, as both moved away into the sky. Final. Flash. Katsuki yelled, firing his blast at AFO, at high speeds, destroying everything in its path. Ah, how cute, he named it, Oichit. AFO realized too late and was hit dead on, the blast going beyond and looking like the planet was firing at itself, as the beam vanished into the distance. Oh cool, he missed the planet, Mineta said as he looked in shock at the damage. Thank God he's not completely insane. Completely being the operative word, Hitomi said, as there was smoke everywhere, with Katsuki breathing. Hard enough for you? Katsuki asked, as the dust slowly settled, revealing a groaning AFO, looking to be in pain, as the dust settled more, revealing a good chunk of his body and right arm being blasted away. Bonus. It actually did something, Mineta said, smiling as it was the first damage that AFO received in his perfect form. See? Everything worked out. I mean, he's not dead, but it's a start, Hitomi said, as the two looked on, as Katsuki started laughing. You think this is funny? FO asked in pain. You think this is funny? FO yelled, but then stopped, smirking, chuckling, and then laughing. Remember that I can regenerate? This is not as funny as your face right now, FO said, as Katsuki stopped laughing and looked on in shock, as AFO regenerated. Holy, Hitomi said. Sheet, Mineta finished. You know, it might sound weird, but I kinda liked the old arm better, AFO said, moving his new arm. Oh well, I'll just have to break it in, he said, as Katsuki landed, his aura gone, FO slowly walking up to him, as Katsuki burst his aura again and started throwing multiple blasts of chi at AFO. Why won't you die? Katsuki yelled as AFO walked through. Hero, has this ever worked? FO asked, as he punched Katsuki in the face, sending him flying. Okay Hitomi, you're out of excuses now. He's gonna kill your dad, Mineta said, as Hitomi looked like she was holding back, struggling to contain herself. Why, you don't know that? He could just knock him unconscious, and then she said as Mineta turned to her. We have no means of reviving him, Hitomi. Mineta yelled as Hitomi's powers started to rise. Some advice, hero. For the future, AFO said, standing in front of Katsuki, smiling at him, but then stopping. Next time, why don't you remember your place like the rest of them and wait for Izuku? He said, as Katsuki struggled to his feet, only for AFO to kick him into the air, then follow up with an elbow smash to his back, driving him into the ground and knocking him unconscious, as some of the present beings could hear the bones shattering, not breaking, shattering. KO, I win, perfect, AFO said, landing next to Katsuki, ready to finish him off, as he was seemingly in his base state, muscles thin again. Oh, here comes a new challenger, AFO said as he looked over to see Hitomi power up, while yelling, her muscles expanding even more, her power burning her hair tie up and her hair seeming spiky and going everywhere, as she looked down at AFO with blank eyes. Izuku and Eri were in the beast state and training together. Now that you are at almost my level, we can finally train seriously, Izuku said, as Eri blasted at him, but he dodged and vanished behind her. The two then went a bit more serious. After a while, the two landed, reverting back to base and walking to the entrance. Dad, I have a question, Eri said as Izuku looked at her, while Momo came back from her training with Terry. Ask away, Izuku said as Momo looked at the two along with Terry. If we can do all of this, why don't we just stop all crime and villainy by force? Eri asked. Eri, just because you can do something, doesn't mean that you should, Izuku said, as Eri looked at him. With great power, there must also come great responsibility, Izuku said, as he smiled, Eri smiling and hugging him as Momo smiled too, along with Terry, joining in on the family hug. Hitomi, are you okay? Mineta asked as she looked at him, her eyes being back to normal and not blank. Her power is incredible, Denki said, looking down from the lookout, as Setsuna instantly understood and smiled. Maybe she will be a better fight than this useless, wannabe hero, AFO said, smiling. Mineta, I need you to get my father and give him this senzu, she said, handing him their last senzu. But won't you need it? Mineta asked, as Eri looked directly in front of her. No, this battle was over before it began, she said, descending onto the ground. Badass, Mineta said as he watched her descend. The two monstrous powers walked slowly towards each other, as Hitomi started by punching AFO, who dodged, as he elbowed her in the back of her head, kicking her face and punching her gut, sending her face first into the dirt. I knew she needed ditch, Mineta said, only to stop in shock as Hitomi looked at him, pointing her finger to Katsuki, as Mineta understood. The foe then walked closer as Mineta sneaked and grabbed Katsuki, as Hitomi stood up and stared at AFO. Mineta then gave her a thumbs up as Hitomi smiled and stopped instantly. Now that Daddy Dearest is gone, you can hopefully show me your true power, AFO said, to Hitomi's shock. Wait, you knew? Hitomi asked. You think a psychopath doesn't get another psycho's plan? AFO rhetorically asked. I'm not a psychopath, she retorted. Oh, but you are. Does Eri know? He asked, closing his eyes. Does Eri know what? Hitomi asked as he opened his eyes. That you left her to die? He asked, as the waves crashed on the island, or what's left of it. I'm going to power up now, she said, looking serious. I'd be disappointed if you didn't, he retorted, as Hitomi started yelling and powering up, her muscles increasing in size, her size in general, barely keeping up with the growth, as her aura became violent. That's right, keep it coming, brat. I want a real fight this time, he said as she stopped yelling but kept powering up. Don't worry, I'll show you just how much stronger I am than my father, she said, as her power increased incredibly fast. Wow, your power is even beyond my own, but you will never ever beat me with that form, AFO said, as Hitomi had unleashed all of her power. You're making no sense, but that doesn't matter, because I'll kill you now, she said, attacking AFO. That is a bold statement. Seiya's power isn't everything, he said, dodging her attack. You're bluffing, she retorted, attacking again, only to be dodged again. And there's the twist, Denki said as the power was sensed and felt up there. That's Hitomi? Setsuna asked in shock. Yeah, pretty astonishing, isn't it? Denki asked. It's infuriating, Shoto said as he looked quite sad. But because the gap keeps widening? Denki asked. Because she could have killed the Nomu 18, B, killed AFO or C, killed Endeavor, he said as most looked at him confused. Why Endeavor? Denki asked. Because I deserve something today, Shoto said, closing his eyes, before opening them again. You won't beat me, but don't beat yourself up about it, you're just a child playing hero. Complete with spandex, AFO said, as Hitomi attacked again, to be dodged again. I need to get stronger, to protect the ones I care about, Eri said, punching and kicking the air, as she looked over to see Izuku meditating. Eri, come here, Izuku then said, standing up as she reverted back to base and descended in front of him, as Izuku powered up into beast, his eyes turning red and his face holding anger, as he started yelling and powering up. Izuku's muscles just then expanded, his aura flaring up and becoming more aggressive, as Eri was sent backwards, with Terry and Momo running out of the small building, to watch Izuku power up and surpass the wall of beast. Wow, your energy, it's huge, you did it, you really did it, Dad, you surpassed the wall of the beast mode, Eri said as Momo cheered in the background, Terry looking at them like he wanted to say something. I could go one step further if I wanted to, Izuku said, much to the shock of the two humans and the wolf dog. So he started yelling again and powering up even further, his muscles growing even more, his spiked hair, resembling Bakugo's, now being really big and spiky. Wow, Dad, your power is so big, it definitely surpasses AFO. You can beat him, I know you can, Eri said as Izuku looked skeptical. In raw power maybe, but there is a downside to this power, Izuku said, much to the surprise of Eri and Momo, while Terry looked like he smiled, since Izuku figured it out. Why can't I hit you? Hitomi asked as she powered up further with one for all, full cowl 50%, still not hitting AFO, as the past users within OFA were shocked about this too. It's because you're green, AFO said, as Hitomi tried rushing at him with all her power, only to be dodged as she hit a bit of the rocky ground, barely opening and clenching her fist, turning around and being kicked up into the sky, stopping herself midair. You're an amateur, surrounded by fighters who have seen more action in 1 week than you your entire life, he said, as she looked confused, along with the past spirits of OFA. Besides, that form is not new, he said as she was puzzled by this as he powered up, suddenly his muscles being bigger, almost as big as hers. All these muscles are in the way of moving fast, I may have strength, but what good is it at the cost of speed? I see a 50% increase in strength, but a 75% decrease in speed and mobility, I'll never hit my opponent, Izuku said, reverting back to base. It'll take a lot more than brute strength to win a fight against AFO, if I miss even one step then I'm done, all the strength in the universe won't do me any good if I can't catch my opponent, he said, catching his breath. Besides, this state wastes a ton of energy, all around the regular beast mode is better, so we need to train that and make it like our normal states, so we get that restless feeling away and waste no energy doing daily activities, Izuku said, as Momo was impressed with his battle IQ, as Terry walked up to him, liking his face. So what do you say, princess? After all, you need to surpass me, so I can have a new goal. You have more potential than me anyways, Izuku said, as Eri agreed and the two went inside. You simply puffed yourself up, you're an idiot that simply raised her power and relied on brute strength, he said, reverting back to normal, as Hitomi was in utter shock. So that's why Dad stopped at the prior level, he knew of the downside. I was a fool, she said, powering down, shrinking massively compared to before, her eyes being normal again too, as the past users were in disbelief. Go ahead and kill me, I failed, Hitomi said, as the past users just sat in their seats, having given up, slumping down, awaiting their end as AFO raised his hand and pointed at her. Oh no, Hitomi's power just shrank so much, yet his power is still huge, Mineta said, giving Katsuki the senzu, who was instantly awake, looking around, only to yell in anger and fly off, Mineta following him. Well, Hitomi is gonna die, Denki said, as Setsuna fainted, Todoroki giving up hope. Meanwhile, Hitomi started her death right in the face, as AFO smiled. Tell me one thing before I finish you off, for being a disappointment along with your father, FO said, as Hitomi looked him in the eyes. How did you two get so strong in such a short time? AFO asked, as Hitomi kept silent. Very well. Could you two get even stronger if you had more time? He then asked, as Hitomi looked slightly confused. Maybe, we'd have to try, I can't really tell otherwise, she answered. Good answer, now tell me, where is this Izuku kid and why hasn't he shown himself to fight me yet? He asked, as Hitomi looked more angry and confident. Oh, don't you worry, he's training right now, to kill you once and for all, he'll appear tomorrow and beat you, she said, as AFO chuckled and stopped aiming at Hitomi. I like that answer, alright, how about I hold a martial arts tournament? Like the good old times, I will use the news to tell the details, AFO said, preparing to fly. Hold on, what are you planning? Hitomi asked as he smiled at her. To see the terror on people's faces as they realize no one can save them, he said, flying off. Oh good, she is still alive, Mineta said, as he and Katsuki landed, after she let her entire power explode in anger, before calming down again. I'm sorry, he toyed with me, Hitomi said as she looked. She then went on to explain everything to the two of them. He's just toying with us, Katsuki said, gritting his teeth. For then AFO went off, finding the perfect place to make his arena, failing multiple times, finally managing to make a decent arena. The decoration would come later, but he went for the main TV station, as everyone around the world would see and get the info about the End Games. In about 10 days from now, I will hold a special event, called the End Games, very similar to the martial arts tournaments back in the day, the Tenkaichi Budokai, but the rules are similar. However, killing is allowed, weapons are not, those that give up or fall out of the ring are disqualified, and if there are no more fighters left to oppose me, then I will simply kill everyone on this planet and move on to another. After detonating Earth, AFO on the TV explained, as he also said when and where the arena was. Also to show that he isn't bluffing, he blasted and destroyed the entire city, except for the TV tower, bringing more fear and panic for the people of Earth. Everyone was in such a panic that they forgot about the one person who could stop that villain, who was training along with his family in the room of spirit and time. Izuku Midoriya, come on and show us what you have achieved, prove us how much more powerful you are. Katsuki Bakugo was currently training, since after the sports festival he promised to help Izuku find his father, to avenge his mother and to redeem himself. Just then the door to his room opened, as Setsuna Tokage stepped inside. Number 1, I was chosen to tell you that dinner is ready. Number 2, how about you let the room breathe by opening a window, she said as she crossed her arms. Just leave me alone, lizard, I have to train, he said as she sighed. You need to eat, to get energy so you can train, plus aren't your bones broken or something, she asked, as Katsuki didn't care. Oh please, as if I, the future number 1 hero, would be stopped by Brock. But then he crashed in pain, falling face first on the floor, since he was hanging on the ceiling and doing squats. Oh look, the future number 1 badly hurt and on his face, she retorted, as Katsuki looked at her with anger in his eyes. Shut up, lizard, he said, trying to push himself up. Don't call me lizard, she said, thinking if she should kick him in the ribs to prove a point. Then how about beach, he started yelling. Arrogant prick, she retorted. F you, he said loudly. F you, she retorted. F you, he became louder. F, so did she. F dash. You, he yelled as she looked surprised. Take me right now, she said, closing and locking the door, as everyone downstairs could hear what was going on, most blushing while Izuku face-bombed. He then looked over to Momo, seeing her eyes having hearts for pupils and her face having lust written all over it, blushing himself as she was smiling at him. And that is how my parents fell in love with each other, Hitomi explained to the ones that didn't even notice Katsuki was in a relationship with Setsuna, which was pissing Minoma off the most. Everyone was waiting on the lookout, as it was almost time for the Midoriya family to exit the room. How long are they gonna take? I swear they will stay longer just to hog up and surpass me, Katsuki said, being said. They still have 2 months in there left, Denki said, as Katsuki looked at him. I will take the other 9 days until the games, Katsuki claimed. Izuku told me that a person can only spend a max of 5 years in there, you already have done with 2, so you can only stay for 3 more, Denki explained. And what if I stay inside? Katsuki asked. Then the exit will vanish and you'll be stuck in there, Denki answered, as Katsuki looked away, said. Also, it's mine and Todoroki's time to go in, we still have all 5 years to us, he said. Won't matter, the gap is too huge for you to catch up now, Katsuki said. You know I was stronger than you almost 2 days ago, Denki said. Yeah, but that was more than a year ago, Katsuki said, as suddenly everyone stopped talking and looked to the temple. Already, but it's too early. Everyone waited as Izuku came back, only to be asked questions. So how'd it go down there? Hitomi asked. Well, to be perfectly honest, you guys, he's a lot more intimidating than I expected him to be, Izuku said, never losing his smile. There is no telling what damage he could cause if he puts his mind to it, Izuku continued as most looked in shock. I mean, I won't know until I try, but the way things look right now, I'm not certain if I can defeat him, Izuku said, as Katsuki looked shocked. Izuku was lying on his back as Momo had just finished preparing the picnic. Eri, sweetie, can you go and get some apples? Momo asked as Eri stood up. Sure thing, Mom, she said as she walked over to the apple tree. Instead of punching it, she charged up her energy in her palm, touching and sending it through the tree, which let go of its apples, Eri catching them all. Just then, the classmates of Eri's parents appeared. Noticing this, Momo's father ordered the butlers and maids to get more food, which they did. Eri, meanwhile, delivered the apples to her mother as she used her quirk to make a small machine, using it to make the apples into baby food, with a bit of fresh water and a tiny amount of sugar, feeding Mizuku as Eri was feeding Kiryu. Whoa, look at that, Sato said as everyone looked at Izuku since he pointed at the boy. As everyone watched, they saw wildlife like deer and rabbits, other small animals, get closer to him. Izuku wasn't even moving as a butterfly landed on his nose. Mom, can me and my siblings go sleep with Dad? Eri asked as Momo hugged Eri. Go ahead, she said as Eri grabbed the two toddlers, going over to their dad. Both babies were put on top of his chest/stomach, falling asleep as Eri lay down next to him, the animals acting like guards for the 4 descendants of the potential beast. Hey Dad, I will go over to my husband and children, okay? Momo asked as he nodded. She then stood up, patted her back and walked over. The animals seemed ready to attack until they started to get her scent, realizing that the 2 baby descendants had her scent on them. The animals realized that Momo must be the mother, so they let her pass to watch what she was going to do, as she grabbed Kiryu, laying next to Izuku, close to him, and laying Kiryu between them, closing her eyes. After a while, some of the animals left except for the bunnies, since Koda talked to them. Momo, Kiryu, and Mizuku were awake and back at the picnic with Grandpa Yaoyorozu. Just then, Mineta watched Eri and Izuku, surprised. They seemed like their normal selves, he thought as some were with him. I see, so that's how they must have trained too. They seem asleep, but they keep an eye on their surroundings, Mineta thought, grabbing a piece of rock after seeing how a butterfly landed on Izuku's nose and then flew away again. They must be able to avoid a stone like this easily, he thought as some of the others nodded to him. He then threw the stone, hitting Izuku on the head, his yelling getting the attention of everyone. What was that for Mineta? Izuku yelled as everyone looked over, Eri waking up too, looking over in panic. Sorry, Mineta apologized after standing up as most seemed surprised at this reaction. Even beasts can feel pain, Izuku said, holding his forehead, as Eri calmed down, seeing how AFO wasn't there. Seeing how you're awake now, I will ask, Momo said as Izuku looked at her. Why don't we have rings proving that we are married? Momo asked, as Izuku looked confused himself. Normal rings would break anyways, Izuku said, as he grabbed some food. For the defeat of all for one said as everyone lifted their mugs full of juice, beer, and other drinks, Izuku smiling. Just then, someone started a song, as Izuku meanwhile made a present for Eri. Thanks, Dad, Eri said as she wore the hat instantly. I love it, she said as she ran over to her mother, just as Momo started to sing a line. I'm at your feet. Whenever, wherever we're meant to be together, I'll be there and you'll be near. And that's the deal, my dear, she sang as Izuku blushed, and she kissed him at the end of her line. So everyone continued their party, as Aizawa wanted to sleep only to be kissed by a drunk midnight, much to his embarrassment, since almost all the students there took a picture. Izuku was driving a car, with Momo sitting next to him, while Eri sat in the middle, behind her parents, while her little siblings sat on the window seats. In the back of the car, a shrunken Terry was sitting, watching as the family was driving into the city, while others were panicking and rushing out. They won't be able to escape, but no matter, let's just hope that this city has someone still working at the store, Izuku said, as he continued to drive. At least you got your driver's license, Momo said, as Izuku chuckled, parking the car before going out and taking the children, locking the car. Hello, is anyone there? Izuku asked, as he blocked an axe coming down at him with his finger. Hey kid, be careful, anyone else and that might have gotten worse, Izuku said as he looked at the kid. My bad, I apologize. I just thought that this all for one guy was gonna appear. I just wanted to protect my family, the kid said, looking away. I'm Ryoma, he said as he came out of the darkness fully. Ryoma, so where is your family? Momo asked, as Ryoma summoned them, having multiple slime creatures just being slimes and watching. Momo was done with everything as she grabbed her twins and walked out. Don't mind her, she only knows slimes as clothing-eating little monsters, Izuku said, as Ryoma chuckled, then looked at Eri, a small blush being apparent on his face. Hi, I'm Eri, she introduced herself, as she extended her hand, Ryoma taking it and shaking it. I'm her father, Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said, as he greeted him with a handshake. Momo then came back with a list. Sorry about earlier, I'm Momo Yaoyorozu Midoriya, she said, smiling at the boy. I just need the stuff from this list, she said, giving Ryoma the list as he nodded. Oh, and these are our twin babies, Mizuku and Kiryu, she said, as the two youngest in the family giggled and greeted him. Just then, a few slimes brought everything from the list. Say kid, what do you want to be when you grow up? Izuku asked. A hero that saves everyone with a smile, Ryoma answered, as Izuku was taken aback by this, seeing his younger self in the kid, so he started to smile. Then show me your strength, he said as they walked outside to a tree. Ryoma kicked it and Momo was surprised, Izuku was smiling, and Eri was blushing a bit. You are pretty strong. If you train a bit more, you can go to UA, Izuku said, handing the boy a piece of paper. I'll be going there too, so maybe when we both go there, we will see each other, Eri said, smiling as the family left, the boy smiling and promising himself, I'll definitely go there. Izuku and his family then were in the car again, only for the radio to start playing. The government is sending in heroes and the army to take care of all for one, they are currently blasting at him with everything they got, the radio man said, as Izuku looked angry. No, fools, get out of there. Wait, I think I can still see the villain. Oh no, he swiped everything with one hand. We are doomed. What? He will destroy a random city. Run everyone, the man said, only for the radio to cut off. Izuku then got out of the car. Momo, get Ryoma and his slimes, leave the city with the car, now, he demanded as she rushed inside, getting the child and his familiars, the children enjoying the company as Momo drove off. Izuku then put 2 fingers to his forehead and teleported to King Kai, seeing Rashi sit and meditate. Hey King Kai, hey old-timer, Izuku greeted, but Rashi kept meditating. Oh hey Izuku, how nice of you to come here, King Kai said. I have a question about the Namekians. You once told me they have Dragon Ball that summon a wish-granting dragon, right? So could one perhaps wish back people that died? Izuku asked as Kyo-sama was stunned. As long as it wasn't a natural death or something that happened over a year ago, they can revive, Kyo-sama said, as Izuku smiled. Thanks, he said, putting 2 fingers to his forehead and teleporting to Yardrat, as Pabara was surprised about the visit. Oh Izuku, how nice of you to come here, Pabara said, looking at Izuku. Oh ho, so that is casual outfit from Earth? Pabara asked. Yeah, anyways, I have a problem on Earth, so I need to go to Namek, Izuku said, as Pabara sensed on Earth. Oh my, that is very bad, Izuku my boy be safe, Pabara said as Izuku looked back at him, smiling, and then teleported. Huh, Izuku is that you? A Namekian asked, as Izuku turned around. Kor? Izuku asked, looking at the warrior Namekian, who smiled back at him. Kor, I need the Dragon Ball. I know they can revive people. I need them to revive people that died on Earth, Izuku said and went on to explain. Izuku, I understand, but our Dragon Ball can only revive 1 person per wish, he said, as Izuku seemed hopeless. I can help, another Namekian said, revealing itself. Katak? Izuku asked in disbelief, as the 2 friends smiled and hugged each other. I could make a new set of Dragon Ball with different rules and still have 3 wishes, Katak said, as Izuku smiled again. After a bit of talking and getting praised, Izuku and Katak left back to Earth, as Katak became the new guardian of Earth, Kami/God so to speak, taking a giant boulder from Namek with them, as Izuku used his chi blade to make 7 perfectly shaped spheres that fit in the palm of a hand. After a bit of magic and a dragon statue, those 7 spheres became the Earth's Dragon Ball. Any downsides? Izuku asked. I can't revive anyone that has already died once before. Natural death doesn't count, and if someone is dead for over a year, they can't be revived either, Katak said, as Izuku nodded. Why am I here? Katsuki asked as he was wearing something casual, standing there with Izuku, who was in his base. Well, Momo and Setsuna wanted us to get our driver's licenses, Izuku said, as he was wearing something casual too. Hello, you must be Izafro Mint Road, an old man said, walking up to Izuku as both their green eyes met. It's Izuku Midoriya, he said, as the old man looked like he was gonna collapse, starting to cough. Oh dear God, Izuku whispered as the old man snored, sleeping while he stood. And you must. Hamina hui, that body is made by the gods, a female driving instructor said, as Katsuki felt offended and angry after she gave his but a loud and powerful smack. Why do I get the psycho and you the old man? Katsuki asked as the woman, clearly in her late 50s, was trying to get him. I feel in danger for my sanity and my relationship, Bakugu said, as Izuku chuckled. Understood, the old man asked as he was done explaining to Izuku, who pushed the gas, only to be driving backwards into a pillar. Whoops, sorry but I think I got it now, Izuku said. Meanwhile, Katsuki, who drove some vehicle for the first time in his life, was driving better than anyone else there. Bravo you hunk. Now do me while you drive. Do me so hard that even the most hardcore SEC and pawns seem like amateurs. I can already smell the 9-inch D you have. F me on someone else's property as you beat them up, the woman said, as Katsuki had the look of fear and disgust for the first time on his face. Meanwhile, Izuku drove at high speed, causing other students to crash, making accidents while he drove recklessly into a tunnel. Hand me the wheel, stop and hand me the wheel, the old man yelled. What? You mean right now? Izuku asked, looking over to his left. Yes, right now, hand me the wheel, you'll kill yous, the old man yelled, as Izuku started yelling, bursting his aura around his hand and punching downwards, chopping off the wheel. Here you go, he said as the old man was dumbfounded, only for Izuku to drive into the lake. So when do you think I can get my license? Izuku asked as the car was slowly sinking with the two. As I see it, you'll get it in 3 years if you improve, the man said, as Izuku looked shocked. But I don't have that much time. Some Nomus are gonna attack in a few months and I have to train and… Izuku's voice stopped as he was now underwater. The next day, Katsuki was actually driving really well, while Izuku was still trying, only to be driving really fast. Whoa, I'm really driving, he said as the old man was holding on for dear life. Only for Izuku to drive past Katsuki, who noticed Izuku and looked said. What? Are you saying you can drive better than me? You're about to kiss my exhaust, Katsuki said, as he sped up, turning the instructor on even more. The two had a silent race as they got past a fence, where Eri was sitting on Kintoan. Wasn't that Dad? She asked. The two then flew off and crashed into each other, the cars exploding, as Izuku and Katsuki put the unconscious bodies of the instructors down where it was safe. The next day, it was raining and the two were actually driving pretty well, Katsuki still good and Izuku finally driving normally. Only for some drunk driver to crash into Izuku, thus crashing into Katsuki, who almost crashed into a bus, which drifted off, of course, as it thundered and lightning struck at a nearby mountain, the bus almost falling, as Katsuki and Izuku rushed out, Izuku jumping beneath the bus, full of children, and lifting it up, as Katsuki destroyed some boulders. After that was done, the two were praised as heroes and being powerful, so the two got their licenses and were banned from the school. Back in canon, Izuku and his family were currently celebrating Eri's birthday, getting cake blown into their faces and breaking stuff due to no control over their strength. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure walked to the front of the mansion, ringing the bell only for Mr. Yaoyorozu to open the door, in disgust seeing Hisashi Midoriya. I want to see my son, he said as Yaoyorozu looked at the man with anger. "He is not your son, you body-stealing BSRD," he said, as the man was gonna attack Mr. Yaoyorozu, only to run once he saw Nizu. "Damn it, almost had him," Nizu said, looking at Mr. Yaoyorozu. "We'll get your body back, Hisashi," he said as Nizu, now revealed to be the real Hisashi Midoriya, was looking over to Izuku's house, smiling. Izuku, Momo, and Eri flew up to the lookout, as they met up with everyone, except for Katsuki. "Huh, where is Katsuki?" Izuku asked, as Hitomi looked at the ground. "I understand," Izuku said as he smiled. "Well, time to get going," he said as most looked at the ground. "We just heard that we can only get revived once," Mineta said. "Yeah, so all we have to do is not die," Izuku said as he started to fly, Eri following as the rest then followed too. Meanwhile, a cameraman and a reporter appeared by the ring, as a man came in a personal car. "Ladies and gentlemen, the strongest man on the planet is here. The savior of humanity will beat this all-might faker," the reporter said into his mic, as just then the man came out. "So Mr. Oliva, how do you plan on beating this guy?" "He did beat multiple heroes and the army," Mr. Skisser said as Oliva laughed. "No one can defeat an army and multiple heroes alone unless they used a trick and many explosives," Oliva said, as just then AFO looked up into the sky. "So Bakugo appeared," he said as Bakugo landed near the ring, as Mr. Skisser walked up to him with his mic. Excuse me, are you here to fight or to watch?" Skisser asked, as Bakugo was keeping his eyes on AFO. "F off and don't ever talk to me again." "Understood?" Bakugo asked, as Skisser seemed insulted, leaving back to Oliva. "Only 5 minutes left until the game start," Skisser said into his mic, but then Nomu number 16 landed on the opposite end of Katsuki. Only for the rest of the ones that got chi control to land nearby, with only Izuku smiling and being the only one, besides Katsuki, to not sweat a bit. Izuku was ready and in his GI, since he wasn't gonna fight as a warrior or as a hero, but a martial artist. Finally, FO said, not wanting to wait anymore. "If you guys are okay, I want to go first," Izuku said, looking over to Katsuki. "Katsuki?" he asked, only for him to reply. "Go ahead, but I'm gonna be the one to finish him," he said. Guess we can finally go all out. "A fight is much more fun when at full power," AFO said, as Izuku agreed. Izuku and AFO approached each other in the center of the ring. "Do it," AFO said, as Izuku began their true battle by punching AFO in the stomach, then elbowing him in the back. He followed this up with a kick and a punch to the face. AFO bounced off the ring but then froze in midair. That attack was very good. "A fight is truly the most fun when both fighters are equal," AFO said, as Izuku agreed again. AFO and Izuku continued their high-altitude battle, each performing many tactics and energy attacks at high speed to leave all the heroes in training, except for Eri, in complete awe at their skills. After brawling non-stop for several minutes, Izuku and AFO finally landed back down in the arena, each preparing for their next maneuver. Still grinning in confidence, AFO rubbed his cheek for any possible blood remaining on his face and made a stance. Izuku held his ground, making a defensive pose for a possible strike. AFO then changed his stance and started to move his arms in a very familiar fashion that Izuku had encountered many times before, since most of the people he trained used his own attack against him. "Kami hie me," AFO chanted, charging up a super Kamehameha. "No, don't. You could destroy the planet. That attack is not to be used with that much concentrated energy in it," Izuku said, as AFO didn't listen. To avoid AFO damaging Earth, Izuku leaped and flew upward in the air, where AFO aimed for and fired the attack in a huge flash of light, as the fighters, including Katsuki, felt no hope of Izuku making it out alive. As the beam headed closer and closer towards Izuku, big enough to totally encompass him, Izuku used his signature technique, instant transmission, to dodge the attack. FO noticed Izuku disappear in a flash, wondering what could have happened, as there would have been no way for him to outrun the attack. Izuku, in the blink of an eye, reappeared behind AFO and kicked him directly on the back of his head, knocking AFO over, but AFO managed to avoid landing on his face and backflipped in recovery. Standing intimidatingly, Izuku looked upon the surprised AFO, whose lip began to bleed. How did you do that? You simply vanished, like you did days ago. Explain. AFO demanded. It's called instant transmission. I basically teleport, Izuku explained, as both their auras were still burning around them like flames. What a nuisance, AFO said, as both got ready to fight again. AFO took a new stance, suggesting he would charge directly towards Izuku. Noticing this, Izuku took a defensive stance as the battle continued once again. AFO's speed, however, was too quick for Izuku to block, as AFO managed to land one heavy elbow attack. Izuku attempted to retaliate with a heavy punch, but AFO quickly and swiftly evaded this counter, elbowing Izuku in the back of the head, making him land face down on the arena. Izuku jumped back from the ground, while AFO swatted him with the back of his hand, making Izuku plummet once again back to the ground. His confidence higher than ever, AFO grinned. Well, compliments where it's due. You lasted longer than the rest, and for that, I am grateful, but your skills are still nothing compared to me. It takes more than teleporting to match my speed, AFO said, as Izuku looked serious. Izuku and AFO continued their desperate struggle to finally bring an outcome to the brutal match, the match to decide the future of Earth. AFO delivered a hard punch to Izuku's face and then went for another, but Izuku ducked it and kicked AFO into the air. Izuku teleported up in the air behind AFO and struck at him, but it was just an afterimage. The real AFO was behind Izuku now, and he swatted at him, but Izuku just barely dodged. I did not expect for this to be this much fun, so I will eliminate the ring out rule, AFO said, pointing and blasting at the ring. Everyone, get away! Izuku yelled as most barely managed to escape. Now the entire world is our arena, AFO said, smiling, while Izuku looked more serious as a giant boom occurred, and just like that, a big hole appeared in the ground where the ring used to be. So, a battle of life and death, Izuku said, both landing back on the ground. AFO fired a blast, but Izuku dodged it. AFO fired another, and Izuku dodged again. AFO fired a whole bunch this time, and Izuku did his best to dodge them all, then he took to the air. Ke-me-ke, he chanted as everyone seemed confused. You won't blast from there. If you do, the Earth itself will be in danger, AFO said, confident that Izuku wouldn't fire it. Ha! Izuku chanted, charging his attack more, much to AFO's shock. As the attack was nearly finished, AFO began to look terrified, realizing Izuku was actually going to fire the Kamehameha at him and the Earth. He wouldn't, AFO said, but he and Katsuki knew that Izuku was going to fire that blast, as Mineta and the others were confident he wouldn't. But then Izuku suddenly teleported and appeared right in front of AFO. Oh shit! AFO yelled as this happened. Hiya! Izuku yelled as he fired the Kamehameha full on. AFO was blown away, and when the smoke cleared, AFO's headless, armless body was lying on the ground. Some of the fighters were really getting excited, thinking that Izuku won. That is weird, his energy hasn't dropped a bit. It's still huge, Izuku thought, his aura being gone now. Watch out, he'll regenerate. Mineta yelled as most were in shock, even All Might. The remains of AFO hopped back to its feet, then sprouted out a new head, arms, and everything. Your chi has dropped significantly with that little move, Izuku said, starting to breathe harder. Same as yours, but you seem out of breath, and so I advise you not to make any more pointless attacks. Otherwise, this fight will be boring, AFO said, as both burst their auras again. Izuku agreed and charged at AFO with a punch, but AFO dodged. Izuku blocked a kick but then took a hit to the face. AFO punched Izuku, sending him crashing into a nearby mountain. AFO charged after him, as Izuku burst out of the rubble and fired a whole bunch of blasts. AFO put up a huge barrier to stop them all, as people around the world watched on TV. Izuku then stopped, the barrier was lowered, and Izuku was breathing really hard. Your power has dropped significantly, and you're out of breath. Go on and take a senzu, that way this fight gets more interesting, and with how much weakened I am, you might stand a chance, AFO said. Yeah, go on and give Uncle Izuku a senzu, Mineta. Then we can all attack at once and win, Hitomi said, as she looked at Mineta and the others just standing. Shut up, Brett. Don't you have any pride? Deku would rather die than win by taking a senzu. He's not fighting for this planet, but for his pride. He'll see this through to the end, Katsuki said, as Hitomi looked shocked. I hate to admit it, but he is a fighting genius. Even after how much I trained, Deku is still outclassing me, yet All for One is a step or two ahead of Deku, Katsuki continued. Then what are we supposed to do, sit and watch? Hitomi asked as no one said a word. You were so sure Deku had a plan, so wait and see, Katsuki said as everyone watched the battle. Come on, is that true? You won't take a senzu because of your pride? Defo asked. Izuku said nothing, then smirked, landed, and the aura around him disappeared. I give up. This is a SBMSN. I know your strength very well now. So I will stop, Izuku said, as everyone was shocked, even AFO. You know what that means, right? If no one is able to fight me, then this planet gets it, AFO said, his aura vanishing too. Now hold on, there is still one to fight you, Izuku said as AFO looked at him. Katsuki and Hitomi, they are weaker than you, so it wouldn't make a difference, he said, as Izuku kept smiling. Is it okay if I pick the fighter? Izuku asked, as AFO noticed that Izuku was serious, while Katsuki was confused, since no one else was strong enough to fight that monster. After the next match, this tournament will be over. After fighting you, I know that this person can win, Izuku said, confidence in his eyes. Then tell me this mysterious fighter's name, FO demanded, as Izuku looked up to the group. It's your turn now, Izuku said, confidently smiling. Eri, he said, shocking everyone, as Eri was left wondering what was going on in her dad's head. It's your turn, Eri, Izuku said, as everyone was baffled. What? Me fight the brat? FO questioned, dismissing the idea, as Izuku flew up to the others, landing next to Eri as she looked at him. You can do it, right, Eri? Izuku asked as Aizawa chimed in. Problem child, you can't be serious. She is a child even younger than you, he yelled angrily, as Izuku smiled up at him. Guys, listen, I know you are concerned, but Eri has a power deep within her, hidden, that any of you and I can't even imagine. I remember when I was her age, I wasn't even a fraction of her power. Tell me, Eri, in the fight, did you have any problem keeping up with me and All for One? Izuku asked, kneeling down to be on eye level. Tell me, is that true, sweetie? Momo asked, looking worried. No, I had no problems, but that was only because you and All for One haven't gone all out yet, Eri said, as Izuku put his hands on her shoulders. I don't know about All for One, but I gave it everything I had. It only seemed like I was holding back because you based how powerful I was by comparing it to your own power, Izuku said, as Eri looked surprised a bit. This is unbelievable. She is just a child, the age of 9, like my daughter, yet she is stronger than Deku? I can't believe it, Katsuki thought, as Izuku kept smiling. Go out there and win this one for me, then we can all go back home, and you won't have to fight ever again if you don't want to. What do you say? Izuku asked as Eri just looked at him, smiling after a bit of thinking. Okay, I'll win this for you, she said as Izuku stood up, with Momo hugging her little daughter one more time. Be careful and win, Momo said as Eri nodded, taking off her cape and rushing down to the battlefield. Hey Mineta, give me a senzu, please, Izuku said as Mineta handed him a senzu. Hey All for One catch? Izuku said, throwing the senzu at him as AFO caught it, looking at it and then eating it, bursting his aura as he powered up, having recovered his stamina and strength. Are you crazy? Momo yelled as Izuku simply smiled. Hey, I just want this to be a fair fight, Izuku said, as everyone looked at him like he was crazy. Eri then crossed her arms for a moment, taking a deep breath and unleashing all of her power, shocking everyone at the amount of power she had. I guess Izuku wasn't joking about this, AFO said, flying down and landing behind Eri, who turned around and as her aura covered her, went into her fighting pose. Guess we're really doing this, AFO said, getting ready himself. He kicked at Eri, but Eri blocked it. FO backed off, then charged at Eri, but Eri jumped out of the way. FO turned to follow her and went for a kick, but Eri dodged. They both landed, and then FO grabbed Eri by the shirt and headbutt her hard. Then he hit Eri in the face before throwing her into the air. AFO used a shockwave to send Eri flying through some mountains. My baby, Momo said, worried as Izuku held her back from jumping in. She looked him dead in the eyes with anger, only to see the confidence in his eyes, calming her. Her chi never dropped, Izuku said as most noticed. Okay, now that is out of the way, eat a bean and fight me, AFO demanded. Turn around, Izuku said, as AFO looked back and saw Eri walking out of the rubble, barely damaged at all, surprising the villain. I don't want to fight, this is pointless, Eri said, as her aura vanished, AFO being surprised by this comment. Oh, but there is a point, my entertainment and you all for living, AFO said, smiling and chuckling, as All Might was angry but watched alongside the others. I just don't like to fight or to kill. I never have enjoyed it as much as Dad does, Eri said as AFO looked curious at the girl. Huh, you can't kill me, not even in 100 years, he said. I think it's because of my anger. Whenever I get angry, I lose control and go berserk. My power skyrockets, and all I see is red, Eri said, as AFO started to chuckle. Did you think you can scare me with a story like that? No, now I want to see you get angry, AFO said, and Eri looked at him in shock. He then proceeded to punch Eri in the face. Having punched Eri in the face, AFO followed up with an elbow to the back of the head, followed by a kick that sent Eri flying. AFO charged after her and attacked with a punch, but Eri dodged and kicked AFO in the face, knocking him to the ground. AFO rose to his feet, a small amount of blood dripping from the left side of his mouth. He wiped the blood away with his thumb and smiled. I will unleash your rage one way or another, AFO said. As he watched from the overlooking cliff, Izuku was eager for AFO to unlock Eri's anger. AFO then attacked Eri with a series of death beams, which the young warrior nimbly dodged. That's right, just make her angry, Izuku said, as AFO used his final death beam as a distraction, rushing at Eri and trapping her in a bear hug. I'll go help her, Momo said as Izuku stopped her. No, you have to wait for All for One to unlock her anger. That anger and the power she unleashes is the only way for us to win against All for One, Izuku said as she looked at him. Did you ever talk about this plan with Eri? Momo asked, as Izuku didn't say anything. Eri is down there, not concerned about getting angry, but rather thinking on why her father is not helping her. She doesn't like fighting like you do, she's just a kid. Eri would have preferred to fight a weakened All for One, she would have preferred you fought All for One. Eri would have preferred not to fight at all, Momo said as Izuku looked shocked, finally realizing as AFO let Eri go. Mineta, senzu now, Izuku said as Mineta was ready to give him a senzu. Stup, Eri yelled, which got the attention of the heroes and fighters present, as AFO appeared and snagged the senzu bag away, landing down again. As they are, none of them are worth me getting my hands dirty, AFO said as Eri looked at him. What are you up to? She asked as he smiled, that villain smile. I told you, I will do anything to unlock your rage, he said, as he started counting how many there were. In it, I should have taken a senzu while I still could, Izuku said, as he looked angry. Eri then charged at AFO, only for AFO to kick her into some nearby rubble. Get mad, AFO yelled. Just then, Nomu number 16 jumped in from the back and grabbed AFO in a bear hug, as everyone was shocked and surprised. Forgive me, 16 said, as he prepared to self-destruct, via a quirk that AFO gave him long ago. Why didn't anything happen? 16 asked, as AFO smiled. You think I would let a quirk that belonged to me be used against me? He asked, as 16 noticed that AFO had touched his arm, meaning he took the quirk back, as he saw how AFO then pointed his palm at him and blasted him into pieces. You are after all simply a failure of the doctor, he said, kicking the head of 16 away. Now it's your turn, he said to the fighters up on the cliff. What is he planning? Katsuki asked, as AFO simply made 7 miniature All Might-looking clones. It's like every nightmare I ever had, fused into one, made a clone, fed the clone and made those, Katsuki yelled. That is terrifyingly accurate, Denki said, as Katsuki and Hitomi turned beast, with Denki going Godspeed, everyone going their max. Now then juniors, I don't care if you kill them or not, just have fun, AFO said, as the 7 juniors attacked. Izuku then powered up as much as he could, due to his weakened state, bursting his aura. Most of the others, including Denki and Todoroki, were quickly overwhelmed. Izuku was kicked into the higher ground. Katsuki and Hitomi were the only ones doing well, being still overwhelmed, but not as much as the others. They will all die, they will all die. If I really have that power, I want to unleash it, but how? Eri questioned, thinking hard. However, this caused a bit of rage to build. There it was, an increase in power, AFO thought. Not enough, Brett. If you get mad, then for real, FO said, looking up at the juniors beating up everyone. No, please stop, Eri said as tears started to stream down her face. And now she's crying? Okay, that's it, kids go pack your stuff, we're leaving. Waste of my FNG Sunday, and to be frank, by pack I mean kill them, FO said, as Eri could only gasp, seeing how Todoroki got his arms broken. Seriously, how hard is it to piece off a 9-year-old? FO yelled as Eri tried, but her rage slowly faded and was replaced, her power not increasing. Just then Oliva threw 16's head and it landed near Eri. Eri let it go. It's not a sin to fight for the right cause. There are those that words alone will not reach. All for one is such a being. I know how you feel, Eri. You are gentle, you do not like to hurt, but it's because of those feelings that you have to fight, 16 said as AFO turned around. Nice of you to help, but I want to do this my way, he said as 16 ignored him. Please, the nature and animals, protect them both, just let it go, 16 said as AFO walked closer and stepped on his head, crushing it. Yet another fighter you could have saved. You better start getting angry, otherwise the others will die next, AFO said, as Eri's tears streamed down her face. And no, I can't, she said, her power dropping, as her beastly red eyes reverted back to their natural red and her natural softer eyes. I'm just a kid. I don't want to fight you, she said, closing her eyes, going onto her knees and crying. Eri's power? No, Momo said, being kicked in the face by a junior. No, Izuku thought in disbelief. Why, you worthless little brat? How dare you waste my time? FO yelled, as he then cleared his throat and looked over to the juniors. Oh juniors, you three, he said, seeing how 3 of the juniors were just beating up the downed fighters. Then the 3 juniors rushed over to Eri, one gut punching her hard enough to spit blood, as the other punched her in the face. And no, Eri, Momo said as she and Hitomi rushed to help Eri. Annoying vermin, you will not interfere, FO said, blasting at the 2, piercing their shoulders as the 2 fell to the ground. Momo, Hitomi, Izuku said, his rage bursting with his aura, as he threw the junior off of him, rushing towards Eri. Leave Eri alone. Eri, I'm coming, Izuku said, only to be gut-punched upwards, his aura vanishing and then being held from behind, not able to move. Now why are you in a hurry? FO asked, as Izuku gritted his teeth. Leave me alone. Let go of me, Izuku demanded as he looked over to a bloody and beaten Eri. HMPF, utterly useless, just as I expected, FO said, as Eri tried to stand up but failed. I'm sorry, I couldn't. Save anyone. You were wrong about me, she said as Izuku looked back at AFO. I want you to watch as your daughter is beaten into a bloody pulp, he said, as Izuku was angry and sad. And no, Izuku yelled, as the juniors were mercilessly beating her up, kicking her and even stomping on her head, as Izuku had flashbacks of Eri and him spending time. Why don't you join her in her grave? FO said, letting go and kicking Izuku near Eri and the juniors, making a small crater, as Izuku crawled out. I've got to get to Eri, he said, crawling towards her. Eri, I'm here, Eri, just hang in there, Izuku said as he looked at her lifeless body, tears streaming down his face, as he only ever experienced a similar loss once before. There, Divi. Such a pathetic excuse of a warrior doesn't deserve to live, AFO said, as something within Izuku snapped. How dare you? How dare you? He yelled, his rage exploding and his power skyrocketing, as his hair glowed upwards. His eyes were still the same red, but his hair was white. All for one, you will pay for what you did to Eri, with your life. Izuku yelled as Katsuki noticed the surge in energy. What is this ridiculous burst in power? And Eri, her energy signature is gone, Deku? Katsuki said, looking down. He's different. He changed, AFO said, looking surprised. It seems you were holding out on me, Izuku. Frankly, I'm insulted. But if you think a mere power-up can beat me, you are sorely mistaken, AFO said, as Izuku grabbed and lifted his daughter, vanishing, putting her down next to Oliva, before returning to AFO. No, all for one is wrong. If Deku held back, I would have sensed it. Wait, could it be? Is this the true ascended form of our beast modes? Katsuki questioned as he watched on, since everyone was watching, at least those that were still awake. Thanks for moving the trash, AFO said, as Izuku looked like someone triggered him as he got angry, his now white aura with red electrical sparks being more aggressive, as he yelled while raising his hands, blasting powerful, huge beams at the juniors, destroying 6 of the 7, the 7th one being badly injured, as AFO was in shock and Katsuki had to create a barrier to save his butt. You and your spawn are the only trash I see, Izuku said, chopping the last junior's head clean off with his hand, killing it. This is absurd. After all this time trying to fight them, he just wipes them out like that, Katsuki said as he continued watching the battle. Not bad, Izuku. But you will have to do bet? Ack. AFO tried to say, but was stopped, as Izuku gut-punched him hard with his left, before jumping above him and kneeing him in the neck/shoulder, as he grabbed the senzu and took one, gaining all of his power back. That was only 2 hits, so how come I'm this damaged? Could it be, is he stronger than me? No, AFO thought as he was too stunned but smiled. Well done, Izuku, but it was a bit selfish of you to let your daughter get hurt to unleash this power, AFO said, triggering Izuku even more. How dare you, Izuku said, rushing as AFO this time dodged his punch and knee. It's just as I thought. He may have speed and power, AFO thought. But he completely lost control. He left himself wide open, Katsuki finished the thought. I have you now, fool, AFO said, as he made a barrier around Izuku, freezing him in place. He then raised his hands on the sides. Well, Izuku, let me introduce you to my friends, AFO said as he lifted parts of the ground. Rock solid, filthy hero, meet General Mountains, AFO said, as Izuku looked on. Hello, Mr. Mountains, Izuku said, as AFO brought his hands together, making the 2 giant, mountain-like pieces of rock crash into Izuku, crushing him in between. I'm incredibly disappointed. All that power and no mind to use it. Now time to witness my full power and die, AFO said, charging up a Kamehameha at his max power, bursting his aura, then finally firing it. Yes, I did it. Finally I won. I killed Izuku Ack. AFO stopped talking, seeing how Izuku stood there, barely damaged by his attack and his upper clothing being damaged. If that is all the power you have, then you're as good as dead, he said, taking his upper, damaged clothing off. Arg, what happened my shoulder? All for one did this, Hitomi said, waking up and looking at her shoulder. I hate to say it, but Hitomi, you looked better, she said to herself as she looked around. Where are the juniors? What is this power? Hitomi asked, looking up, seeing a terrified AFO and an Izuku with aggressive eyes, white hair that goes upwards. Take these and don't get in my way, Izuku said, in a cold tone, throwing the bag of senzu at Hitomi, who instantly took one. I won't allow you to do as you please on my battlefield, AFO said, aiming at Hitomi. You don't have the luxury of looking away in this battle, Izuku said, appearing next to AFO, punching him with an uppercut and sending him flying, as AFO rushed back and tried to attack and hit Izuku, who simply blocked his hits. I am very angry all for one. Izuku yelled, his rage giving him a huge boost. Brat, Katsuki said, landing near Hitomi. Father, you're all right, she said as she gave him a senzu. He simply grabbed it and put it inside his glove. Of course I'm all right, he answered annoyed, getting another senzu and giving it to Momo as she instantly woke up. Katsuki. Where is Eri? She asked, as Katsuki watched the fight. Eri is dead, he said looking back as the 2 females were shocked to the core. Eri, I'm so sorry, Momo said, holding her body as they were now near Oliva, who was sad too, as most had a senzu and now the bag was empty. Izuku, I told you she was just a child, Momo said, crying, tears streaming down her face. Enough of this sentimental bullcrap. There is no place for weakness on the battlefield. Eri knew when she accepted that she might die. Now take the other weaklings and leave. Now, Katsuki demanded, as Momo grabbed Eri's body and all the class and people there, except for Oliva, who simply clung onto Denki, flew away, Denki bringing the man home, before flying to the lookout. Now then, Deku, why haven't you finished it? Katsuki questioned, watching the battle. Izuku then gutshot AFO, who seemed like he lost consciousness, having blank eyes and looking so messed up that literally no one could tell what happened to him, as this didn't look like the aftermath of a fight, but rather a nuke to the face, bloody all over, teeth damaged and hair burned to nothing but ashes, broken bones. A minute, I have no strength left, Aho thought, his eyes back, barely lifting his face from the dirt. You're not dead? Good, then we can continue, Izuku said, raising his fist only to be stopped by Katsuki, who held his fist back. What are you doing, nerd? I didn't think of you for torture, Katsuki said, as Izuku looked annoyed. You allowed this new power to control and dictate your actions. I didn't think you were so weak, Katsuki said, as Izuku pulled his fist away. What would your own daughter say, seeing you like this? Katsuki said, as Izuku simply remembered Eri. Eri, he thought as he stepped to the side, reverting back to base fully. Stand aside, I will finish this, Katsuki said as he walked over to Efo. Katsuki, you wouldn't kill a downed warrior, would you? Let me gather my strength and I promise you a fight that is worthy of you, Efo said, trying to buy himself out like he did over a week ago. Hihei, Katsuki started to have a small chuckle as he extended his hand. Thank you, Katsuki, Efo said, as All Might didn't want that. You may have my cells, Nomu, but you know nothing of me, Katsuki said as he threw Efo in the air. You have been a thorn in my side for too long, begone. Final flash. Katsuki yelled, quickly charging a final flash, amping it with his explosions and blasting it at AFO, as All Might blasted his strongest smash at him, seemingly destroying him for good, as he reverted back to base 2. After a while, Izuku stood there, as Katsuki looked at him. Deku, the power you had, was that? Katsuki said, before a chi beam pierced his chest on the right as he was down, as All Might was blasted and pierced through the chest, OFA completely going to Hitomi, along with Adem's soul. Katsuki, All Might. Izuku yelled as a power appeared. That is the last time you will have an advantage over me, Katsuki, Efo said as he was back, with more than double his original power. Now then, Izuku. As I see it, it's 1 round per piece. Now then, let the final round of the endgames begin. Nevertheless, all good things must come to an end, Efo said, cupping his hands together and charging a Kamehameha at full power, along with every amping and attack type quirk, giving it a red glow with a black core. I will grant you a warrior's death. You and this entire solar system will die, and I will live on as the mightiest in the universe, AFO yelled, as Izuku made 2 energy ball, 1 per hand. I will have to try my newest version, Izuku thought, as he cupped his hands together, combining the 2 spheres. A times 10, Kamehameha, Izuku said, as he charged a Kamehameha x10. I'll die before I let you do that. I won't let you kill anyone else. I will end you right here, right now. Izuku yelled as AFO smiled. Oh, just 1 more paper wall to break through. Prepare to be erased, fool, Efo said, as both charged their attacks to their absolute max, Ka Mihai, both chanted, as their auras burst and made pillars of energy and electrical sparks going into the sky, as the planet itself was quaking. Ha, both yelled, firing their blasts as the beams collided. Both their beams collided and made a giant struggle. What's wrong? I thought you had more than this left? Efo said, laughing as Izuku struggled to keep it up. He's too strong, I can't keep this up. Is this really the end? Izuku questioned, as suddenly a voice was heard by him. Izuku, don't you dare give up, you hear me? King Kai's voice echoed, and Izuku looked surprised. King Kai? Izuku questioned, as King Kai continued. Izuku, listen to me. If All for One is allowed to continue living, he'll terrorize the entire universe. You have to finish him, King Kai urged, and Izuku's expression shifted as he had an idea. King Kai. Wait, that's it. That technique. Izuku exclaimed, as the red electric sparks around him changed to a different shade of red, now having 2 electric sparks, as his skin and clothing slowly changed color. I don't know how long my body can last, but it's the only way. I don't care about the cost, I'll destroy him before he can hurt anyone else, Izuku declared, as his white aura transformed, now covered by a crimson aura. Kaiōkin. Izuku yelled as he manifested a double aura. Impossible, how is he generating that much power? Fo asked, as Izuku's beam inched closer. Izuku yelled one more time, pushing all he had into the blast, only to find himself at a standstill again. What? That's not possible. Izuku exclaimed, as AFO too had a dual aura like him, the red Kaioken outside and a more evil purple inside. The Kaioken, was it? Ha, what a marvelous technique you have hidden in your cells, Fo said, smiling. And now I will crush you with it, Fo declared as Izuku closed his eyes. Gra. Everyone, I'm sorry, this was not how it was supposed to go. Izuku yelled as AFO pushed more power. This is the end, fool, he yelled, but then was blasted from behind. Looking back, Izuku was shocked to see everyone with the needed powers and chi control doing something. Worthless insects, AFO said, as the beam struggle reached a stalemate again. Hiya! Eri yelled, standing next to Izuku using her own beast state, as she unleashed her absolute max, the Super Kamehameha. You weaklings should be taught your place. No matter how many of you gather, you are nothing in the face of the perfect being, Fo yelled, smiling like a maniac. Kaioken times he yelled as his aura grew and his power surged, the sparks from his aura sending everyone else flying away and stunning them, unable to move as they watched. Ha! It's not enough. Eri, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Izuku yelled as Eri got angry, her hair growing a bit longer and flowing upwards. I can't. I won't let everyone down. Not again. She yelled, bursting into the next state of beast mode, gaining sparks and her aura bursting, growing bigger. Eri, your power, it's amazing. Izuku said, shocked that even now Eri was more powerful than him, using the same state, and even Kaioken was nothing against Eri's power. This is our chance, let's end this. Izuku said, both putting everything they had into their father-daughter Kamehameha. Full POWWW. Both yelled, going all out. Insects, you are nothing. Compared to me, Fo said, as veins started to pop up on his body. Kaioken times FOU. He yelled, only to feel the backlash of the Kaioken, destroying his cells and body. Grara. Final explosive flash. Katsuki yelled, firing an explosion-amped final flash into the clash, combining it with the father-daughter duo's attack, as Hitomi rushed over, thanks to OFA being able to move again, using her max output in full cowl of 67% and beast mode, firing her own super full power energy wave. What are you idiots gawking at? You wanna kill him or not? Katsuki yelled as everyone around the world was watching and yelling, do I? Katsuki, you decided to take the Senzu after all, Izuku said, as Eri chuckled. Now all 4 beast users yelled, pushing all their power into the combined blast, as AFO was shocked. What? How is that fool still alive? AFO questioned. How can this pack of vermin be my end? FO questioned, smiling, as the beam overtook his and him completely. But only together did they even stand a chance, he said, his body slowly being reduced to nothing. That means, I am still the strongest, FO yelled, as he was overtaken and reduced to absolutely nothing, no cell surviving. Well, I guess this is the end for me. Eri, I'm so proud of you, my snowflake. Goodbye, Izuku thought with a smile, looking at his daughter as his aura vanished. With a mighty explosion, it all ended, the beam being sent outside the planet, just like with the first final flash. I can't sense All for One's energy, it's really over, Eri said, stunned, still in the second level of beast mode, looking over at Izuku with a smile. Dad, we did it. She teared up, her smile vanishing as she looked at Izuku. Deku, Katsuki said, disbelief in his voice. Dad, no. Eri cried, tears streaming down her face, as everyone was able to move again, Momo crying too, as both Midoriyas walked over to Izuku, who was lying with his chest down, head turned to Eri, smiling, dead in his base. Dad/Izuku, the two female Midoriyas yelled, as his body then vanished, turned into nothingness. After a while, they were back at the lookout, seeing how Shenron was still waiting, due to their first wish. Only having one wish left, they decided to revive Izuku, until, "Hey you guys, I think it's better if I stay dead. My actions have put the earth in harm," Izuku said, as Katsuki and everyone looked into the sky. "Deku, I will never fight again, I'm nothing but a peanut compared to them," Katsuki thought, as he was hugged by Hitomi, everyone being sad, even Aizawa was crying. "Dad, you gotta come back, we still need you here," Eri said, facing the sky. "Eri, the power you displayed today was amazing, and with you defending the earth, I know it's safe. I'm so sorry for all I put you through. My actions got you all almost killed, and All Might actually died. It's better I remain here. Me returning to Earth was what caused all of this to happen. The Nomus would have never been created if it wasn't for me, or at least not as powerful. I truly am sorry, so this is for the best. Maybe one day, when the time is right, I will return, but until then, take care everyone," Izuku said, as his smiling image was seen in the dark sky. "I'll make you proud. I promise I'll never fail again," Eri said, as everyone smiled, recollecting all their memories with him, glad to have been his friend and knowing him. "I know you will, plus you don't have to worry about me. I have King Kai here and some other faces, so I won't get bored," Izuku said, making everyone smile and tear up. "That was very wise of you, my boy," King Kai said, but was slightly confused. "But explain, why do you believe in them so much?" he asked, as Izuku sat down on the small planet. "Well, if I learned one thing in the last 2 weeks, it's that everyone is stronger than they think. They don't need me anymore," Izuku said, as King Kai and Esarashi smiled, Izuku then changing his outfit back to his hero costume. He also remade his glasses. "Well, can I make a wish then?" Mineta asked, as the girls and boys objected, until the girls realized what he might wish for, but it was too late to stop it, and they were shocked that his wish was something else than perverted. "Oh mighty Shenron, could you please revive Nomu number 17 and number 18? Mineta asked, as Shenron's eyes glowed for a moment. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell," Shenron said as the dragon vanished and the 7 balls spread across the globe in stone form, not to be used for another year. Meanwhile, at the site where AFO died, Nomus number 17 and 18 appeared. "What? Are alive? How?" 18 questioned as 17 looked at her. "I think your short, grape-headed boyfriend and his group have something to do with this," 17 said, teasing 18, who blushed. "Well, see you all in school on Monday," Aizawa said as most flew after he left, going back home, with Eri and Momo also going back as they took care of Kiryu and Mizuku, while Terry was playing with Eri. Katsuki, meanwhile, was taking care of Ayaka, as Hitomi and Setsuna were very confused by his behavior. Meanwhile, everything was as it was before, minus Izuku, as even school seemed boring now. Eri went to school too, having made friends around her age. Nizu was keeping an eye on her, as she was still family, tearing up since his son, Izuku, was dead. "By the way, Izuku, your transformations, what will you name them?" King Kai asked as Izuku thought about it. "The first state will be Beast, simple right? The next step would be Ascended Beast, Max Beast for the mostly useless one, Super Beast for the Mstred state, and for the newest and true next level of Beast, it will be True Beast," Izuku said as he stretched. "So about this tournament," Izuku said. Izuku and King Kai arrived in heaven, as Izuku looked around, noticing that many fighters were there and training. "King Kai, what's going on here?" Izuku asked, as King Kai turned around. "Oh, this year is the Tournament of Otherworld, where the greatest fighters of all 4 quadrants of the universe that died will fight to show who is the strongest. For a few centuries, it was Picken from the West Quadrant," King Kai explained, as Izuku got to know a few people and even met Picken, realizing this guy was serious business. I'm getting excited all over again, Izuku said as he jumped up. By the way, Izuku, your transformations, what will you name them? King Kai asked as Izuku thought about it. The first state will be Beast, simple right? The next step would be Ascended Beast, Max Beast for the mostly useless one, Super Beast for the Mstred state, and for the newest and true next level of Beast, it will be True Beast, Izuku said as he stretched. When is this tournament and can I join? Izuku asked, as King Kai told him that he had already made sure that Izuku would join. So a few months passed with Izuku training and meditating. Izuku, it's time, King Kai said, as he changed Izuku's outfit. Wait, isn't this just Mstr Rashi's Turtle Hermit GI? Izuku asked as King Kai chuckled. Look at the back. Now you have trained under the two of us, so you will participate as our martial arts student, King Kai said, as Izuku looked at the back, smiling. All right, Izuku said, as King Kai reminded him that he wouldn't wear weights and that his GI would protect him from weak energy blasts, plus it wouldn't get easily damaged by weak blasts. King Kai then noticed a small girl with white hair and blue eyes hiding behind a tree and watching. King Kai, who is that? Izuku asked, as King Kai looked confused, looking at the tree as the girl hid behind it. Oh, that is Kanna Kamui, a dragon from a planet further away than Namek and Yardrat, King Kai said, looking sad at the girl as she sat down next to the tree and watched them, interested in Izuku. What's wrong, King Kai? Izuku asked. She was abandoned by her parents for misbehaving, he said, as Izuku looked bamboozled. How could a parent do such a thing? Izuku asked, his anger showing, as his hair flowed upwards slightly. Izuku then put 2 fingers on his forehead and teleported towards her. Hey there, Izuku said, startling Kanna as he appeared behind her. Sorry about that, so you're Kanna, right? Izuku asked, as Kanna was shy and tried to fly away, showing her wings, but Izuku simply sat down. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said, introducing himself, as Kanna looked at him with a surprised expression. She then hugged him, and he was surprised but hugged her back with a smile. Papa, she said, as Izuku looked at her slightly puzzled, then smiled at the sky, his eyes having a look of déjà vu. Now I know how Sensei Aizawa felt with us the entire time, Izuku said, as Aizawa sneezed in the middle of class, as everyone was doing their work. Aizawa, however, pulled out a book and went back to reading. Okay then, Midoriya and Tokage, you two will try to get these 2 bells from me, he said as the 3 went out. Meanwhile, Izuku was playing with Kanna. Kanna then threw Izuku in the air and fired a dragon magic-based attack, similar to Izuku's Kamehameha. Izuku, however, teleported out of the way and landed behind Kanna, surprising her. 2 weeks later, the tournament started, and Izuku and Picken were moving up quite fast. In the finale of the tournament, Izuku stood before Picken, who was surprised a kid managed to get this far. Well, let's make this a fun fight, Izuku said as the bell rang, and he was blitzed by Picken. He's fast, Izuku thought, as he was elbowed in the back of his head, only to jump up, getting kicked back to the ground. Izuku barely dodged a punch, countering, only to be countered himself, as his punch was dodged and a kick to the face happened. Izuku then powered up to his max base, bursting his aura, as he rushed at Picken, surprising him with the speed he now had. Picken tried to counter, only to be countered himself this time, with Izuku gut-shotting him and then following it with a kick to the face and a knee to the chest. Both then started to fire chi blasts at each other, failing to hit each other at all. You are the first opponent in a long time to make me go serious, Picken said, taking his weighted clothing off. Same here. I will show you a trick of my own, Izuku said, his eyes turning red as he burst his aura and transformed into his Super Beast state. Well, seems like we are going all out now, Picken said, smiling as he blitzed Izuku, who dodged the kick. Well, let's see you block this, Picken said, doing his little dance. What? Izuku questioned, confused. Thunder Flash attack? Picken yelled, firing his attack at Izuku, who blocked at the last second. Izuku lay there as the ring was almost destroyed. He's so powerful, Izuku said, as Picken smiled, jumping up and making a tornado that enveloped Izuku and started damaging him. Izuku yelled in pain but then raised his power to the max of Super Beast, stopping Picken, surprising him. Super Kaioken? Izuku shouted, loudly, as he was enveloped by the same aura he had when fighting AFO, but less aggressive, rushing up at Picken and punching him onto one of the flying planets. Kami Kei Mi. Izuku started to chant and cupped his hands, only for Picken to rush at him and punch him square in the face, sending him flying to the ring below, making a small crater. Damn it, Izuku said, as Picken landed down and started doing his dance again. There it is, come on Izuku, find a weak spot, he said to himself as the champion was watching from the shadows. Thunder Flash attack. Picken yelled, blasting his flames at him again. There, Izuku thought, after observing carefully, as the flames came closer. Izuku used instant transmission, appearing next to Picken. Kami Ee Mi, he chanted, charging his attack, as Picken looked to the side in shock, seeing Izuku there. Hiya! Izuku yelled, blasting it in his face, as Picken was sent flying out of the ring and lost. King Kai, Mstar Rashi, and Kanna were cheering him on. Izuku felt embarrassed but was smiling. And the winner is Izuku Midoriya, the announcer declared, as everyone started cheering, as the beastly earthling reverted back to base. The arena will be fixed shortly for the new winner of the tournament to battle the mighty champion, the announcer said, as Izuku went and grabbed a bite to eat. Meanwhile, on Earth, Momo was wearing her GI, training for the Tenkaichi Budokai that was going to happen in a few days. Only girls were allowed to enter this one, so she was preparing herself and pushing herself to her absolute limit. Having adapted her new hairstyle, she asked Eri if she wanted to join, only to be met with a no, due to studying for a test at school. The ring was now fixed, as Izuku was done eating, and Kanna hugged him, with King Kai telling him, "Your opponent is no joke," as she appeared in. Finally done? She asked, as Izuku nodded, changing his position. How about I start the fight? Izuku asked as he pressure punched at her. She, however, dodged it and vanished behind him, kicking him hard in the back of his head. Izuku halted himself before turning around with a spin kick that didn't connect. She then kneed him in the gut, and Izuku stepped back before rushing back in, and the two exchanged a flurry of punches. While exchanging punches, the two started flying upwards, only for a kick from Izuku to be dodged, then being kneed into a planet and sledgehammered down back onto the ring. Izuku, however, stood up, knowing that this was someone who must know him well for being able to predict and outmaneuver him like this. Izuku smiled, wiping the sweat and dirt away. She then landed in front of him, going back into her fighting pose as Izuku burst in power, being surrounded by red sparks of electricity, his aura being more aggressive and bigger, his hair flowing upwards and being white in color again, his red eyes seemingly glowing because of his hair. Time to get serious, Izuku said, using True Beast, going into a new fighting pose. Izuku, how many times did I tell you to never leave an opening in yourself? The woman then said, as Izuku looked surprised. Wait, it can't be. Izuku started to tear up as he recognized her. Mom? Izuku asked as she took off her mask, smiling at her son. She then changed the GI she had for something she used better for fighting. Mom? Izuku said, rushing at her as he hugged his mother. Mom, I thought I would never see you again, he said, reverting back down to base. Oh sweetie, she said as she hugged him too. I can't believe how powerful you became over the years, she said, as the two green-haired family members cried. I give up, Inko said after a few seconds, as Izuku was declared the winner of the tournament and the new champion of Otherworld. After a while, Izuku told his mom all about his adventures and battles, along with the members of his family, as Kanna hugged her. Grandma, Kanna said, as Izuku smiled. You were right, Grandma, Papa is powerful, she said, as Izuku realized his mother was the cause of Kanna seeing him as her father. Izuku from there had his mother and son moments with Inko, father and daughter moments with Kanna, and kept training, pushing himself to his limits, as he knew Earth was in good hands and one day he would return. Hey Izuku, I want you to meet your uncle and your grandpa, Inko said as the two were walking. Huh, but Mom, you never talked about them, Izuku said as he looked over to a building that belonged to Grand Kai. Grandpa, I'm back, Inko said out loud as he walked out, with his halo above his head. Oh Inko, my sweet child, you're back. How was the tournament? An old man's voice said, revealing himself. I'm fine, Grandpa Gohan, and the tournament has a new champion, Izuku, Inko said, as Gohan looked over at Izuku, greeting the boy. Hello Izuku, I'm your great-grandpa, Gohan, he said, as Izuku bowed down. Is Inko back? Someone else asked as he came out. Dad, Inko said, as Izuku vividly remembered him. Grandpa, Max? Izuku asked as the man nodded. Izuku slightly teared up, hugging his grandpa and great-grandpa, as the two commended him for having grown so strong and with such a righteous heart, wanting to save others. Of course, my nephew would know the meaning behind, with great power, there must also come great responsibility, right? Another man asked as Inko greeted her brother. Uncle Ben? Izuku asked as the man, Ben, confirmed this. Izuku later even met Momo's mother as she greeted him, and he was very flustered from all this family attention he missed. How is your aunt? Ben asked as Izuku looked at him. Wait, she is still alive? He asked as everyone's sweat dropped, only for his aunt to reveal herself from behind a tree. Boo, she said as Izuku jumped at this. Aunt May, Izuku said, not believing his eyes. Thank you, May said, knowing how Izuku went to his family's grave and changed the flowers every month. No one knew except for Momo's father. They all celebrated as they watched the tournament of the women and girls on Earth, cheering for Momo. It had been 6 years since the defeat of AFO. Eri had grown into a appealing 15-year-old, wearing the UA outfit, due to going there for the first day of the first year, only to watch as some heroes tried to fight some villains. Eri quickly hid behind a building, tied her hair up, put her bag behind some bushes, and used a bandana to cover her hair, using the Super Beast state. She then jumped in, punching villain number 1 on the head, knocking him out, before kicking number 2 in the face, knocking her out too. She then watched number 3 make a gun out of his hand and fire bullets at her, which she easily caught, to his shock, slowly standing up and raising her hand to let the bullets drop. The villain then got smacked across the face, getting knocked out, before the last one, number 4, tried to flee, driving the car, only for Eri to send a ki and flip the car over. She then rushed away, due to having no license or allowance from a pro hero. She wasn't supposed to do anything, but it was in her blood and every cell in her body to save people and stop bad guys. She then picked up her bag and was back in base, taking the bandana off and putting it away, before she looked at her hat. She then put it on and ran to UA, where she barely made it in time. After everyone introduced themselves, Eri recognized a few people, known as Ryoma, who was now bigger and more athletic. Think of Spider-Man in the comics. There was an older Koda and the 2 other children that Katsuki and Izuku saved on that island within the months that everyone trained for the Nomus. During lunch, the 5 of them sat at the table, but before that, Ryoma took a picture of the other 4 while walking there. Yet Koda didn't like not wearing his hat, so he pulled it out of nowhere and put it on, as did Eri with her hat. After lunch, Aizawa did the same as he did with his so-called favorite generation and made them do the quirk apprehension tests, as Eri wore the gym outfit. Where Eri and Katsuma's quirks wouldn't fit in, yet the two still did really good, especially since Eri had an unfair advantage. Katsuma had pushed himself beyond his limits, managing to become strong and fast enough so that he could help when others weren't around. Hitomi, however, was number 1 during all tests, due to her quirks and unfair advantage. Okay brats, listen up. In 2 weeks, we'll be having a field trip. Tell your parents and let them sign these, Aizawa said, handing out papers as everyone was happy. Hey, have you heard? Some of the other students asked as everyone looked on. Apparently that vigilante appeared to stop some villains again, the kid said, as Koda, Hitomi, Ryoma, and the other 2 looked at Eri, who sheepishly rubbed the back of her head, giving a nervous chuckle. She could feel the daggers of Aizawa's stare in her back, slowly turning around and being scared. Why me? Eri questioned, as Aizawa walked over slowly, like a zombie, as Eri was getting prepared for the consequences. Luckily, she was saved by the bell and rushed out as Aizawa sighed. After a few minutes, Eri was on Island, seeing how Mei Hatsum was getting asked about her new babies. Hey, Auntie May, Eri said as she looked over in shock. Eri? Sweetie, it's been so long, she said as the 2 females hugged. I have a favor to ask, Eri said, after they stopped hugging, the inventor getting serious, as we skipped to them being in May's house. So what is it? May asked as Eri took a sip of the tea. I need you to make me a device that can give me a costume, so I can keep helping people as a vigilante, Eri said, as May looked not surprised, leaving the room as Eri watched TV. After a few hours, May came back with a watch-like device that Eri put on her arm. Press the button, May said as she took a smoke from her cigarette, watching as Eri did and was getting covered in a costume. Wow, this is awesome. Thanks Auntie May, Eri said as May smiled at her, waving goodbye, Eri then pressing the other button and the suit vanishing back into the watch again, flying off and rushing back home. The next morning on her way to school, Eri decided to put on her new disguise, knowing that if she flew to school herself, she would be faster than the flying Nimbus and no one would know who she was. While flying, Eri noticed a car driving recklessly on a freeway and stopped right in front of it. As the driver and his companion stepped out of the car and prepared to attack Eri with a knife, they asked who Eri was. I am protector of good and nightmare to evil, she chanted, while doing some poses. Ally to justice, the great. Girl Blanco, Eri said, finishing her pose. The two from the car started laughing as Eri got angry. Chui, I took all night to think of that, she yelled, stabbing the ground with her foot, as the two got scared, seeing how her foot impaled the rock ground. The two promised to drive carefully from now on and left. Eri smiled and rushed over to school, being happy. Eri, as Girl Blanco, was currently dodging the heroes, Eraserhead and Midnight. Eri had freed a baby animal from a circus since it was being mistreated. However, she was seen as a villain because of doing this, so she was running with the baby animal. Eri, however, managed to escape, and later the misunderstanding was fixed, and Eri's vigilante name was clean again. Just then, as Aizawa was teaching his class, Eri was listening in, since Aizawa got a message that some villains kidnapped a bus full of children. So he ran out as Midnight took over. Plus, excuse me, may I go to the bathroom? Eri asked, raising her hand as Midnight allowed it. Eri then rushed out and towards the roof, pressing the button of her watch. As she was soon covered in her costume, Eri then rushed off, as the principal, the rat god himself, Izuku Midoriya, smiled at the TV screen, having just seen her suit up. She then rushed to where she knew the bus should be, seeing how Aizawa beat the villains up easily, saving him from a power-erasing bullet by destroying it. Are you okay, Sensei Aizawa? Eri asked, as Aizawa nodded, having a small smile, before Eri then knocked out the villain, cuffing the two with quirk-erasing HNDCFFS. So, how did you get out of class, Eri? Aizawa asked, as she simply turned around while smiling. Oh, I just told Sensei Midnight that I was going to the bathroom, Eri said, out of instinct. I knew it is you, Eri, Aizawa then said, using his quirk and glaring at her. Busted, she said, being in complete shock. Later at school, Eri apologized to Midnight, then Aizawa came back, saying he grabbed a mug of coffee, but it fell, so he cleaned it up, to explain why he came later. This is the worst day ever, Eri whispered, as Hitomi chuckled. Ms. Midoriya to the principal's office, I repeat. Ms. Midoriya to the principal's office. The rat god's voice rang through the speakers. Ua busted, her classmates said amongst themselves, as Eri walked over to the door and left. When she was there, she knocked on the door, hearing a faint come in, opening the door, entering and closing the door. You wanted to speak to me, principal? Eri asked as he turned the TV behind him on and Eri watched herself, blowing her cover. Eri, I want you to participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament, the 45th Tenkaichi Budokai, Nizu said, not playing around the bush. But what about school? Eri asked, as Nizu kept smiling. You will be granted a free month. You are smart, you can catch up to the others in no time, Nizu said, as he handed her a piece of paper, her now in shock standing outside the room. What just happened? She asked, no one in particular. Taking a look at the two pieces of paper, one saying the rules and when it is, the other being her freedom paper. It got signed by Aizawa and the other teachers, as Eri then was sent home, showing the papers to her mother. Oh Eri, what are you gonna do? Momo asked, now looking quite older, due to being almost 23, she looked more fit, having muscles, but still an athletic build. Well, I was gonna participate too, since this is an everybody tournament, so the males can enter too. However, they have children and adult sections. Children from 5 to 13 can enter that section and 14 plus go to the adult section, Momo said, wiping her hands on a towel. So, I can stay at home and train? Eri asked as Momo hugged her daughter. Yes, sweetie, you can, she said as Eri hugged her back. Eri Nizan, Mizuku and Kiryu said, rushing to their older sister, as the two 6-year-olds were quite strong. They pushed her to the ground. Hey, you two. Want to help me train? Eri asked as the two agreed, Momo giving them a map and directions to where they could train uninterrupted, but before that, I will go and see if Hitomi is gonna enter, Eri said, flying at high speed to where the Bakugas are. She landed as Hitomi opened the door, looking surprised at Eri, who was surprised too, since she saw Hitomi and Ayaka going out for ice cream together, since Ayaka yelled ice cream the entire time. Erin, Ayaka yelled, jumping on the snow-haired girl, the two hugging. Hey Hitomi, Eri said, after catching up with the youngest Bakugu. I'm gonna enter the Tenkaichi Budokai, she said, smiling with a confident look. Haha, I'm not interested, Hitomi said, laughing it off, until they heard Katsuki, also older as he just came back from hero work. What is this I hear? Well, if you're gonna enter, I will enter too, Katsuki said, as Eri looked surprised. While you slacked off in these times of peace, I kept training. I wonder how I fare against you now, Katsuki said, as Hitomi was surprised. And you will enter too, Hitomi, Katsuki said, not accepting any ifs and buts, just as the other appeared, the adults at least, thinking about entering, for fun at least, knowing they stand no chance against either of the three beasts. If you guys enter, then I shall too, a familiar voice came as everyone looked at the sky. D-Dad? Eri asked, as Izuku was holding onto King Kai's shoulder. Hey guys, it's been so long, Izuku said, as Katsuki was shocked the most. Wait, what do you mean Deku? He asked as Izuku chuckled. Well, for doing the amount of good deeds I did in my life, I earned myself 24 hours back on Earth, so I will come back on the day of the tournament, Izuku said as Momo smiled and teared up, being happy. Well, I will be needing a disguise, Eri said, then explained as Katsuki thought it was ridiculous, but it was done quickly. Ridiculous, Todoroki thought, but was eager to enter too. Hey Deku, I'll be waiting. I've become pretty strong, Katsuki said, smiling. Me too, Izuku's voice echoed, as both warriors smiled and wanted this fight. Everyone then separated to do their training. Eri went out to the place Momo told her to, along with Kiryu and Mizuku. There, the three changed into their GIs, as Mizuku and Kiryu had the same GI. Okay, first beast, Eri said as she transformed, her eyes turning red, but a more aggressive red color. She then smiled at her siblings. Let's do it, she said, cracking her finger joints, as the two children raised one arm each and screamed, yet together. I hope I'm not too rusty, Eri said, flexing herself. First, we'll work on our reflexes, Eri said, as she gathered a pile of rocks, drawing a line in the dirt. Okay, so first, I want you two to throw these rocks at me from behind the line, Eri said, getting in front of the mountain and going into position, both grabbing one rock each. Since when? She asked as the two shrugged their arms. Gosh, well, it took me and Dad days, weeks, to figure out how to go beast. You two just do it. Well, in that case, do you two want to spar? You know what I mean, right? Eri asked, as the two nodded and got into position. Eri was dodging and blocking attacks from the two children, dodging a double kick from the one, while going full force against them, by flying into the air. Hey, Kiryu said as Mizuku and he looked angry. You cheated, she said as Eri looked surprised. Wait, you two can't fly? Able to go beast but not fly, what a world, Eri said, landing back down, then from there going on to teaching them how to fly. Only then, as the two finally got it and knew how to fly, Momo called them and said that dinner was ready, so they all went back home for the day. You really are strong, the two said, as Eri chuckled. If I'm not careful, these kids will surpass me, she thought, as she looked at the we are strong, but Ayaka is even stronger than us, they said, as Eri looked surprised. Wow, I'm really gonna get surpassed if I don't keep up my training, Eri thought. The next day the three were sparring again, all in beast and able to fly. Izuku meanwhile was training with weights on his legs and arms. Why is he training the old-fashioned way? South Kai asks as King Kai looked at him. Oh, it's you South, he said, looking back at Izuku. Is Izuku the best in the north? How much weight does he use? South Kai asked as King Kai looked. Casual. Oh, nothing much, simply 2 tons each, he said as South Kai looked shocked. Are you surprised? King Kai asked as South Kai regained some of his composure. And not really, he said, coughing into his fist. In the south we have a really incredible guy called Papoy, he said. Compared to him, your student is nothing special, he said as King Kai humored him. Oh really, there is a tournament on Earth back in the north, maybe your Papoy should enter, Izuku is? King Kai said, as South Kai looked up at Izuku. Yeah, why not? You're in for a surprise, Papoy is gonna win for sure, South Kai said, smiling. Hey Izuku, King Kai said as Izuku stopped and looked at him. Want something heavier? King Kai said. Sure. How much? Izuku asked, looking at the kais. How about 10 tons each? King Kai said, as Izuku looked surprised. 10. 10 tons, no way, South Kai said in shock. 10 tons? That's too much. I won't be able to move, Izuku complained. Just go beast then, King Kai said as South Kai was looking confused. Okay. Then it's gonna be easy, Izuku said as he smiled. Go ahead and change them, King Kai told South Kai. Okay, but I don't take blame for your injuries. 10 tons each, that's 40 tons, he said as he changed the weights, them looking buffer as Izuku slowly descended. Just as South Kai wanted to comment a cocky remark, Izuku's eyes changed and his aura burst. Easy, easy, Izuku said as he continued his training without difficulty. The tournament is in 28 days, King Kai said as South Kai was shocked. Well, too bad he won't join, something like that is boring for him and too worldly, South Kai said, running off, as King Kai did a peace symbol towards Izuku's family, who laughed at the scene they watched. It's about time, where is he? Uranai Baba asked, the witch sitting on her floating crystal ball, as King Kai looked over to Izuku meditating and image training. Baba, we still have 24 days, King Kai said, as she blushed in embarrassment, Izuku's family sensing how much more powerful he is. Base PL is 170,000 at this point. Meanwhile back on Earth everyone was doing their training, even Katsuki was in his beast state using the gravity chamber May had built for everyone at UA, as he was punching the air, while some wondered how he did it. Meanwhile Ayaka was walking in big circles. Don't overexert yourself, Ayaka. Get out of the room. 150x gravity is too much for you, Katsuki said, as she stopped and looked exhausted. Mizuko called last night, she said she will enter the Budokai too, so I will too, she said, Katsuki smiling. They think this is gonna be child's play, Katsuki said, as Ayaka looked exhausted. Well, I guess I have to go beast, Ayaka said, catching Katsuki's attention. Her aura burst up and her green eyes became red, as Katsuki and everyone was shocked, as she was running around and jumping like no problem. But, since when? When did the beast awoken of our ancestors become a child's plaything? Katsuki asked, but got serious, as Hitomi was the most surprised. Ayaka, Katsuki said, gaining her attention, since she stopped and looked at her dad. Can the younger siblings of Eri become beasts too? Katsuki asked, as she nodded her head. Is there a sale on beast going on? Katsuki questioned, as everyone was sweat-dropping. Fight with me, Katsuki said, as she shook her head, still smiling. No way, I stand no chance, she said, as everyone watched that. Go ahead, if you even manage to touch me once, I will take you to the amusement park, Katsuki said, both getting ready. Really? You promise? Ayaka asked, bursting her aura, rushing and trying to punch Katsuki, who dodged the hits, but started sweating. Katsuki then got scratched in the face, punching back into Ayaka's face. As she lands on her back, she slowly stands up, tears starting to appear. No crying, I will take you to the park later, Katsuki said as she instantly got happy. Tell me, between you two, Mizuku and you, who is stronger? Katsuki asked. I am slightly above both Mizuku and Kiryu. Plus they can't fly yet and I can, she said, looking proud. Just a little, what's with the new generation? Katsuki questioned in his mind. And so the days and weeks passed, everyone training until they couldn't move anymore, Izuku on the final day meditating again. All right, he said, smiling and opening his eyes. Finally, the day arrived. Everyone was currently sitting in a plane. Hey, so, just to be fair, none of us can use Beast, Eri said, as the radio started to play a song. What? No matter, if everyone is in their normal state then I'm the strongest, Katsuki said, as Denki looked determined, as did Shoto. Dad might not even recognize some of you, especially you Mineta, Eri said, as everyone was excited and Mineta looked proud. Just then everyone landed with the plane, exiting it, noting that there is a huge crowd and many people. Is Midobro here yet? Kirishima asked, looking around. As everyone looked around, Kaminari looked at Eri. Are you gonna participate wearing that? He asked as she looked insulted, but ignored the comment a few seconds later. Where could he be, the waiting room perhaps? Momo asked, as just then the sound of boots landing on standing was heard, as everyone turned around to see Izuku. Hey everyone, how've y'all been? Izuku asked, having his signature smile, being older, including a new hairstyle. Everyone yelled out his name, rushing at him to hug him. You have 24 hours, remember? Baba said, vanishing as Izuku gave her a thumbs up. They all talked for a while, until Izuku noticed his youngest children, not having greeted him yet. Mizuku, come on, you played with him back when you were toddlers. Say hello to your father, Momo said, pushing the two forward, as the two children looked at Izuku in astonishment, while Izuku smiled at them. Daddy! The two yelled as if they got a flash of a memory from when they played with him. Izuku kneeled down as the two jumped at him, hugging him as he hugged back. My appealing children, I can finally hug you again, he said as the two nuzzled with him. After a short moment, everyone started talking normally with each other, as Eri looked for her parents, but couldn't find them. Ah, Izuku, Momo ummed his name as they were behind a wall and keeping themselves quiet, while having missed each other for so long, they finally felt each other again. After that was over, they rejoined the group. Dad, I'm so sorry for having disappointed you back then, Eri said. No, Eri, I'm proud and always will be. I just didn't understand you and I'm sorry, Izuku said, as the two hugged. We should register before it's too late, Denki said, as they then did. Eri and the others were in the adult division, as Eri told Izuku about the no transforming rule. Meanwhile Ayaka, Kiryu, and Mizuku were forced into the children's division. Everyone then went to the changing rooms as they changed into their outfits. Everyone got ready to fight, but before that there was something they would have to do. Wow, you two do really look like your parents, Ayaka said, as Kiryu and Mizuku agreed. I heard that he's very strong, but my dad looks stronger, Ayaka said, looking at the Zwell. Eri said that our dad is the strongest, Mizuku said, looking at her dad from behind, as he was catching up with everyone. Yeah, Erina even said that he was like an angel, making you know that everything is gonna be fine when he appears, Kiryu said, as he smiled. Ah, well if it isn't Nomu number 18, Izuku said as. She scoffed. Wow, he finally noticed, she said, as she walked along them. We got married and even have a daughter, Mineta said, having a smile and a small blush. Wow, what a surprise, Izuku said, as he was quite surprised. After a while everyone was out there, 200 fighters being there, as everyone wore their outfits. A punching machine will be used to test and determine the 15 fighters that get to be in the tournament, the announcer said. After everyone had used the machines, it was obvious who was entering. Meanwhile Izuku and the others went on and wanted to watch the children fight, so Izuku and Ko went there and were excited. So what are you gonna do with the prize money? Ayaka asked as she was with her back to the wall. Candy, Mizuku said. Toys, Kiryu said, as some punk appeared and made jokes about them, the three not even caring. The first match, Ayaka, 7 years old, versus Estes, 14 years old, the announcer said, as the two entered. I feel so bad about the kid, she stands no chance. Just quit little girl, the audience commented and many more comments, as the two fighters got ready. Time to cry, Estes said, only for the match to begin, Ayaka getting him off balance by swiping his feet and then kicking him up in the air, so the match ended, as Setsuna was mocking the mother of Estes. Child's play, Ayaka said, returning to the building. Then Mizuku was next, easily dominating her match, and even Kiryu did it. The three went up and up. In the semifinals, Kiryu versus Mizuku, that was the match, as Ayaka dominated her semifinal match. Well, lil bro, I will have to win this so I can fight against Ayaka and prove to dad how powerful I am, Mizuku said, as Kiryu chuckled. Same here, I too want him to be proud of me, Kiryu said, as the two went into position. Wow, time to see what those two can do, Izuku said, smiling and expecting a good battle. Fight, the announcer said, getting off the ring, as the two rush at each other, vanishing and reappearing in the sky and exchanging a flurry of punches and kicks. The two then land on the ring, smiling at each other, then rushing again, only for Kiryu to vanish, reappearing behind Mizuku and blasting a ki at her, as she barely stops herself from falling out of the ring. Izuku was surprised at their skills. Time to show you my little secret, Kiryu said, cupping his hands together, as everyone that knew the technique was surprised. Came, he started to chant, as Mizuku stopped smiling, knowing he meant it. Came, he continued to chant, as a familiar blue orb appeared between his hands. No Kiryu, it's Kamehameha, Mizuku said, as Kiryu smiled. My version is weaker but faster, he said, surprising her. Eche, he yelled, firing the beam, not lying as it was indeed faster, but felt weaker, also being a slightly brighter blue. Then, Mizuku said, as she jumped backwards on her back, stopping herself with her hands and kicking the blast towards the sky. Eri was surprised at this, as was everyone. That seemed like a weaker version of yours, Dad, she said, as Izuku agreed. Oh man, Kiryu said, watching the blast, having let down his guard and not noticing Mizuku moving behind him. Gotcha, she said, as he was surprised. Before being kicked in the back of his head, being sent out of the ring, he tried however to stop himself from falling, only to fail and still touch the ground outside the ring. Ah, I win, Mizuku said, cheering as did everyone else. Ah man, Kiryu said, looking sad, but quickly standing up and congratulating Mizuku. We'll have a quick lunch break before moving on to the children's finale, the announcer said, as everyone in the arena went out and got something to eat. Izuku, Katsuki, and Eri were eating the most, as this surprised no one, but made some be happy due to being like the old times. This is good stuff, Izuku said as he smiled, with Momo smiling at her husband. You know, I think I'll never get used to this, Tenya said as he was smiling. You know Izuku, you eat a lot for a dead guy, Mineta said, as he looked at Izuku's halo. You know? That's exactly what King Kai always tells me, but what can I say? I just love to eat, Izuku said as he got a new bowl. You telling me, Mineta said as just then Eri entered the room. Oh cool, it's chow time, she said, getting closer to the table. Come on, sit down, Eri, we already ordered, Izuku said as she smiled and was happily sitting down. Next thing we know, all three were eating a lot, even Denki and Todoroki were eating a lot, but were on another table. As all three ate on one table, Setsuna noticed how Hitomi just appeared, sitting down and starting to eat, due to being on the WC to wash her hands. Now as all four ate, Momo and Setsuna giggled, having some small talk as most did, while the descendants of the three legendary beasts were filling their stomachs. Hey Dad, we're almost out of pasta, Eri said as she noticed the lack of pasta. Excuse me, more spaghetti please, Izuku ordered, as Katsuki also chimed in. And bring some more egg rolls while you're at it, he said, as Hitomi said something too. More rice too, thanks, she added, as the four enjoyed their food. Ah, I'm so stuffed, Izuku said as they finally finished their food, leaving the restaurant. Wow, I'm so full. If I have to fight one of you guys, please don't punch me in the gut, Izuku said, as they continued to walk. We should go and check out the draws, to see who fights who, 18 said, as Katsuki smiled. Well, if I have to fight Deku in the first round, the first thing I will do is punch him in the gut, Katsuki said, as Izuku commented, oh man. No mercy, as everyone laughed. Just then, two mysterious figures appeared before them. Izuku and the others stopped, surprised by them. Is that guy floating in the air? Izuku questioned, holding his belt. Excuse me, are you Izuku? The mysterious figure asked. Do I know you? Izuku asked as the man shook his head. No, but I've heard about you, he said, smiling. I wanted to spar with you for quite some time, he said, floating closer to Izuku. I've also qualified. I hope I'm lucky enough to challenge you, he said as he extended his hand. Of course, I have no delusion of beating you. I just want to see how strong you are. May I shake your hand? He asked as Izuku noticed his hand, grabbing it to shake it. Pleased to meet you, Izuku said, as he noticed something. Just like the rumors state, you indeed have a pure soul, the man said as Izuku and he stopped shaking hands. Well then, we go in first, he said as he and the bigger one left. Who was that? One from the group asked. No idea. But it seems winning this tournament won't be as easy as expected, Izuku said with a smile, as Katsuki was irritated. You really think so? He seemed weird, Mineta said, as they made their way to see the children's finale. As both Ayaka and Mizuku entered the ring, smiling at each other, the announcer announced their names, age, and that they were friends. The two then got into position. Just so you know, I won't hold back, Ayaka said as she kept smiling. But me too then, Mizuku said as she changed her position. The two then got ready. The two young beast warriors rushed at each other, blocking each other's strikes, and then broke. But they flew right back at each other, into the air, and exchanged punches, eventually punching each other in the face. Mizuku hit a few of Ayaka's afterimages, then Ayaka hit Mizuku's afterimage, and they exchanged more mid-air blows until they finally broke away and landed back in the ring. Not bad. You've improved a lot in such a short time, Ayaka said, smiling at Mizuku. Our big sis taught us a lot, Mizuku said, smiling back. Ayaka then began focusing chi in both of her hands. Ayaka then brought both hands together to fire a single blast. Mizuku floated up to dodge it, and Ayaka maneuvered it just in time to keep it from hitting the audience. My turn, Mizuku said as she was on the ground again. Kami ie me, she started to chant, cupping her hands together. H-eh, she yelled as she blasted the familiar blast, but the blast was like an aura around Mizuku, as she fired it from her whole body, using her hands to direct it towards Ayaka. Mizuku's Kamehameha shot straight at Ayaka, but Ayaka leaned to the side, and the announcer had to duck for cover, as it shot toward the backstage building, taking off a small chunk of its roof. Chi blasts are too dangerous, we shouldn't use them, Ayaka said, as Mizuku agreed after giggling. The hand-to-hand battle resumed, and Ayaka flew at Mizuku, with Mizuku reciprocating until they clashed and grasped each other by the shoulders. Ayaka tossed Mizuku into the air, and Mizuku caught herself but lost sight of Ayaka. Ayaka suddenly grabbed Mizuku from behind, locking her in a full Nelson. Give up, if I squeeze any more, you will get hurt, Ayaka said, as Mizuku was trying to free herself. Seems like it's over, Katsuki laughed as Izuku just looked at him. Mizuku suddenly turned beast to break free, and they both landed in the ring, where Mizuku returned to normal again. Hey, no fair. We weren't supposed to turn beast, Ayaka said, quite annoyed. Sorry, it just happened, Mizuku said, giggling and scratching the back of her head. Stupid, how could she just do that? Kiryu asked as he was next to the others. That was dirty do, your brat cheated. Katsuki yelled. But I didn't even know she could do that, Izuku said, sweat dropping. I can go beast too, Dad, Kiryu said, as Izuku smiled and lifted him up and hugged him. Really? Wow, I'm so proud of you too, he said as Eri got a bit jealous, hugging her father from behind. Izuku just chuckled and laughed a bit, turning around and hugging her too. Mizuku, Ayaka said, smiling again. What? She asked, still smiling. Philip, I can beat you without using my left arm, she said. What? You're lying. You can't win like that, Mizuku said. Sure I can, Ayaka said, as Mizuku seemed annoyed and shook her arms around. No way. I dare you to try. Remember, without using your left arm, Mizuku said, stopping to shake her arms. Fine, Ayaka said as she got ready. Ayaka then flew forward, hitting with her right arm only, but Mizuku blocked it and then kicked her in the face. Mizuku blocked another hit and punched Ayaka in the face, and they broke away. Ayaka shot a small blast toward Mizuku, but it hit the ring as Mizuku flew up into the air. Mizuku composed herself and then dove straight down at Ayaka. Ayaka realized what she was planning and decided to hold still until she jumped out of the way at the last moment. Mizuku managed to fly after Ayaka instead of crashing into the ring, and so Ayaka turned beast in desperation and blasted Mizuku in the back after jumping above her, using her left hand. The little blast knocked Mizuku into the audience. "Ring out," the announcer said as Ayaka was celebrating as she reverted back to base, while Mizuku went towards her. "Hey, you cheated. You changed into beast and even used your left arm," Mizuku said, being angry, but a child angry, rather than raw emotion. "Sorry, it just happened, plus you used beast too, so now we're even. Plus I didn't even touch you with my arm directly, so stop whining," Ayaka said, still smiling. "Ayaka is a beast too?" Izuku asked, as Katsuki patted him on the back. "Too bad, looks like my daughter won." "Looks like my daughter has the stronger blood in her," Katsuki said, smiling as he was happy, his offspring beating Izuku's offspring. "What's wrong? Cheer up. I'll give you 2 of my toys," Ayaka said, as Mizuku was happy instantly again. "Really? Fine, but you have to promise," she said as the children's division tournament was over. "The child champion is Ayaka Bakugo," the announcer said as everyone was cheering for the spectacle of the year. The contestants were Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Minoru Mineta, Denki Kaminari, Shoto Todoroki, Shin, Kibito, Yamu, Spopovich, Eri Midoriya, Hitomi Bakugo, the champ, number 18, Shota Aizawa, Momo Midoriya, and some random guy named Killer. "So, should we go to the draws?" Mineta asked as Izuku nodded, all of them going to the place where the draws were being done. "Hey Momo, look what I can do," Izuku said, smiling at her. "What is it?" She looked emotionless at him. "But why?" she then simply asked as Izuku just shrugged. "Can you put your clothes back on?" she asked as Izuku chuckled, putting his top back on. "Please step up when your name is called so we can see who you're fighting," the announcer said as everyone waited. "Dad, can I ask you something?" Eri asked, as she and Izuku waited to be called. "What is it?" Izuku asked with a smile. "Do you think I'm doing enough with my powers?" Eri asked, as Izuku looked surprised, but then smiled at her again. "Do you give people hope? Are you moving through your city like a guardian angel?" Izuku asked back as Eri smiled, remembering the same words. "This blood chose you. Don't ever forget it," Izuku said, his eyes shining a beastly red for a moment, as Eri smiled even more, some tears forming in her eyes as she remembered. "I don't think this blood just flows through your veins, Eri. I think it chose you," Izuku said, as he and Eri were training in the time chamber for AFO. "Moving through our city like a guardian angel. Making a difference, saving people. Like a beast," Izuku said, as he helped her up from the ground. "I meant to ask too, where is Terry?" Izuku asked, as Eri wiped away her tears. "Oh, Terry ripped open a portal and vanished a few weeks ago," Eri said as she giggled, hugging her dad. "Thank you," she said, as Izuku understood, and the two just stood there, enjoying the moment. After a while, the fighters of the first round were chosen. Mineta versus Shoto, Shota versus Shin, Denki versus Hitomi, Killer versus Spopovich, Eri versus Kibito, Izuku versus Katsuki, number 18 versus the champ, Momo versus Yamu. "Yes, Deku is my opponent. I've been waiting for this for a long time, the day I finally defeat Deku," Katsuki thought, smiling as Izuku smiled at him. "Katsuki," he simply said. And thus the matches were set for everyone. Everyone made their way to where they were gonna watch from, as the announcer called Mineta and Shoto to the ring, as the latter one was watching Mineta pray, sweat dropping at the sight. But then the two faced each other and got into position. "Begin," the announcer yelled into the mic as Shoto rushed towards Mineta, who used his arms to form an X in front of him, blocking the first strike. The two of them then rushed around the ring, exchanging a flurry of punches and kicks. Mineta then rushed up into the sky, before coming down like Mizuku did against Ayaka. But Todoroki didn't dodge. He just stood there and raised his hand, as Mineta aimed at him too. Both then blasted at each other, the beam clash exploding and sending the two flying, as Mineta was almost ringed out, but held himself in the air. The two then rushed by one another, as Shoto was the first to strike, getting his fist held by Mineta, who then threw him into the air, as Todoroki got desperate, activating his flames. And Shoto Todoroki is out, the announcer said into the mic as everyone was cheering for Mineta, as Todoroki got back down, deactivating his quirk. I completely forgot about the no quirk rule, he said, as both left the ring after a respectful bow and handshake. Izuku and the others looked on, as Aizawa and Shin went and entered the ring. Begin, the announcer said into the mic. Aizawa started sweating and couldn't move, as both fighters stared each other down. What's wrong with me? Why am I not moving? Aizawa thought, as he recalled a conversation with Izuku. Does this Shin guy bother you that much? Mineta asked. Well, we'll see about that now, Izuku said as he and the others were watching. Finally, we're going to see what this mysterious guy is made of, Katsuki thought, not smiling. Why am I so hesitant to attack him? I've never even met him before, Aizawa thought, starting to sweat. What in the world is he? He questioned, his sweat dropping to the ground. You'll find out very soon. But for now, let's enjoy the game, Shin said, smiling as Aizawa seemed shocked and like he figured something out. I'm sorry. I forfeit, Aizawa said, leaving the ring, surprising everyone, including Shin. You forfeit? You're not going to fight, the announcer asked. Correct, Aizawa said, leaving as he walked by Izuku. I see. He is a descendant of one of the early guardians and he's piecing the puzzle together slowly, Shin thought. Is he really that strong, sensei? Izuku asked as Aizawa wiped his sweat. Yes. The difference between us is too great, Aizawa said, as Mineta wasn't believing this. You're kidding, right? I'm fighting him next. Mineta whined a bit. The next match, Killer versus Spopovich, the announcer said into his mic. As both fighters entered the stage, Shin walked by Spopovich and looked angry. Why does his energy seem so familiar? Eri whispered, looking at Killer, who wore a mask. As the two entered the stage, the announcer looked at his clipboard and started to sweat. Excuse me, but I got something mixed up, I'm sorry, but the next match is Denki Kaminari versus Hitomi Bakugo, he said, as Spopovich grunted and went back to the sides to watch, as Denki chuckled and Killer left the stage. Denki and Hitomi then were in the ring. Begin, the announcer yelled, as the two looked at each other, Denki activating his Godspeed state, blitzing Hitomi, elbowing her in the back of her head, as she retaliated by swinging her fist backwards, only to be dodged and then grabbed by her leg to be thrown at the ground, then grabbed and thrown again into the sky, rushing after her. As she stopped his knee to her guts, blocking it with both hands. What? Denki asked as he looked to see the red beast eyes of Hitomi, as he smiled, dropping his Godspeed state. Huh. Hitomi was surprised as Denki closed his eyes, when opening them, showing red, not yellow. You can use it too, Hitomi said, stating the obvious. The two then smiled and looked at each other, as Yamu and Spopovich looked at their energy reader. Hey Yamu, look at this, the bigger one said as the smaller looked and was shocked at the amount of energy. Both were ready to continue their fight, only for Denki to go back into Godspeed and blitz at Hitomi, beating her for a bit, as she finally yelled out, "Enough!" bursting into Ascended Beast and punching Denki out of the ring, before reverting back down to base herself, watching as Denki was back in base 2 and knocked out. Everyone cheered, as now it was Killer versus Spopovich. Spopovich and Killer were looking at each other. Meanwhile, Shin was concerned, as the crowd simply cheered for the two fighters, more so for Killer than Spopovich. Those that remembered Spopovich didn't recognize him at first because of the amount he changed. Begin, the announcer started as Killer went into a fighting pose that seemed familiar to Eri. No, it can't be, Eri whispered as she was not believing it. Meanwhile, Shin walked past Izuku and Katsuki, who both looked at him, as Aizawa approached him. I may be mistaken, but might you be? Aizawa started asking as Shin smiled at him. Excuse me? Shin asked as Aizawa continued, Aren't you the Dai Keo-sama? Aizawa asked as Shin chuckled. "Oh, I'm afraid you're wrong," he said, as Kibito appeared from behind. "He's the Kaioshin," Kibito said, as Aizawa was shocked. Kaioshin, he questioned, remembering reading about the KO, Dai KO, and Kaioshin in a book on the lookout, while being in total shock. "Please, keep this quiet," Shin said, walking past Aizawa, who didn't move. "I'd prefer nobody know my identity yet," he said, as Aizawa was like in a trance. "Kaioshin. I've read about it, but I didn't think it was true. The book said that he is above the KO and the Dai KO even. Which means he's the god of all KO," Aizawa quietly said to himself, just as Izuku appeared and talked to him. "What's wrong, Aizawa? Was he being stuck up?" "I'll talk to him for you if you want," Izuku said, as Aizawa was panicking. "No. Don't do anything," Aizawa yelled, as Izuku was quite surprised about the scared and panicked look on Aizawa, who had his hands out front saying stop. Meanwhile Kaosama was sweating. "Kaioshin? Even I have never met him. Why has he come to Earth?" Ko questioned, as we cut to Killer kicking Spopovich across the face, sending him flying to his face. He then stands up and charges at Killer, as the two exchange a flurry of kicks and punches, suddenly Killer's mask being grabbed and ripped away. "I knew it, Ryoma," Eri said, as the face behind indeed revealed Ryoma, now smiling sheepishly and rubbing the back of his head, before proceeding to fight Spopovich again, dodging his grabs. "How is he doing?" Izuku asked as Eri was blushing. "Not bad," Mineta said as Eri stayed quiet, before speaking up. "Ryoma's giving him a beating," she said, having small hearts in her eyes, as Mineta showed Izuku, who was smiling. "My little girl is growing up," Izuku thought, with a smile on his face. "He's a lot stronger than Spopovich," Eri then continued, as Ryoma kicked Spopovich to the edge of the ring. "And it's over. Wow, what skill." Even though Spopovich was bigger than Killer, he couldn't even land a single hit, the announcer yelled into the mic, as Spopovich then stood up again. "He's getting back up. What stamina," he then continued, as Izuku looked like he noticed something, looking over to Katsuki, who looked back and nodded slightly, as Izuku nodded back. "Persistent," Ryoma said, slightly exhausted, having spent a lot of stamina already, as Spopovich was charging at him. Ryoma then proceeded to use the momentum against him, as he jumped and kicked Spopovich in the face, before elbowing him in the neck and then punching him multiple times in the guts. "Hey!" he yelled as he kneed him in the chin and made Spopovich fall to his back, bleeding, but as Ryoma put his hands on his knees, exhausted, Spopovich stood there, smiling, blood dripping from his mouth. "It can't be," Eri said, quite surprised, no more in a trance. "He'd better give up. I have a bad feeling about this," Izuku said, with a serious face, only to watch Spopovich slapping Ryoma with the back of his hand and making him fly to the edge of the ring. But as he jumped and landed on his feet, trying to stand up, he noticed a tad bit too late and was kicked upwards in the face, almost landing outside the ring, but managing to catch himself and jumping back inside the ring. Out of breath and now slightly bleeding, Ryoma wiped the blood away as Eri was worried. "At least he managed to save himself," she said, as Izuku looked on. She then left so she can go beat her opponent and then make Spopovich pay for his crimes. "Deku, why are there only 3 beans? What about the rest you usually have?" Katsuki asked, as Izuku chuckled. "Well, you see, the thing is, I left them in heaven, since I didn't think we'd need them," Izuku said, as Katsuki face-palmed. Just then Eri appeared and stood next to Kibito, both walking up to the ring, as Eri decided to not care anymore, taking off her glasses and throwing them to the side. The two fighters then looked at each other, with Eri even going into her pose. "I can't use my full strength, otherwise school will be weird. However, this guy seems to not be an easy opponent," Eri thought, sweating and gulping. "I want you to become a beast. I want to know if you can be of help to us," Kibito said, as Eri seemed surprised and was taken aback. "Huh, you know about Beast? And what do you mean help you?" Eri asked as she stood there naturally. "You'll see soon enough, but first change into a beast," Kibito said, as Shin and the others watched on. "It has begun," Shin said, watching from a bit further away, but getting closer to our heroes. "Are you kidding? Changing in front of everybody?" Eri asked as she couldn't believe her ears. What are they talking about? Mineta asked, as Izuku was surprised. He wants her to turn into a beast, he answered, as Aizawa walked over. Are they the ones? Yamu asked as Spopovich looked at a machine in his hands. No, their energy is very low, Spopovich answered. Eri, Aizawa yelled out as she looked over and he nodded. Sensei, she questioned, but looked serious again. Aizawa? What's going on? Izuku asked as Aizawa looked at him. I'm not sure myself, but, he answered, but was interrupted by Shin. We're going to use Eri. My deepest apologies, Shin remarked as they all looked at him. Please, no matter what happens, don't intervene, Shin said, as Izuku and Denki looked at him. What? Denki asked, as Izuku thought about this whole thing and was confused. What do you mean, he asked as the smaller being walked up to them. See, I guess I have to comply. Damn it, school will be weird, Eri said as she stood there ready. Change, Kibito simply said, as Katsuki had his arms crossed. I don't answer to those I don't know. Who are you? He asked as Shin didn't bother turning around. He is the Kaioshin, the god of all chaos, Aizawa answered, as Denki, Katsuki, and the others present were shocked. I heard of you from Kaio-sama. You're the Kaioshin? Izuku asked, in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, the watchers were getting annoyed because the two fighters weren't fighting. However, Eri's eyes suddenly changed and her expression became more serious, and her eyes were the same red as her usual beast eyes. Shut up. Can't you tell they are getting ready to fight? Kirishima's voice was heard yelling, as everyone was silent and stopped insulting Eri and Kibito, same with other friends of Izuku that were just watching. What's gonna happen when Eri changes into her beast form? Denki asked as Shin looked at him. I think Yamu and Spopovich are going to attack, but please, don't interfere, Shin said, looking back at the two in the ring. Don't worry, they won't kill her, they are after her energy, Shin said, to calm Izuku down, which didn't really work as well as he imagined. Her energy? Izuku asked, as suddenly a weak aura appeared around Eri. Fine. I'll transform, but I will take it a step further, she said as Kibito was shocked. A stronger form? He questioned, as Eri's hair color changed, roaring and powering up, she went beyond beast, surprising Kibito, Spopovich, Yamu, and the audience. Wow, Ryoma said, after being back and walking towards the stands to watch. Look at this, Spopovich said, looking terrified, as the machine showed Eri's energy skyrocketing and making it spin multiple circles. That's it, she's our target, Yama said as Eri stood there in all her beastly glory, smiling. I've surpassed a normal beast. Well now, you wanna fight me? Eri asked, as Kibito was shocked and sweating. What energy? All this and only from a mortal, he thought to himself. She was stronger back when we finished off All for One. She slacked off due to school and peace, Katsuki said, as Izuku recalled that moment. Even when using the same form and Kaioken, he was still weaker than Eri was. Even so, she is stronger than I expected. I might have trouble containing her, Shin said as Izuku looked at the god. Contain? He questioned as he looked back at his daughter. Just then, as everyone was talking about back in the day about AFO and this endgame, Yamu and Spopovich got ready to attack, with another device with an M on it. Here they come, Shin said as Eri noticed the two behind her, quickly turning around. What the hell do you guys want? She asked, getting ready to fight, only for Shin to stretch his hands out and freeze her in place, using a bind or paralysis. Spopovich then held on to her, so she wouldn't try and escape, which would be impossible as of now. Then Yamu appeared and stabbed her with the device in his hands, as it drained her energy and reverted her back to base. As it was done, Yamu pulled the device out and Spopovich let go, as Eri fell weak to the ground, slowly panicking, as this weak and helpless state reminded her of back when he was around. Wait a minute, please, Kibito will heal her up again, Shin said as Yamu and Spopovich started to fly off. I'm going to follow them and I'm going to be careful to not get spotted, Shin said, preparing to leave. If any of you want to tag along, you are more than welcome. You'll be very helpful, Shin said as he started to follow the two energy thieves. What do we do? Mineta asked as he looked at Izuku, who was smiling. I'm going to follow him. I want to see how I can help out, Izuku said, getting ready to leave too. Izuku started to follow Shin, as it was going to be interesting. Meanwhile, a bit further ahead of Shin, the two underlings were flying at high speed. Now the Meijin can be resurrected. Lord Bab-Edi will be pleased, Yama said as Shin was following them, hoping they wouldn't notice him. This is bad, maybe I should tag along, Mineta said, as quite a few of them wanted to join. I will tell number 18 first, Mineta said as he jogged to her. Quit playing games, Deku. What happened to our match? Katsuki asked, clearly enraged. Now is not the best time for that, don't you think? Izuku asked, clearly confused by Katsuki's outburst. Don't you dare cheat me out of this, Katsuki demanded as Izuku looked at him. I don't care about this Kaioshin person. Whatever his business is, doesn't matter, Katsuki said, as he looked clearly angry. All I want to do is settle the score, one-on-one. That's the whole reason I came to this ridiculous tournament, Katsuki stated, as Izuku looked at him with his usual wide eyes. Okay. I know how you must be feeling, we'll fight later for sure, even if it's not at the Tenkaichi Budokai, Izuku said, as he turned back to Katsuki. You only have 1 day left in this world, Katsuki reminded, pushing Izuku about his rematch with him. Just follow me for now, we'll fight later, I promise, Izuku stated as Aizawa got ready. I'm going, the older pro hero said, as he was gonna retire within the next few years anyway, having grown quite old, while Izuku jumped over to the ring. Can I leave Eri with you? Izuku asked Kibito as the big guy looked at him. As soon as Eri is healed, I'll catch up to you. She will most likely want to come along too, he stated as Izuku smiled at him, before flying off and following Shin and Aizawa. Daemin, Katsuki growled as he flew after them, following Izuku. You're really getting on my nerves, he stated at Izuku, who is already ahead and thus doesn't hear him. I'm not going, there is no money in it, right? Number 18 asks, as Mineta chuckles. Just make sure not to kill anyone in your matches, he retorts, as the two smile at each other. If things get nasty, get out of there, she says as she gives him a loving kiss, after which Mineta smiles and hugs her. Will do, thank you 18, he says as she blushes and gets flustered. Where is everyone going? Eri asks, quite weakened, as Kibito crouches near her. You'll find out soon, he says, putting his hand on her back. Please move so we can help him, some random punching bag said, as Kibito started to glow with his aura. Stay calm, he said, as the aura reached Eri and she was suddenly healing. She isn't even at full power. Is there no limit to her potential? Kibito thought in surprise, as Eri was slowly getting better. With all of this pure energy. No wonder they targeted her, he thought, as Eri then quickly stood up after it was done. You're fine now, Kibito states, as Eri looks at her hands. How did you? She asked as Ryuma appeared. Follow me and I'll explain everything, Kibito said, as Eri nodded, just as he flew away, while everyone was in shock still. I'll see you back at school, Eri, beat them up, Ryuma said, as Eri nodded at him, before flying after Kibito. As a few others followed them, meanwhile Izuku, Katsuki, and Aizawa caught up to Shin, who looked back and smiled at them. I'm glad you came. Without you here, I don't think I'd stand a chance, Shin stated, as Izuku looked at him in shock. You can't beat those two, he asks, slightly confused, since the Kaioshin was stated to be really strong. No, those two are but just pawns in this game, Shin stated, as Izuku was surprised. A game orchestrated by a cunning magician, Shin states with worry on his face, as Aizawa looks surprised at him. Magician, he asks. Yes. Shin answers as he looks ahead and starts remembering and starts explaining. Long ago, before the dawn of human civilization, there was an evil magician named Bib-Edi, far off in space, he starts, as everyone listens with care. One day, Bib-Edi accidentally conjured up a terrifying monster. The monster's name was Meijin Bu. Bu had no fear, no emotions. It was born to kill and destroy. In only a few years, he destroyed several hundreds of planets, Shin explained, as everyone could only imagine what this Meijin Bu would look like. We beasts can do that too, if we tried, Katsuki thought, as Shin looked back. Wrong, Katsuki, Shin said, as this shocked Katsuki, Who didn't expect his mind to be read like a book? At that time, there were 5 Kaioshin. Each were strong enough to destroy your world's greatest evil, all for one, in one blow, Shin states, which surprises Izuku and the others, since he must not have been up to date with Earth. 4 of them were killed by Majin Buu, Shin continued, as he looked back up ahead. Buu's power put a huge strain on Bullied, so he sealed him away to rest up, Shin finished, as we cut to Kibito and the others. After sealing him away, he brought his egg to Earth, as his next target. Kaioshin-sama waited for that, so he could kill Bullied before he reawakened the monster, Kibito explained further to the others. He left the egg that housed the Majin where it was, since he couldn't destroy him or risk setting him free, thinking it was the best decision. Since only Bullied could unseal the egg, Kibito continued, as Eri was the most interested one in the group. But recently we discovered something terrible, Kibito went on, as we SWs back to Shin and the other 3. Bullied had a child, a clone so to speak, is evil as his father, Shin angrily said out loud. His name is Bullied, he finished, as on both sides everyone was now worried, but the beasts were confident, especially 3 specific beasts. So all we have to do is keep him from resurrecting this Majin Buu? Izuku asked as Shin nodded. That's correct. But to do that, we have to defeat Bullied, he stated, which worried Mineta and Aizawa. Is he strong? Izuku asked next as Shin shook his head. If he's anything like his father, then he is physically weak, but has powerful magic, Shin explained. Mostly, he uses the evil in a person's heart to possess them, like he did Spopovich and Yamu. I just hope he didn't possess someone powerful, Shin hoped. So why did they enter the Budokai? What did they do to me? Eri asked Kibito. To bring Buu back, he needs a lot of energy. They entered to get that from you, an ideal target, Kibito explained. We entered because we suspected that and so we could follow them, because the egg of Majin Buu has been moved to an unknown location, so we follow those 2 to find out where Bullied hides, Kibito continued, as we cut back to Shin. If he's that dangerous, why didn't you act when Bullied was defeated? Izuku asked as Shin looked with worry. I couldn't have done anything. We were afraid that Buu's seal would be broken. Also, the egg was in a dangerous area, inaccessible to mere humans, Shin explained, as Izuku nodded. We're too slow, we need to speed up, Kibito said, as Momo looked at her hands. I will go back, I should look after Mizuku and Kiryu, Momo said as she turned around, as Eri smiled at her mom. I'll be back with Dad for dinner, she said, as both mother and daughter shared a thumbs up, as some of the others, that were slower and had less control over their ki, also turned back. They had managed to return just as the match between the champ and number 18 ended. Meanwhile, Kibito and the others managed to reach Shin and the others. Looks like their speed is decreasing, Shin said, noticing this as they all slowed down. That's odd, we already checked this area, Kibito stated as they all hid on a cliff. Everyone, suppress your ki, Shin said, as they all watched Yamu and Spopovich land down, in an open area, next to a small house as the ground seemed odd. There is someone there, is that Bullied? Mineta asked as Shin shook his head. No, he answered as Aizawa commented. That ground looks weird, like it's been dug up, he said, as Kibito gritted his teeth. DMN him, he hid his ship underground. That's why we couldn't locate him, Kibito said, as Shin looked on. That means he knows we're on Earth. That's why he's hiding. Shin states, as Mineta and Izuku look at him. Let's hurry and attack before they use the energy of Eri to resurrect the Majin, Aizawa said, but Shin stopped him. Don't worry, they'll revive him on the surface. So he won't destroy the ship. Let's wait a little longer, Shin said as someone went inside the ship. Eri looked to the side, noticing the small house and seeing 3 dead people, one boy laying there with a broken neck, the father laying on a small rock, left hand missing and a hole in his stomach, and the mother only being an upper half, having no legs, all 3 having a horrified expression on their face, angering Eri as she tried to focus and calm. Someone is coming out, Aizawa noted as a tall man and a short man exited the ship. Shin seemed shocked as the 2 people exited the ship, realizing how dangerous the situation had become. The smaller one floated in front of the taller one, as Spopovich and Yamu smiled, while another henchman stood behind them. That's Deburah, the king of the demon realm, Kibito said, terrified. Diamen. I didn't know he was capable of possessing the king of demons, Shin said, cursing at their bad luck. Is he the big one? Izuku asked, and Shin nodded. Correct, he simply answered. Is he strong? Izuku asked, watching him. Of course. He is the demon lord of darkness, after all. One of you is likely the strongest in this realm, but he is the strongest in the demon realm, Shin explained, as Mineta was terrified and worried, while Katsuki grimaced, crossing his arms. Demon realm? Is that a real place? That means he is a dangerous foe, Mineta stated, as Eri watched on. Then the little one is Babidi? Todoroki asked, looking at Shin. That's right, Shin said, as Babidi looked around. He's the one controlling the others, Denki said. He's not strong himself, so he has to manipulate others. Don't underestimate him though, he has incredible magic. Powerful enough to make Deburah his minion, Shin said, gritting his teeth. His magic is strong enough to bend people to his will? Hitomi asked, as Kibito corrected her. Oh. Babidi manipulates them via the evil in their hearts, to let them do whatever they think they wanted to do all along. Deburah was an obvious choice, he stated, as everyone was surprised. This is Babidi's most fearsome spell. Yamu, Spopovich, and countless others were taken by this. That's why only the pure of heart should confront him, he continued, as Izuku and Eri smiled a bit. We weren't expecting Deburah to be here. Now that both Deburah and Babidi are here, Shin said, as Katsuki interrupted. Impossible to win? Is that what you want to say? He asked, starting to smile. So if this Bu guy is brought back, this world is toast, he went on, as Shin nervously sweated. I won't let that happen. I won't lose to the likes of them, he said, pure confidence radiating from him. Mineta, go back. This is more dangerous than I thought. This counts for most of you too, Izuku said, as Mineta and 3 others nodded. Yeah, I don't think we can help with this, Kirishima said, as he, Mineta, and Aizawa got ready to leave. Good job, you two. This is nearly full, Babidi said, taking the energy extractor from Spopovich and Yamu. The resurrection of Majin Bu is coming close, Babidi said, smiling as evilly as his ugly face could. Thank you, Yamu said, standing straight, while Spopovich looked proud. It was too easy, he said, as Babidi now looked at the two. You're no longer needed, he said, as the 2 underlings were confused by this, only for Babidi to use his magic, and suddenly, Spopovich started to bloat up and become a balloon, getting bigger and starting to bleed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth only to pop. He went boom. I never tire of that sound, Babidi said as Yamu, in fear and panic, rushed away. Puipui, you want to try? He asked as his servant looked at him with a big smile. Yes, he said, aiming and then blasting at Yamu, making him go bye-bye too. Nice shot, Babidi said, as Puipui bowed in satisfaction. They killed their own men. What are they? Eri asked in horror and rage. Well then, Deburah, Babidi said, as the bigger one looked at his Yes, he answered as Babidi looked around only with his eyes, not turning his head. Yamu and Spopovich brought a lot of energy, just as I expected. Also, the Kaioshin who killed my father ages ago is also here, Babidi said, snickering. There are 11 of them, they're hiding up there, where they think we can't sense them. Even if we can't use Kibito's and Kaioshin's energy, there are still the others, Deburah said, smiling as evilly as his key signature, only rivaled by the evil of perfect AFO. With those fools, we'll have more than enough energy. I never dreamed that Bu would be revived this soon, Babidi said, barely containing his excitement. We'll lure them into the ship. It's the surest way, Babidi figured. Kaioshin wouldn't allow it, Deburah mentioned, as Babidi snickered. Take care of all but the strongest 4 or 5, and then retreat. They'll probably follow you without a second thought, Babidi planned, as Deburah looked at his I see, he answered, getting the plan. Oh, and don't kill Kaioshin yet. I want to inflict lots of pain upon him first, Babidi said, smirking. Understood, Lord Babidi. I will gladly leave him for you, Deburah said, smirking along with his own, as he looked back at his Imster going back to the ship. I'll leave the rest up to you, Babidi said as the door opened. Yes, sir. Deburah answered as he turned to his and gave him a slight bow. What about me? Puipui asked as Babidi looked back at him. Deburah should be enough. Come inside, you will fight later, Babidi said as Puipui seemed happy and smiled. Yes, sir, he said out loud as he entered the ship along with his imp. Well then, let's do it, Deburah said as he prepared himself. All but Deburah went inside, Eri said, as Hitomi agreed with her. Wah! Shin uttered, as in that moment, Deburah smirked like never before. He knows that we're here? Katsuki yelled, shocked, as Deburah rushed in. What? Kibito yelled in panic, as the king of the demon realm approached at high speed. Much to everyone's shock, he stood before Kibito, palm extended and pointing at Kibito's shocked face, grinning, mouth open like a madman, proceeding to blast him and killing Kibito in one move, as the others reacted a bit too late. Everyone stood there in shock, as Kibito was just blasted into oblivion. Kibito! Shin yelled, as Izuku looked up at the demon. Then, he said as he prepared himself to fight, only for the demon to spit. Which he did multiple times as Shin was shocked. Watch out, don't let his saliva touch you. Shin yelled, as Mineta, Aizawa, Kirishima, and Todoroki were hit by it. What? Aizawa exclaimed in question, as Mineta already started to become stone. Demon it, Shin said, as Mineta, Todoroki, and Kirishima were fully stone, while Aizawa was halfway. What happened to them? Izuku yelled, rushing over to Aizawa, now finally stone too. Don't touch them, Shin said, as Izuku stopped and looked at the Kaioshin, while Deburah kept laughing. They've been turned into stone. If you break them, they'll never change back, Shin warned as Eri looked at Deburah. Demon, she cursed, gritting her teeth at the Demon King. Change back? How can we make them normal again? Izuku asked as he was ready to listen. There's only one way. We have to kill Deburah, Shin said, sweating as he wasn't sure about this. Good, so there is a way. I thought it was going to be difficult, Izuku stated with a smirk, much to the surprise of Shin. You'd best return from where you came. No one is a match for Babidi. Deburah yelled out, flying back to the ship. Let's go, Dad. Aren't you going? We have to help the others, Eri said as Izuku smiled. Of course I'm going. Lead the way, Izuku said as he started levitating after Eri. Don't do it. Don't play his game. This is exactly what he wants you to do. That's why he didn't attack you. Wait. Shin warned, as Katsuki smiled at the Kaioshin. Too bad for you. We beasts are an impatient bunch, he said, jumping after them. Other two, as did Kaminari and Hitomi, much to the shock of Shin, as Deburah smirked, entering the ship. I can't believe them, Shin said, following the beasts. Let's do it, Izuku said, as the others looked down the hatch inside the ship's door. Okay, Eri said as one after another, they all jumped down while being watched from a crystal ball by Babidi. Po! Here they come. Simple-minded fools, he said as he enjoyed this moment. The beasts then landed in a weird-looking room with one door, with a huge M on it. What is this place? Izuku asked as he looked around. It's just an empty room, Hitomi noted, also looking around. There is a lone door over there, Eri noted, looking at the door. Should we break it? Denki asked, as Katsuki looked around, as Izuku looked up and Shin landed next to the group. So you've decided to join us, eh? Izuku said as Shin looked at him. To prevent you from doing anything foolish, Shin confirmed, as the others just smiled or, in Katsuki's case, were annoyed. It seems that once you come in, you can't leave until defeating Babidi, Shin stated, as the ceiling closed up. HMPF. I could destroy this ship if I wanted to, Katsuki stated with a smirk. If you do that, the shock might be enough to release Majin Buu. Even without having all his energy back, he'll kill us and destroy the Earth easily, Shin warned, as Katsuki chuckled for a moment. So Kaioshin came as well. Puipui, go get them ready, Babidi stated as Puipui bowed down and left the room, going to another room where a few familiar faces were with an M on their foreheads. The door opened after a while, and Izuku and company looked on and saw Shigaraki, Dabi, and All for One, but all being older and having the Meijin logo on their heads. Hitomi looked at AFO with deep hatred, remembering that this is his original self, not the Nomobody from years ago. She got ready to fight him. "Let me handle this one," she said, as Puipui, who accompanied the villains, told them about how there are 4 levels and that even if they manage to beat the 3 here, they'll face him next. Then he left, as Denki got ready to help Hitomi. "I'll be taking on Shigaraki and Dabi. I still haven't paid them back for the USJ and our camping trip years ago," Denki said, as the two nodded and started attacking the villains, with AFO and the other 2 being rather mindless berserks, as Hitomi landed every single hit on AFO, who couldn't do anything to her, as she activated OFA at 100% and then went beast, her eyes turning an emotionless red and her hair not changing. She burst her aura and was covered by orange lightning because of OFA. "Burning Smash," she said as she fired a burning attack at AFO and punched with a full-force smash right as the burning attack landed and hit AFO in the chest, piercing his chest and killing the villain, who now lost the M marking on his forehead. "Finally, I can now let go of one for all," she said, powering down, as she felt how OFA was slowly fading, as the souls within were set free and left to the other world. Denki meanwhile stunned Dabi and kicked Shigaraki across the face. "Special beam cannon," he said, firing it at Shigaraki, who swung his head at it, like the mindless beast he was, piercing through his head and killing Shigaraki. Dabi activated his flames and blasted at Denki, who simply overpowered his flames with his lightning, enhanced with ki, as it hit Dabi and turned him into charcoal and then into ashes. "Phew," Denki said as he smiled at the others. He was glad they beat them and that the League of Villains was no more. Thus crime rate really dropped by 80% ever since the AFO games. They then started to make their way down and saw a surprised Puipui, who then started smiling. "No matter. Lord Babidi is on the bottom floor. However, you'll have to get through me first. You can't go down without defeating me. This means you're going to die here," he said, chuckling as Izuku smiled at him. "Nope. I don't think so," Izuku said, as he, Eri, and Katsuki went to each other, as Hitomi and Denki just watched, admitting that they had their turn, while Shin was confused at what they were going to do. "That demon Babidi, giving me a boring opponent," Katsuki complained, as his daughter hugged him. "He simply allowed her." "Hey, look, the holes opened up," Izuku commented as Denki rushed over. "It looks like an elevator," he said, as the hole really opened up. "This is stupid," Hitomi commented as she jumped down, followed by the others. "This is like a video game," Eri commented as she followed, jumping down, the order being Izuku, Denki, Hitomi, Eri, and Katsuki, then Shin. "But like a trash video game," Katsuki commented as he jumped down after Eri. "It can't be. Such power," Shin commented as he walked over and jumped after, in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, Babidi was growling and seemed shocked and angry. Meanwhile, our hero group landed in the next room, looking exactly like the other one. "It's just like the other rooms," Izuku commented, as they all looked around and Shin landed next to them. "But can't he also change it with magic?" Eri asked with a smile. "Why are there such powerful foes on Earth?" Babidi asked in anger and frustration. "There was nothing like this 3,000 years ago, but when I checked 300 years ago for the last time, there were powerful beings here. However, they weren't as powerful as these guys," Deburah commented as he specifically looked at Denki in the orb. "You think I will let the Demon King rule over Earth?" a voice asked in anger, as Deburah was breathing heavily, as was his opponent, who looked a lot like Denki in his younger days, but his eyes were red and his hair was black with a white lightning bolt in it. "I will return one day. I will train until then," Deburah said as he transported himself back to the demon realm. "But you needn't worry. There are 2 more levels awaiting them. Even if they pass them, they'll have to deal with me," Deburah said with a cocky smirk. "Who are you going to use for stage 3? Deburah asked, as Babidi looked at the warriors in his sphere. "I'll use Yekan," Babidi said, as this surprised Deburah. "Yekan? You're bringing him out already?" "I understand," Deburah commented as he smiled and ordered a few grunts to bring Yakon. We shouldn't underestimate these earthlings. They did, after all, defeat Puipui without effort, Babidi said. I see, but if you use Yakon, they'll be defeated, and there'll be nothing left to amuse me, Deburah claimed in arrogance. We should worry about Buu's awakening, not your amusement, Babidi stated, as Deburah apologized and the grunts returned, telling them that Yakon was on his way and had eaten 2 of their soldiers. Aren't they ready yet? Hurry up! Izuku exclaimed as he was waiting. This is stupid, why don't we just break the floor and go down already? Katsuki asked, clearly annoyed. You can't. Like I said, Majin Buu could be awakened, Shin warned, as Katsuki scoffed and turned his head to him. HMPF. I bet this Majin Buu isn't such a big deal. Just like that Deburah, Katsuki commented, as Shin sweated a bit and was flabbergasted. What about Deburah? He asked, as Katsuki started explaining. All I'm saying is that Deburah isn't as rough as you made him out to be. Besides his spit, he isn't impressive, judging from his movements and attack. Kibito was just clumsy, Katsuki explained, as Shin looked on flabbergasted. Do you agree, Izuku? Shin asked Izuku, just to be sure. Yeah. Well, even if that wasn't his full strength, he would have been a strong opponent a while ago, but a few years ago we fought perfect all for one. Deburah's probably about the same level, Izuku said, with a smile and relaxed face. I can't believe it. These beasts are that strong. But thinking about it, Eri was so powerful back then, what if that wasn't her full strength? Shin thought to himself, as he couldn't believe how powerful these people were. Hurry up and do something. It's my turn next, Izuku said, slightly annoyed with how long it takes, until suddenly the door opened and the monster Yakon appeared. What's this? Izuku asked, but in a calm voice, as Yakon stepped closer. Which one of you should I eat first? It asked as Izuku stepped up. I'm going to fight you. Even though this won't be challenging, Izuku said, as he seemed quite confident and relaxed. Is it? It must be the monster Yakon. Shin exclaimed in worry, as Izuku started by dodging a punch from Yakon, only for the monster to jump and somehow cut Izuku's GI, as he landed back down along with Yakon, whose arm blades were now longer. That was close, Izuku commented, looking worried at his GI. He's pretty fast for his size, Eri commented as everyone was relaxed. Let's help Izuku, Shin said, as Eri looked at him with a smile. No, this is okay. Dad can handle this, Eri said, as Shin looked on with a worried, yet flabbergasted expression. Those scythe-like claws are retractable, Izuku noted, as he looked on surprised and with a hint of curiosity. He's scared. We'll scare him more before finishing him, Babidi exclaimed as he laughed. That's good, Yakon. You're great. Kill them all except for Kaioshin. Take all of their energy. That will be more than enough to revive Buu. In order to help speed things up, I'll take you to your homeworld, the planet of darkness, Babidi said, as everyone in the room heard him, and Yakon started cheering. Is this really necessary? Yakon should be strong enough to beat them easily, Deburah claimed, as Babidi noted, probably. If they fight in the ship, Buu might awaken at half power. I want to resurrect him at full power, Babidi said, as he started his magic. I see, Deburah said as he chuckled evilly, as suddenly the group was in pitch-black darkness. I can't see a thing, Izuku noted as everyone was looking around. Ha! But I can see you perfectly, Yakon claimed, as he jumped at Izuku. I'll start with you, he thought as he tried to swipe with both his claws at Izuku, who dodged the first swing by ducking and the second swing by jumping, using his jump to kick Yakon in the face, flabbergasting him. You really underestimate us. Even though it's dark, we can easily determine your movements. Like with air currents and such, Izuku explained, as Yakon was flabbergasted and shocked. And there are ways for us to see if we want to, Izuku said as he powered up, his hair going slightly up, but calming down again, as his eyes were their now usual beast red and he was covered by a white aura, lighting everything up. There, I can see you now, Izuku said as Yakon seemed more shocked. What the hell is that? Deburah questioned, as he and Babidi were in utter shock, as he didn't recall any Earthling doing this before. What's happening to him? He looks different, Babidi exclaimed, as Deborah calmed himself. His eyes just changed and he is glowing, so what? Deborah asked, quite cocky. You should have known that it was pointless to darken the room, Izuku said, as he was smirking. So the dark abyss isn't working, Yekan said, as he was smiling. What? Aren't you worried at all? Izuku asked, not knowing that Yekan can't sense his energy. Meanwhile, Babidi was holding a device to gauge Izuku's level of power and was shocked. 3,000 Keelis? He questioned as he couldn't believe it. How does an Earthling have a power level of 3,000 Keelis? Deborah questioned in shock. 3,000 Keelis. There can't be a race that's strong, Deborah said, now calm, but still sweating. Yekan then opened his mouth, and Izuku looked puzzled, only for Yekan to start skiing, and Izuku feeling a pull on him as everyone was surprised, because suddenly the aura and eyes of Izuku were normal and gone, becoming an orb that Yekan eats. What? It's dark again, Eri claimed, as the others looked around confused. Wrong. It's Deku who's back to normal, Katsuki explained as Shin looked shocked. That's right. Yekan eats light energy. The beast light is the ideal snack. Shin yelled out as he figured it out, as Yekan burped. That was delicious. I've never had a better meal before in my life, Yekan said, as Izuku looked confused. A meal? He asked as Eri yelled out, Dad, don't change into beast again. He eats light energy, she yelled, as Izuku looked back at her then towards Yekan, who laughed. That's right. By all means, go ahead and do it again. It'd be a perfect treat. That was marvelous light, Yekan states, as Izuku looked surprised and then relaxed, smiling as he got an idea. Okay then. I'll feed you again. Here goes, Izuku said as he got ready and went into pose, much to the surprise of Yekan. What's he planning? Katsuki asked, as Denki and Hitomi looked slightly worried. Dad, can I help you? Eri asked as she yelled out to her dad. No thanks. I'll fight him myself. You guys stay out of this, Izuku said with a smile as he went back into Beast. I'm so happy. You are such an idiot. Now I can feast again, Yekan claimed as he started eating again, by skiing in the air. Izuku's being foolish. Why does he want to fight alone? This is no game. Shin exclaimed in worry. Shut up and watch, he's got a plan. He's no fool, Katsuki said, as everyone looked at him and was reassured, except for Shin. My light's being SED out. I won't lose, Izuku claimed, as he held his beast form for quite a while, as Yekan seemed like he was going to stop any moment, only for Izuku to smile and burst more energy, as he entered the next level for a split second, then going back to base, as the energy from this overfeeds Yekan and he explodes. I see, Katsuki said, as everyone noticed the hole opening again and going towards it, Shin still shocked. It seems Deku has better control over the ascended level of beast, Katsuki thought, his arms crossed, as he was the last one to jump in. You were great, Dad. You had a huge amount of chi when you won, Eri said, knowing full well what happened. Perhaps, Izuku claimed with a smile as he winked at his daughter, who while they still flew down hugged him as he hugged her back, but she looked slightly worried. By the way, Dad, since you have been dead for a while, Mom has been seeing someone, Eri said, as Izuku was surprised. I guess I have been gone for a few years. It's okay, I will still love her and whoever her new man is I can get along with him, Izuku said, as Eri looked at him. It's not a man, and we all really like her too. She did say she would love to meet you when possible, however, she is off planet for now, Eri explained, as Izuku smiled and was slightly shocked. Wait, so your mom is by now? Izuku asked as Eri nodded. So is the woman she meets, but Mom did say the only man she'd go for is you, Eri explained, as Izuku understood and was slightly happy, before they landed. That fool. Don't worry, Lord Babidi. I'll finish them off now, Deborah said, turning around. I'll go to level 4 myself. And soon enough Boo's sphere will be full of energy, Deborah stated with confidence. Deborah, if you lose, my plans will be ruined. You have a plan, don't you? Babidi asked in worry. A plan? I'm the Lord of Darkness, Deborah. No one can beat me with just raw strength, Deborah stated with pride and confidence as he left towards the door and was gone, with Babidi looking worried and frustrated, as Deborah was in his room and started meditating, as he was unlocking his full power. Eri, it's your turn next. Have you been training? Izuku asked, as Hitomi giggled. Too bad. She was lulled by the peace and hasn't been training much. We're probably stronger than her now, Katsuki commented, arms crossed, as Eri chuckled and rubbed the back of her head. She used to be fierce when she got mad, Denki commented, his arms also crossed, but with a gentle look on his face, compared to the aggressive look Bakugo had. So that's why they're so confident. When they want, they can power up like Izuku just did. Unbelievable. I can't believe I've been surpassed by beings from the lower worlds, Shin thought, in pure shock and sweat, as the door opened. It's Deborah! Shin yelled out as he was shocked about this, with Deborah having his arms crossed and smirking, as he got out and smiled at the group. I congratulate you. It's amazing that mere humans could have defeated Yeikon and gotten this far. However, this is the end of the line because you're going to be facing me, he claimed as he uncrossed his arms. So Babidi's right-hand man is finally going to fight us. Babidi's really disappointing me, Katsuki said, his arms still crossed. You look familiar, Deborah said to Denki, as Denki seemed confused and crossed his arms. HMPF. Enough foolish talk, why don't you all attack me? Deborah suggested as he put his hands on his hips. No way. It's my turn to fight, Eri said, pointing at herself, still wearing the capeless girl Blanco costume. What did you say? How dare you mock me? Deborah said, now set off. Meanwhile Babidi seemed worried. Meanwhile, back at the tournament, number 18 got ready to fight with Momo, who smiled back at her friend. Just so you know, I won't hold back against you, Momo said, as number 18 smiled at her and nodded, the two rushing at each other. But right before they clash, they jump into the air and exchange a flurry of punches and kicks, countering and parrying each other. Number 18, however, went on the offense quickly as she tried to tire out Momo to win, but Momo closed her eyes and concentrated for a moment as she opened her eyes, now covered by a unique aura. I have not yet perfected it, but I have been training too, you know, Momo states as her power skyrocketed, as she was now nearly as powerful as Izuku was 6 years ago against perfect AFO, when he was using his full power. She blocks a punch from number 18 and tries to kick her, but 18 dodges quickly and vanishes behind Momo, elbowing her on the back of the head and sending her down to the ground. As Momo lands hard on the ground, some people got worried, but were relieved once Momo jumped out of the small crater, only to dodge an energy blast of 18 by jumping and vanishing, reappearing in front of 18 and kneeing her in the guts. The two kept going for a few minutes, but it was getting obvious that Momo was getting tired quickly, as she at one point drops out of her NEZ and falls to the ground. 18 then kicks her out of the ring and helps her up, as 18 was crowned the new champion. Meanwhile, Kiryu, Mizuku, and Ayaka all in their beast states rush towards where the others are. Meanwhile, with the others, they were watching as Eri, now using beast as she was covered by the aura, was punching Deborah multiple times, but he was blocking. However, she kicked him across the face with a backward kick. Deborah barely stopped himself, as it was revealed that they were in a different place. Deborah quickly took a deep breath and spat out fire. Eri, however, jumped above it and rushed at Deborah, who seemed to have made an afterimage, as Eri rushed in and punched at the afterimage, leaving her surprised. I'm over here, Deborah yelled, arms extended, as he blasted a charged energy blast towards the surprised Eri, with a smirk. However, Eri's hair started to flow upwards and her eyes became more serious, as her aura was now also surrounded by sparks of electric energy, red in color, revealing her true beast form. Crossing her arms in front of her, she barely blocked the attack, defending herself, but the attack still pushed her into the water. However, she rushed out of it and looked angry at Deborah, who smirked. Then, Eri commented as she grabbed the now destroyed outer GI part of her costume, ripping it and her belt away, leaving her in the spandex, boots, and gloves. In the distance, meanwhile, the others were watching. Was that magic? Denki asked, as Hitomi answered. He's a lot stronger than I thought he'd be, she said, as Katsuki clicked his tongue. HMPF. He isn't so strong that we can't beat him. Eri was stronger as a brat, he commented as Shin watched on in worry. I guess she's been lazy, Izuku said, as he was surprised at this. Sheet. This is starting to piss me off, Katsuki said, as Deborah looked over at him for a moment, as Eri rushed over to Deborah, who looked back at her and spat. Watch out. You'll be turned to stone. Shin yelled out, as Eri managed to block it with her glove, taking it off and throwing it to the ground, as it became stone and broke. However, she quickly looked over and dodged a slash from Deborah, who now was wielding a sword. The second swing from above, however, she blocked by grabbing the big blade with both hands and breaking it, throwing the broken blade aside. Deborah did so too. This is making me angry. I'm going to step in to finish this, Katsuki exclaimed as the others looked at him. Don't do that, Kacchan. It's not like she's losing, Izuku tried to argue. I don't enjoy this foolishness, Katsuki loudly said, as he looked angrily at Izuku, which got Deborah's attention. Let's end this so we can settle our fight. That's the only reason I came to that stupid tournament, Katsuki stated as he pointed at Izuku, which made Deborah smirk, confusing Eri. Lord Babidi, bring me back to the ship. I've made an interesting discovery, Deborah telepathically told Babidi. What? Babidi asked as he was interested. What I've learned will allow Bu to be revived much sooner, Deborah said. You'd better be sure of yourself, Deborah. Paparappa. Babidi shouted as they were all back in the room. What the? Hitomi questioned out loud what everyone thought, as Deborah rushed towards the door, going through. Hey, are you running away? Eri asked as Deborah looked at her. Run away? Ha, you're mistaken. I've found the ideal fighter for you. I no longer need to be out there, Deborah said as he left and the door closed. What are you saying? Eri asked as she powered down back to base, confused. What is the meaning of this, Deborah? Have you really found someone that promising? Babidi asked as he stood next to Bu's egg and Deborah landed next to him. What do you mean, Dad? Eri asked as she looked back at him. If I hadn't done this, I wouldn't have been able to fight you. You're here only for a single day, and after which you'll never come back. This is the only chance I have to settle the score with you, Katsuki explained, as the two adult beasts were looking at each other. That's it? That's your reason for doing such a stupid thing? Shin questioned in disbelief. Stupid? You think this is a stupid reason? This is everything to me. I don't care about this Majin Bu, Katsuki yelled out, as his aura burst once more, pushing Shin back. He surpassed my strength. Even though we're both beasts, he left me behind. The number one hero, whose only pride is in his strength, Katsuki yelled out, pointing at Izuku, before crouching a bit, his fists in front of him. He even spared my life back then in the festival. I can't forgive such an insult. Absolutely not. Katsuki yelled out, his anger clear on his face, as the Majin brand on his forehead was evident. Eri, Denki, Shin, and Hitomi all looked at Izuku, who simply stared at Katsuki. Babidi, move you someplace where there are no people around. Do this and I will fight Katsuki. Izuku yelled out into the sky, as Shin looked back at him in shock. Hold it. Shin yelled out as he moved in front of Izuku. You'll have to fight him over my dead body, Shin stated as he put his arms up, and Izuku was surprised, but didn't really express it. All the beasts present were surprised, as Izuku put his hand up and pointed his palm at Shin, charging a chi blast at the god. This, however, surprised everyone, even Katsuki, as Shin seemed like he was going to panic. So be it, do as you wish, Shin said, having given up, and moved to the side. I'm sorry, Kacchan, Izuku apologized, much to the surprise of Shin. Wah! They're going to fight each other. You've lost, Kacchan. As you wish, I will move you someplace else. Babidi taunted, using his magic again, and the gang was teleported into a wasteland, as Shin walked over to the elevator hole, followed by Eri, Hitomi, and Denki. Do whatever you like. The other three and I are going to break the hatch and fight with Deborah and Babidi, Shin said, with a smile, as Izuku nodded. If the shock awakens Bu, then there's nothing we could have done to prevent it at this point. It's better we do it this way, Instead of waiting for him to reach full power, Shin claimed. If we're lucky, we'll be able to stop his resurrection, Shin said, preparing to break the hatch of the hole. What are you saying? As if I would let you do that. Katsuki, I order you to kill them. Do it already. Babidi commanded Katsuki, who seemed to be in pain, holding his head and yelling. I refuse. What Kaioshin does matters not to me, as long as he doesn't interfere in my battle with Deku. Katsuki stated out loud, as everyone looked at him with surprise. What? Babidi yelled out in surprise, as Deku and he seemed shocked that Katsuki was refusing his orders. I'll tell you one more time, take care of Kaioshin and the others. He ordered again, as Katsuki gritted his teeth and fought the mental command. I said that I only wanted to fight Deku. I'm a proud beast. I'm number one. Katsuki yelled out, as he burst his power and yelled out with more force. I refuse to be yours of E. Even though you've taken over my body and soul, you'll never have my pride. Katsuki yelled out with so much force that his aura was covered with sparks of electricity, as his power was so great that mountains in the far collapsed. This has never happened before. He's got a lot of pride, Babidi said, clearly annoyed and baffled. Don't worry about it, Lord Babidi. His purpose is to steal energy. As long as I'm here, if Kaioshin comes, he won't be able to do anything. Wasn't that your longing? To see Kaioshin die before your very eyes? Deku asked, smiling with confidence. I can't believe it. I would never imagine that someone possessed by Babidi would ever go against his wishes. Shin thought in disbelief. So, fighting me is so important to you, Katsuki? Izuku said, his eyes never leaving Katsuki. I think it would be best if we open the door and let Kaioshin in. It will be a waste if he destroys the ship. Deku might awaken prematurely. Deku said as Babidi looked at him, then looked at the crystal ball. Yeah, you're right. Let him come, Babidi said, clenching his fists as the door opened and Shin looked surprised, but noted that Babidi didn't want his ship destroyed. I'm off, Dad. We'll be back. Eri confirmed, as the other two beasts nodded. Okay. Good luck. Izuku said, smiling as he recalled the senzu, noting how Eri was the only one who needed it, since he only had 2 left. Wait, I still have 2 senzu left. Take one. I'm sure you used up a lot of energy fighting Deku earlier, Izuku said, as he gave Eri 1 senzu. Thanks, Eri said as she started to chew the bean and swallow it, feeling herself reach full power again. Get angry, Eri. Remember when you got angry during the final struggle against All for One and drew forth all of your strength? If you do that again, no one can beat you, no one. Izuku told Eri with a confident smile. I'll try. It's too bad this had to happen on your only day on Earth, Dad, Eri said, with a saddened smile, as Izuku simply smiled at her with an expression that said that he didn't mind. Then Denki, Hitomi, Shin, and Eri jumped down the hole, as they noticed another open hole and went down, landing in front of Deku, Babidi, and Boo's egg, as Eri looked up with a face that said she was done playing as she noticed them. Welcome. Killer of my father, I'm glad you could make it, Babidi said, with a smirk, as Eri, Denki, and Hitomi looked on. I came to defeat you once and for all, Babidi. And to stop the resurrection of Bu, Shin said, as he had a slight sweat drop. Unfortunately for you, things don't look too rosy for you guys, since I have the Demon Lord Deku with me here, Babidi said, as Deku chuckled. Let's hurry. While we're here, Izuku's damage energy is being sent to Bu, Shin said, as everyone looked and agreed. I'll take care of Babidi, Shin claimed, as the two looked at each other, while Deku looked at the 3 beasts, who all powered up into their beast form, getting covered by their aura and the red eyes. Meanwhile, outside, Izuku and Katsuki were staring at each other, ready to battle. I don't want my energy to be taken, so I'm going to end this as soon as possible, with max power, Izuku said, as Katsuki smiled. I can't wait to see the results of your training in the other world, Katsuki said, as Izuku powered up, his hair going up and turning into the same grayish, silverish white, like it did years ago against AFO. Impressive. Even stronger than Eri when she was at her maximum, or you back then with the Kaioken against All for One, Katsuki said, as he powered up himself, his hair also going up like Izuku's and changing to the same color, as both their auras gained red sparking. "It looks like this will take a while," Izuku said, as he was looking with more serious eyes, realizing that this would not be easy. "Here I come. I'm gonna kill you," Katsuki yelled out as he got into his pose. The battle then started with Katsuki delivering a kick to Izuku, who blocked it, as Katsuki smiled. He then threw a punch towards Izuku, who caught it, throwing his own punch, which got caught, and the two started to clash with their knees for a while. Katsuki then headbutted Izuku, who got into a pose, then reverse-kicked Katsuki across the face, sending him flying as he crashed into the ground, creating a lot of dust. Jumping out of the dust, both Katsuki and Izuku smiled at each other. "Soon, Buu will have the energy he needs to come out. Let's change the location of the sphere. The awakening of Buu could destroy the ship," Babidi said, as everyone was locked onto their opponent. "Alright, but no matter what, I'm going to kill you and stop the resurrection of Buu," Shin said, as Babidi used his magic to transfer them all to another location. "Deburah, are you sure you can win against these Earthlings?" Babidi asked, as Deburah smirked. "Of course I can. We fought a bit earlier. I will take care of that trash. Her friends won't be much of a problem either." She alone could barely keep up, Deburah pointed out, as Eri gritted her teeth, as Hitomi and Denki burst into their beast forms. "Get angry, Eri. Remember when you got angry against All for One and tapped into all of your strength? If you do that again, no one can beat you, no one." Izuku's words rang in Eri's mind, as she recalled her father saying those a few moments ago. I'm angry, but not like the last time," Eri thought, as she burst her beast form and ascended it further, her hair floating upwards and turning a brighter white, all three beasts covered and surrounded by their auras. "Hee. I won't go down as easily as my father. I have more magical energy than my father, and I also have Deburah on my side," Babidi said, as suddenly the sphere behind him made some noise, or at least the radar thing beneath it did, surprising everyone there. Back on the battlefield between our two strongest beasts, Izuku and Katsuki were currently fighting, as they were going all out, being bloody. The two then stopped as they grabbed each other's fists, getting close and just head-butting each other, not letting go either way. The two then clashed their heads one last time, before letting go and jumping back, as Izuku rushed at Katsuki, who shot a ki blast, with an explosion boost, before he realized that Izuku teleported behind him. Katsuki used his explosions to blind Izuku for a moment, as he then grabbed Izuku, who jumped to dodge the attack, by the legs and threw him at the ground, before kicking him there, as Izuku barely dodged, ducking under another kick from Katsuki that cut off a few strands of hair. At the same time Izuku slapped Katsuki out of balance by his foot, as the two then smiled at each other. Izuku and Katsuki rushed at each other again, before having a double face punch. The two then jumped back and landed, standing ready to attack, as Izuku started talking. "Wow, Kachin, over the last few years, you really have grown in power. You are a genius, after all," Izuku said, as Katsuki retorted. "No, you are the genius, Deku. I have pushed myself to the edge and far beyond, but you have been born with natural talent far beyond my own. No amount of training could have closed the gap. No matter how much I struggled, you were always a step ahead of me, but when we saw those two villains being more powerful than ever before, no one but our class realized why. So to catch up to you in power, I had to make up my mind, in secret of course," Katsuki said as he smiled. "What? No, don't tell me, you fool, you let yourself fall purposely under Babidi's spell?" Izuku asked in surprise. "Yes, we both saw the power increase of the villains, so I had to do this. I always accepted that I was evil. I knew if I let myself fall under his control, that the difference in our power would disappear. And I must say, I'm quite pleased with the results," Katsuki said, smiling. "I wanted Babidi to reawaken the evil in my heart. I wanted him to turn me back to the way I was before." Katsuki suddenly yelled, as his power burst everywhere. "I was the perfect warrior, cold and ruthless. I lived by my strength alone, uninhibited by foolish emotions." Katsuki yelled, as Izuku simply looked at Katsuki. "Do you really believe what you are saying?" Izuku asked, as Katsuki simply powered up, with Izuku doing so too. The two of them then started clashing again with each other. At one point, Katsuki landed with both hands on the ground and tried to kick Izuku with both feet, who dodged and kneed Katsuki. The two were relentless, and as Izuku was attacking, Katsuki hit him across the face, only for his kick to fail. As Izuku punched him, the two clashing with all they got. It can't be. That's impossible already? Babidi questioned, as everyone was surprised. What's he talking about? Eri asked as Shin looked on in fear, as Babidi looked at the measure and it was pointing at the maximum. Full. He's reached full power. Bu is at full power. Babidi yelled out, much to the shock and panicking fear of Shin. It's the resurrection. Babidi yelled out, as Deborah couldn't believe it either. How? Denki asked, as Shin looked like he was going to panic. This can't be. But how did he get so much energy in such a short time? Shin questioned, as Hitomi looked like she got it. I know why. I think my father and Izuku are fighting, both at a level that surpasses a beast like Eri is right now. The energy they're expelling must be enormous. Hitomi explained, as Eri started to get angry at herself for not stopping this. What a disaster. This couldn't get any worse. We were too late, Shin said, holding his head, giving up hope. Meanwhile, Izuku was hit across the face, only to punch Katsuki back in the face, their clashing creating huge amounts of destruction to the environment. Meanwhile, 3 specific children in beast form were flying around, not knowing where to go, since their energies shifted location all the time. Incredible. I thought my training in the other world was tough, but it looks like we are dead even. You must have really trained hard, even harder than I, Izuku said, as the two looked at each other, while trying to regain their breaths. I may have trained harder than you, but you were still stronger, always above me. It was a blow to my pride. That's why I thought that if Babidi can possess me, I might finally close the gap between you and I. And I was right, but I hate this idea, even if it was the only way to catch up, Katsuki said, as meanwhile pink steam was emitting from the platform thing that was holding Bu's sphere. Babidi was yelling in happiness, as Bu was going to be finally free. He's coming out. Bu is emerging. Babidi exclaimed, as pink steam came out from the eggs surrounding machine. They all looked on in fear as Shin was sweating and looked at Eri. It's over. Eri, we have to get out of here. Shin yelled, as Eri, Denki, and Hitomi looked at him in shock. Leave? Eri questioned, looking in worry at Shin. What do you mean by that? Hitomi asked as Shin looked on in shock. We can't just leave things like this. Denki said out loud. Listen to me. We're helpless against Bu. No one can get in his way. If we stay here, we're as good as dead. Shin explained, as Babidi cheered. I'm finally going to meet him. I wonder what my father's creation looks like. Hurry and come out. Babidi exclaimed, as Eri looked at Shin. But Kaioshin. Eri tried to argue, as Shin repeated that they wouldn't survive and that they should hurry and run, which made Eri angry, angrier than she was in the last 6 years. She felt the same helplessness from back then when she promised to never again let anyone down, never again letting someone like her father sacrifice himself. She looked at her hands, making fists out of them, as the other two and Shin were getting ready to leave, only for Eri to look at Bu's egg from the side. If it's too late, then this is the least. Eri yelled out, as she suddenly burst her aura and her energy skyrocketed. What are you doing? Shin asked, as he and the other two were almost blown away by the burst in power. Meanwhile Babidi and Deborah noticed Eri planning something, as she cupped her hands to her left. I can do this. Eri yelled out, finishing her sentence as she charged all of her energy in her hands. Here comes an electric Kamehameha, she claimed as she blasted it towards the egg, the beam being smaller than her Super K. Idiot. You can't do anything now, Babidi claimed, as Eri kept blasting all she had at the egg, only for it to be sent flying off the machine it was on, landing a bit further away and then rolling a bit, just to open up and Shin watch in fear. This is it. Here comes Bu. Babidi yelled out, but nothing happened as Deborah and Babidi watched on, with Babidi looking like someone took the last slice of his favorite pizza, that one expression that basically is like going from hope to despair. It's empty, Deborah said, as Babidi looked like he was gonna strangle himself. Beat up at why? That can't be. Bu. Show yourself. Right now. Babidi yelled out as Shin started to smile, his worry vanishing, and he started laughing. Luck is on our side. Too bad, Babidi. Bu was disintegrated by Aries' last attack. He was sealed for too long, he couldn't even use the absorbed energy to get his power back. Shin claimed, pointing towards the Demon King and Mage, while Hitomi and Denki started to smile a bit, but Eri looked worried. Don't worry, Lord Babidi. You still have me and Katsuki, even if he's not entirely under your control, Deborah said, as Babidi looked pathetic. Izuku won't have a problem against Katsuki. I'll take on Babidi and Eri, Hitomi and Denki will face Deborah. This way, all of Babidi's plans will be ruined, Shin said, as Denki and Hitomi nodded, while Eri started trembling. So, it's time to get angry, Eri. Show me what you're capable of. And it'll be our win, Shin said, only to stop smiling and noticing Eri's expression. Meanwhile, all across the globe, heroes and villains were suddenly terrified and sweating. N.No. An incredible cheats is growing. This is, Eri said, as Denki suddenly felt it too, his expression turning to horror, as Eri looked up. Just then, as Shin looked confused at Eri, Hitomi noticed it too, her expression turning to horror. What are you saying? What chi? Shin asked, as Denki and Hitomi looked up. That's smoke. The smoke that came out from the sphere. Eri yelled out, as Deborah also looked up. Well, what are they looking at? Babidi asked, as Deborah was surprised. That cloud. It's concentrated altogether, Deborah said, as Babidi looked up in surprise. Don't tell me, Shin said as he was sweating, panicking and afraid, while Eri and the other two beasts that were present were shaking, while the pink cloud was condensing further and taking a form. Look, Babidi said as he was surprised, while Hitomi was shaking with wide eyes. Could it be? Deborah asked as Shin and Denki were gritting their teeth in fear, as the cloud kept condensing, now actually forming to look like a living being. Eri was shocked. As Bu finally took form, the cloud gained new colors and Bu was free. Bu landed on the ground, as everyone looked on in disbelief. Meanwhile, Bu simply looked around and seemed happy. Lord Babidi, is that Bu? Deborah asked, as he wasn't amused with the situation. I'm not sure. The only one who's actually seen him is Kaioshin, Babidi said, as he looked over at the trembling Shin. Is that really Bu? Hitomi asked, as the power they felt was not there anymore. I'll never forget that terrifying face. Shin said out loud as he was still shaking. So it really is him? Babidi exclaimed in shock, as Deborah sweated a bit, but since he was dumbfounded. That ridiculous thing? Deborah questioned, as Bu was stretching and moving around. I thought he would be bigger, Denki stated out loud as Shin was still shook by fear, while Babidi ran over to Bu. It's over. We're dead, Shin stated as he looked towards Rai, who calmed down. You think? Well, I admit that he's very strong, but not to the point of an invincible being, Eri stated as she slowly released more power in her beast state. Are you serious? Shin asked out loud, not believing that Eri, Denki and Hitomi don't see Bu as a big threat. If I can unleash my full power, Eri said, as we cut back to Izuku and Katsuki, who both are very bloody, beaten and exhausted. Sheet, Katsuki said, rushing towards Izuku, only for Izuku to extend his hand and stop him. Wait, Katsuki. Hold on a moment, Izuku said as he looked to the left, while Katsuki glanced to the right. A huge chi has appeared. I think it's Bu, Izuku said, as Katsuki starts laughing. I wondered how strong Bu could be, and now, I know for certain that he's nothing. I knew from the start. Listen, Deku, we've gotten much stronger, Katsuki stated, smiling at Izuku, who looked at him for a moment. Did you ever find Kaioshin to be anything special? It's been the opposite all along. He was the one impressed by us. So this Bu, who may be terrifying to Kaioshin, is nothing against us, Katsuki states, fully turning back to Izuku, who looked back into the direction of Bu's chi signature. No, I don't think so. This feels different somehow, Izuku confirms, as Katsuki looks angry. No, shut up. I refuse to let you stop this fight. Katsuki yells out, as we cut back to Bu, Eri and the others. Bu! I am Babidi, the son of your creator, Bibidi. I am the one who freed you from the seal, Babidi said, as Bu looked at him from the side. Which means, I'm your new Mr. Babidi said, as Bu turned away with a smile, not caring. Hey! What's wrong with you? I'm talking to you. Look at me. I'm your new Mr. Bu! Babidi yelled, only for Bu to scare him and start laughing, while Eri and the other two beasts looked dumbfounded. Damn it, he's a complete moron, Deborah said, as he seemed annoyed with Bu. We must have made a mistake at some point. He has no brain and even less power. There is nothing to gain from him, Deborah said, as Babidi looked annoyed, while Bu turned to Deborah and jumped towards him. You want to fight me? What a crazy one. Are you sure? Deborah asked with a confident smirk, getting ready. He looks pretty messed up. This isn't really Bu, is it? Eri asked, as Shin looked far too serious. Messed up? No, you're wrong, that is definitely Bu, Shin said as Eri looked at him surprised. Just then Bu started steaming from the holes on his body and started smirking in an evil way, which then made Rai gasp in surprise, mouth wide open, as Bu poked into Deborah's eyes, blinding him, then suddenly kicking him into a cliff, as Deborah lay there, much to Denki, Hitomi, Eri and Babidi's surprise, while Shin was angry. Spectacular! What was amazing, Bu? Babidi said, as Bu was dancing around and started clapping his hands. Marvelous! You're incredible, Majin Bu. You defeated Deborah effortlessly, Babidi said, glazing Bu, who was celebrating his victory. Bu's chi just spiked in an instant. He's strong, too strong, I can't believe this, Eri said, as the three beasts that are present were shaking. Meanwhile, in a distance, the three youngest beasts were looking at the direction of the chi spike. What the? Ayaka questioned, as she was the one at the front. I felt a huge chi over in that direction, Kiryu said, as he seemed to have lost a bit of his confidence. What's going on? Mizuku questioned, as she was confused. Which way are we going? Kiryu asked as the other two thought about it. I got a bad feeling, Mizuku said as she looked at Ayaka. It must be that demon everyone was talking about. The demon is more interesting, Ayaka said with a smile as Mizuku also smiled. You bet, she replied, as the three bursted towards the location of Bu. Meanwhile, somewhere distant, Izuku and Katsuki looked in Bu's direction. Bu's chi has terribly increased. He's no ordinary guy. This is no time for our fight. Besides, this is all happening because of us, Izuku said, as Katsuki turned back to him with a smile. Why should I care? It has nothing to do with our fight, Katsuki said, ready to fight again. He'll kill everyone, including Setsuna, Hitomi and Ayaka, Izuku said, as Katsuki looked angry and bursted his power again. Shut up. Shut your mouth. I allowed Babidi to take control so I can dispose of that kind of feeling. I don't give a damn about anyone who dies. Katsuki yelled out, as Izuku stood there, not in a fighting position. That's not true. You're not completely under Babidi's control, Izuku confirmed, as Katsuki grit his teeth, before relaxing himself. Fine. We're just putting our fight on hold. And it looks like you can't concentrate, Katsuki said, as he walked closer, while Izuku smiled at him. Katsuki, Izuku said, as he was glad Katsuki understood, while walking towards him. Give me a senzu. We've used up a lot of our energy, Katsuki said, as Izuku agreed and turned to his side, slowly taking out the pouch with the senzu. Together, I'm sure we can beat Bu, Izuku said, as he pulled out the pouch and opened it, only for Katsuki to hit him in the back of his head and knock him out, as Izuku fell to the ground, the pouch falling too as the bean fell out. Katsuki, who powered down to beast, grabbed the bean, eating it. Even you, letting your guard down at times like these, he said, as he ate the bean and powered back up into true beast. You're right, it's my fault that Bu was freed. So I'll be the one who takes care of him, Katsuki said, as he looked towards his rival, who slowly reverted back to base now. I'll deal with you later. If I'm still alive, Katsuki said with a small smile, as he looked at the platform. Bu, listen to me. I'm your new MC. Babidi said, as Bu simply stuck his tongue out at him. You think you can disobey me? I read my father's notes. Specifically the spell that can take you back into your sphere. Do you want to go back there? Babidi threatened, as Bu listened and started bowing to him. That's more like it, Babidi said, while Shin seemed to have given up hope. Kaioshin, Bu seems like a child. Maybe if we kill Babidi he won't be dangerous, Denki said, as Shin looked at him. No. Without Babidi, no one can seal Bu back up. He may look innocent, but Bu is a terrible monster. Eventually, Babidi won't be able to control him and will have to put him back in the sphere. All we need to do is wait, Shin said, as the three beasts looked unconvinced. To think that I, the Kaioshin, am too helpless to do anything, it's frustrating. If only I could have eliminated Babidi before he resurrected Bu, Shin said, gritting his teeth. If I'd known that you beasts, who are even stronger than myself, existed. I would have had another plan, Shin said as he recalled something. Another plan? Eri questioned as they looked at Bu. It's too late, we can't escape. We're going to perish, Shin said, letting his arms hang down. Bu, execute my first order. Kill those 4. Babidi ordered, as Bu yelled out his name, only for Denki and Hitomi to start running away, as Eri grabbed Shin by the arm and rushed away too. We'll be all right. In terms of speed, I'm the best, Eri said with a lot of confidence, only for Bu to outspeed her and the other 2 beasts, hitting Denki in the face and knocking him out and making him land near the big cliff where the stone versions of their friends. Bu then punched Hitomi so hard, she was back in base and then gets slammed by his head and is knocked down into the ground. However, Hitomi tried to attack only to be side-punched into the cliff where Denki is at. Bu then hit Eri so hard, she flew into the ground, creating a crater as Shin looked terrified, using a ki and trying to pressure push Bu away, only managing to make his head move, but Bu retaliated by smacking him with both hands in the face, then bonking him to the ground, as Eri in regular beast barely stood up from the dirt. Bu landed in front of Shin and he attacked Bu by using a ki blast with his eyes, only for Bu to be unaffected and doing the same attack, sending Shin flying and then stomping on his back. Shin looked like his organs, spine and entire body was crushed. As Babidi made fun of Shin and said he was gonna kill him, Eri suddenly appeared using her full power in Beast, sadly without enough energy to utilize the true Beast state, which barely affected Bu, who simply regenerated and was fine. You bother me. Disappear. Bu yelled, as Eri went to punch Bu, only to be hit by a giant chi blast, sending her flying. Shin barely stood up and used his ki blast to get rid of Bu's chi blast, as Eri in base fell into a jungle, laying there near death. Just then as Bu was ordered to kill Shin, a spear stabbed him from the back, revealing Deborah. Meanwhile the 3 children landed on the cliff with the stone version of the others, reverting back to base, as they questioned who's Bu and noticed the statues. Lord Babidi, Bu will never be truly loyal to you. Someday he will go beyond your control, it'll be a disaster. We should eliminate him now, Deborah pleaded, only for Bu to pull out the spear and regenerate easily, as Deborah was shocked. I'm gonna eat you, Bu said as he jumped towards Deborah, who attacked Bu, only to be turned into a cookie the size and shape of Deborah, looking like Deborah, and Bu then grabbed him and ate him as the statues, right in front of the kids, became normal again. Katsuki stood at the entrance of Babidi's ship and looked at it, as Izuku was still knocked out. It's the entrance to Babidi's spaceship. Then if I destroy it I should get to Bu in no time. Eri's chi is gone. I'm sorry Eri. This is my fault, Katsuki said as he had his regular look on his face, but his eyes held some sadness and regret. Meanwhile the children were surprised about Bu eating Deborah, which they explained to the now normal heroes. Aizawa was the one who ducked down and was in shock, seeing Bu. This is a lot of chi, it must be Bu. Demon it, so he's free even after all. Huh, Aizawa noticed the 2 knocked out beasts on the bottom of the cliff, as he sneaked down to them and brought them up to the cliff top. As Aizawa and the younger heroes argued about saving Kaioshin from death, Byu got ready to end Shin by turning him into something sweet, but as Bab-Edi was mocking him, behind him a huge explosion happened, as his ship was completely destroyed, much to everyone's shock, with Denki and Hitomi waking up from the explosion. Dimon it. What the hell is going on? Bab-Edi yelled, as Katsuki landed with a smirk, as Aizawa pulled out an invention of Mei, listening in on the conversation. It's Dad, Ayaka said out loud, as Bab-Edi started getting angry. Katsuki? What have you done? I never ordered you to blow up my ship. Bab-Edi yelled. However, Katsuki ignored him and looked at Byu. Are you Byu? That's quite a misshapen head you have. So you've got the guts to kill Eri? Katsuki asks, as Byu simply turns to him, smiling, as Aizawa let the invention drop to the ground in shock, as he looked like he was gonna cry, but held himself back. Eri, Aizawa said as he withheld the info from the kids, especially since her little siblings would be going on a suicide attack against Byu. What does he mean, Byu misshapen? Byu asked as Bab-Edi looked at him. It means ugly. He's saying that you aren't very good looking, Bab-Edi explained, as Byu got angry and turned back to Katsuki, as he let steam come out from his body again. I'm mad now. I'm going to kill you. Byu yelled out as Bab-Edi laughed. Go ahead. He's not obedient, I don't want to keep him, Bab-Edi laughed. His chi has gotten even stronger. What a monster, Mineta said, as he motioned the others to leave, while Hitomi and Denki were still trying to get back to what happened. I won't be going to hell alone, I'm taking you with me, Katsuki said, as he prepared to fight, going into pose, as Shin thought to himself at how Katsuki intends to die. Katsuki rushed at Byu, kicking him in the face, then punching him with his right, then started with another punch and kick, starting to pummel Byu. So, what are you waiting for, Byu? Bab-Edi asked, as he slightly got scared by the fact that maybe Katsuki may be able to beat Byu. Meanwhile, Hitomi, Denki and the others on the cliff were cheering Katsuki on. Incredible! He surpassed the level of a normal beast. He's strong like Eri was against all for one, once she unleashed it all at the end, or perhaps even stronger, Aizawa said, as Hitomi and Ayaka cheered their father on, while Denki agreed he did surpass Eri. Byu was able to kill Eri. How did he come to this level of strength? Aizawa thought, while Denki looked at his old sensei. Sensei, Katsuki is definitely above Eri and even Izuku from back then, but Eri lost too, even with all her might, Denki confirmed, as Aizawa raised his hand, stopping Denki from continuing, as Denki looked down, knowing how much Aizawa cared for Eri, like a granddaughter. Meanwhile, Katsuki punched Byu a bit away, as Byu stood up and regenerated from the hits and looked up in surprise, as Katsuki held his hand out and used an attack he created recently. He then blasted it as it pierced through Byu's stomach and clothes. This scared Bab-Edi, as he thought Byu died, as did Katsuki, starting to smile, as Ayaka smiled and celebrated, only for everyone to be surprised, as Byu stood up and regenerated like nothing happened. Bab-Edi celebrated. That almost hurt Byu, Byu said as he seemed to get angry, the veins on his head being a sign. Are you immortal? Katsuki questioned as he did another final impact, but this time he ignited explosions from his quirk, using his chi and making a stronger attack, making a bigger hole, but Byu stopped smiling and regenerated again, charging his energy, as a sphere of energy appeared around him. You're going to regret this. What do you mean, Dad? Ayaka asked, confused, as Hitomi seemed to understand, her eyes widening. Go. Get out of here now. I'm going to face Byu alone, Katsuki said, his smile disappearing. And no. We're fighting too. You can't fight him all by yourself. With all of us, I'm sure we can win, Ayaka tried to convince him, but Katsuki didn't care. No, that won't make a difference. The number of opponents doesn't matter in this fight, Katsuki explained, as Hitomi started tearing up. Aizawa flew closer, and the children tried to argue that they were strong. Ayaka, I've never hugged you before, have I? Come closer, Katsuki asked, looking towards his daughter with a gentle smile. As Hitomi started crying silently, letting the tears fall, Denki's eyes were shadowed by his hair. The two started mourning Katsuki already. Take care of yourself, Ayaka, Katsuki said. She looked up, only to be neck-chopped by her dad and knocked out, falling out of her beast state. The other two children were knocked out by Denki and Hitomi. Hitomi, come here. I never hugged you either, right? Katsuki said, as Hitomi jumped into her father's arms, crying out loud now, and he comforted her. Denki grabbed Izuku's kids and looked at the heartwarming father-daughter moment. Aizawa landed next to them, looking at the scene in front of him. They noticed Byu approaching slowly, so they all looked at each other. Katsuki squeezed Hitomi one last time as she had to leave, grabbing her little sister. You're planning to die, aren't you? Aizawa asked, as Katsuki smiled and stopped again. Tell me something, sensei. If I die, will I see Deku in the other world? He asked, as Aizawa simply looked at him with mixed emotions. I won't lie to you, so I'll put it bluntly. You will never see him. You've killed far too many innocents. I got a notification about what you did. After you die, your soul will go to a different place than Izuku's. After your soul is purified, you will receive a new body, but your memories will be erased, Aizawa said, as Byu walked closer. That's too bad. Enough, go now. Get as far away as possible, Katsuki ordered, as his aura burst, and he jumped back into his true beast form while the others started flying away. Hey, I'm not letting you get away, Byu said as Katsuki yelled in between. Byu! Wait, you have to defeat me first. Got that, you big bloated balloon? Katsuki mocked, as Byu started steaming again. You big meanie, you small fry, die, Byu said, angry, while Katsuki started smiling. I finally found the way to destroy you, Katsuki said, bursting his power more, his aura changing shape, looking like a dome of sorts. Byu was confused, and Katsuki smiled. As the others were flying away, most looked back, knowing that Katsuki wouldn't stand a chance. Sensei, tell us, what is Katsuki thinking? Hitomi, Denki, what's going on in his head? Mineta asked as everyone was flying. For the first time in his life, Katsuki is fighting for someone other than himself, and sadly, it'll cost him his life, Aizawa explained as everyone there was in shock. I'm going to blow you into so many pieces, you won't be able to come back again. Katsuki shouted, as Byu was shocked. Goodbye my friends, Setsuna my love, Hitomi and Ayaka, my children, and yes, even you. Deku, Katsuki thought, as he looked to the side and charged his energy to the max. He started to burst his explosion quirk around his body, letting it explode from all of him. The explosion quirk enhanced the power of Katsuki's self-destruction ability, ripping apart Byu. Katsuki was using every bit of chi and life energy he had, using his quirk and all the power he had to destroy Byu. Katsuki, Denki said, as Aizawa simply clenched his eyes shut and got sad. Deowad! Hitomi yelled, as her tears dropped and fell without stopping. On this day, a warrior fell. His name was Katsuki Bakugu. In the afterlife, they will write stories about his bravery and pride, but what no one will ever know is how much he loved the people he was close to. Goodbye, proud hero.